Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got another day of Blast Slam Season 7 action. Day 3 of groups. We're getting towards the tail end here to determine those teams that will be playing in Copenhagen at the main event. Denog, how are we doing today?
Always good to be casting some more Dots, especially like you said, as we're getting to that stage where you're really needing to set yourself apart, right? Because a bit of an interesting one with this tournament in particular for Blast 7, you're not going to have that like very last second tiebreakers, you know, the best of ones to be able to separate who goes up, who goes down. It's really only an absolute last resort if we're going to be going towards that one. And that's because we've been playing a bunch of best of ones already, 66 all up all throughout this group stage with the 12 teams. Everyone plays each other once, and really is only the top 4 that get to advance to Copenhagen, and 5th to 10th, they got to fight it off in those play-ins.
Yep, that they do indeed. The dangerous and scary play-ins that we will see after the group stages for those last chance qualifiers. Of course, what everyone is playing for as well is that large chunk of change that there is at the top, 300,000 for first place. Of course, everyone, even at the bottom, going to see them rewarded with a little bit of money as well, along with the organization that they are representing. But again, we've got 8 best of ones today.
Spicy stuff. We're really going to start to separate the men from the boys, and I mean, there's a lot of teams in here that really do need the win, right? Like OG, they're sure they picked up their first win. There's no one that's without one so far, but it's against Tundra, who don't necessarily have the greatest records so far. So it's really these matchups against teams that they probably feel like they should beat, that they need to be getting on the board. Although, just with the way that the automatic tiebreaker process works is, if you get a win against a team that's like gonna score really well during the group stage, I'm just going to use GLYPH as an example. So they're currently sitting 2 and 3 on their win-loss record. So not amazing, but I think they're still in 6th so far in the group stage. But one of their wins came against Falcons, who's sitting at the very top of the leaderboard. So when it comes down to that differentiating between, who's going to move up, who's going to move down, who might be able to avoid that bottom 2 placement, that win is going to mean a whole lot, right? Because suddenly you've got to win against one of the best performing teams, and that is what is going to differentiate you to be able to move up. Yeah, absolutely.
We'll take a look at how the standings situated to finish day 1, and then we will see, of course, how everything shaped up at the end of day 2. So you saw Yandex, well, they skyrocketed all the way towards the top. LGD did as well, with gaining 6 places.
Absolutely. And you just see GLYPH there. They started 2 and 1 after day 1. Not the greatest showing yesterday. They had a couple of games that I think they would like to forget, but there's still time, right? They've only played 5 of their 11 games so far, so pretty action-packed last 2 days for them to see what they're able to finish off with after this group stage. But it's those ones down towards the bottom, OG and Xtreme in particular, that really need to start racking up some wins. And as we saw on the schedule before, we're going to see a couple of OG games in the first half of today on this stream.
Yeah, that we are indeed. We got with them taking on BetBoom as their first opponent. So how are you expecting this series to go in particular? I think we've only covered 1 OG series, I think, and maybe 2 BetBoom.
Yep, that sounds about right to me. To me, I think it's, and again, this is what I was saying before about where the coaches really earn their cash. It's best of ones, right? So not just best of ones, the first best of one of the day, early in the morning. These are gamer hours, not usually up at this sort of time. Morning pubs are always useless. So I'm keen to see who's going to be a little bit more alert to be able to start the day, who's able to switch on, who's perhaps got the better out of game routines set in place, because I think that's honestly going to be the differentiation when Dota is still so close across the board. We've got teams like GLYPH taking wins off Falcons in the first series of the day, and it can really just be about how you prepare out of the game as opposed to just in it.
When looking at preparation, would you say either side is pretty different in regards to their gameplay?
In terms of like actual in-game stuff, or are we talking about out-of-game prep?
In-game, of course, the things you're prepping for before you get into the game, but just specifically like gameplay as a whole. Like maybe your BetBoom or OG prefer a faster paced lineup, or a team fight heavy. They like these heroes and whatever. Like just the play style, I suppose, as a whole.
I'd say for BetBoom in particular, they're just trying to outplay you a lot of the time, right? And the times where we have seen them fall apart a little bit is when that doesn't go to plan. You know, how many times have we seen, one of the cores just get absolutely stomped, and he's kind of running around like a headless chicken, not really sure what he wants to do at that stage, because most of the time they're like, but I'm a great player. You know, I should have this net worth lead and I should be able to just run over them. But if not everything goes to absolute plan, it's a bit shady. Just moving on to one of the BetBoom players after I'm talking about that. But if it doesn't go absolutely to plan, they can feel a little lost at times. So, you know, this is where that out-of-game prep really starts to become an important thing, because you want to be in a position to be able to, you know, just be at your absolute best to be able to start the day, so that you do have that edge coming out of the laning stage, especially against a team like OG, who, leading into this, BetBoom would have had to say, look, we should be chalking this one up as a win, because they, prior to this tournament, had only played 8 games on the 7.41 patch, and they'd only won 2 of them. So not in the greatest recent form, and even just here at Blast Slam 7, they've only won 1 out of their 5 series.
Okay. Well, that's always been a big concern, because when you take a look at a team like Playtime in particular, with how many recent games they've had, it's been maybe a large reason of why they're doing so well in the recent tournament. So OG not having those games, not having the reps, you'll see how much the scrim, your practice is really been mattering for them over in, you know, Southeast Asia, and potentially scrimming China teams as well. But like you mentioned, they've started far slower than what they would be hoping. But a potential victory here over BB will very much help their position in the standings.
Absolutely, and I gotta say, Natsumi, he's been performing quite well. Seeing Toronto, Tokyo now, but Natsumi oftentimes, like over the years in Southeast Asian Dota, he's been the one that's kind of been the whipping boy, I guess you could say, the one that always seems to get a lot of the blame, but he's been performing for OG, you know? It's really just been the rest of the team not able to perhaps play quite as fast as him, a little bit slower on the reactions, not necessarily getting out of the laning stage in as good a spot. And then it's so hard these days to be able to play from behind, in Dota. There still is, of course, avenues. The Enchanter's Bauble, if we're going to go to a 120-minute game, of course, is going to be up there. But yeah, I really want to see a bit more support come through for Natsumi, because he's performing very well.
Yeah, well, we had the longest game in Blast history yesterday with Paravision versus BetBoom. I don't know if you got a glimpse of that. That was insane. There was I'm trying to remember if there was any bauble action in that one.
There was an all-time Ember Spirit damage record, though, I think, with 160k. So
yeah,
pretty nuts.
It was, at one stage he had 4 rapiers in his inventory on GPK. It didn't really do a whole lot, unfortunately. That was an insane game. So hopefully we get more crazy games like that. Hopefully, you know, your BB, maybe they can give us another a weird and wonky game. In that one, they had the SF, Ember, Tide, Hood, and Tree. So no crazy Elite heroes for them. That game in particular.
I wonder what. I do love seeing some Tim's Rubik, so I'm interested to see if he's going to be the one picking that up again. But he has been going away for a little bit more of like the lane dominating a bit higher damage, which, you know, I'm not opposed to, for sure. The hoodwink style and that sort of thing. But I think at the end of the day, you just got to do what you've been known for, you know, across your tournament career, across your esports career. Yes, you have to adapt. And I think in particular, if I'm interested to see how this coin flip goes, you know, who's going to have first pick, who's going to have second pick, because if OG win that coin flip, don't choose side, don't choose second pick, take first pick, you know, take that option of the Wind Ranger or the Coddle or the Snapfire even away from BetBoom, because you know that they're going to want to flex it ASAP.
It's a cool shot. Oh, Kataomi is not taking up the whole view.
What number would you have on your jersey if you...
I would have 12.
Why is that?
Just because...
Your age, or...
My age. One. Yes, I'm... Well done, I am 12. No, it was because when I used to play sports, I took number 12. I got that from Dad. Dad also took 12. Oh, team model, 111, Kiritich. What are you doing? Like, that's horrible. Obviously, you're not a sports player.
He's number one 3 times. What do you want, you know?
No, this guy's never touched a competitive sports game or anything outside of your esports. 111 is a horrendous decision.
Anything three-digit is pretty horrendous, to be honest. Anything above, I'll say 60 is kind of crazy. Above 50 is very rare on its own as well. So, GPK having 52 is a little odd as well. But a little bit of love action going on here. Saying, "Oi, we're on camera. Calm down."
That's just. Yeah, there's a real long huddle here. I haven't actually seen BB do this before, so
maybe they do have some sports background that you don't know about. It's all about, do it for the boys, stick to the structures, yada yada yada, all of that media train jargon. But no, they're ready to go. Big smiles on Kataomi.
A beautiful way to start. We'll see if OG, if they are ready to go to start today as well. Like we were saying before, again, standings looking really rough for them. There's a big victory that they're able to find versus Tundra. It was pretty convincing. 32 minutes. They put out the Necro from Natsumi. Of course, we saw everyone else on their comfort. Coddle, another Coddle draft. More people are playing that. With this series in particular, probably something that you were going to get to pretty shortly with Save. Of course, you're here with how strong his Coddle looks. And then yesterday again, OG playing it. So we shall see. We've got our draft. We're ready to go.
And it is OG with that first pick overall. So I think it's going to be a rare situation where BetBoom's actually going to be forced to ban the Coddle. Most of the time they just want this to be able to slip through to them, but the potential for GLYPH to play it, probably, again, one of his lesser played heroes, but both Tims and Skem have the potential to play it for OG. So I think it's actually okay. They're getting rid of it themselves. I'm a little surprised, to be honest, especially going against BetBoom, having that flexibility across 3 different players in their lineup. Thought that might be something that they're looking to consider, but perhaps it's going to be the Snapfire that they're prioritizing instead.
Sure. What is, I'm just going to double check the stats as well. Updated from yesterday, any real big winners and losers. Hoodwink 17 games, 29% win rate. I know that a lot of the games Hoodwink is picked up pretty early on, and I probably wouldn't attribute too much to the win-loss, to be honest, with still how strong that hero is.
It's got everything, basically. And that late game scaling, but no snap that we're going to see. BetBoom are just like, you know what, we've lost against it a couple too many times to be considering it, and they're actually getting rid of a little bit of that flex themselves. Again, one of the teams that likes to pick that one up in multiple roles. As we have a look at 3-4-3 again, the man earning his dollary dues today, and they're just going to start out with the Kez. Don't hate it, right? And again, it's one of those heroes that we can see flexed across multiple positions. We've seen Tai Lung play it for LGD in the mid lane as well, and GLYPH, he's skilled enough to be able to make that happen too. So, what is still left in the pool is the question. I'm seeing a Pango still in the pool. I know it's BetBoom and probably a little bit less likely to play that, just because when I think Miero, I don't instantly think the Pangolier, but GPK I absolutely do. So I still want to see them give that as an option early on into the piece, but instead they're just going to pick it. Oh, look at that cinematic there with the axe.
They're vibing.
These vibing indeed. Just saying, like, you know what? We just want to be able to avoid this Kez lane as much as possible. Have different avenues to be able to pick up some farm, be able to, of course, have multiple ways to be able to interrupt the Raptor dance when it gets to the later stages, and just the control, 100-0.
I think the nice thing about Axe is that you do have the potential to play in that way if necessary, but from my assumption, I'm pretty sure Axe is very good versus Kez in the lane. I don't think you actually need to avoid it.
Sure, but it's just, it gives you a backup plan, basically. Yes. And it's really going to depend on what OG like to pick for their position 5. And Skem really does like to play these lane-dominating styles, right? Like Jakiro, Enchantress, Chen, Tree and Protector. Like, they're all really good against something like the Axe.
So what 4 are you looking at here for save them? Because it definitely limits the, like, particular style of position 4s you want with an Axe, or what are kind of standing out for you?
I'd be totally on board with Bane, another good ban. Wyvern actually coming out. I would be thinking of even just something like the Rubik, to be honest, for save. I think just being able to have that extra layer of control, maybe a little less so now with a Wyvern, because you kind of are doing similar sorts of things. So maybe they want something that's able to play a little bit more, you know, perhaps on the front line, a little bit more aggressive than a Rubik, who tends to be a little bit more reactionary. But I'm just thinking, like, you know, Kez dives in onto you, you telekinesis in back. Then again, if he's like charging forward, he's still going to keep doing that. So maybe something like a Lion, let's say, really just dependent on what GLYPH picks, but it could be this read as well that he does play the very traditional style mid laners. So, you know, no Storm Band, no Ember Band, no Puck Band so far. So something like a Lion could work out really well.
Sure. I do like the Winter Wyvern nonetheless, though, from BB. I think this is already we've seen a pretty good way of how they've wanting to address the Kez and answer that. We've seen teams that have first picked the Kez in the first phase overall, and that the opposition just hasn't been able to find a draft that has had an adequate way of actually being able to deal with a first phase Kez. So already with these two heroes, I like it from BB. Sure.
I mean, you are still going to be vulnerable to the Raptor Dance ultimate being pure damage as well. So the Cold Embrace not going to save you from that, but everything leading up to that point, of course, you've got a layer of control. And hell, even when the Raptor Dance is starting to be charged up, or when the BKBs come out, that Winter's Curse can be good just to give you, even if it doesn't connect onto anything else, that 1.5 seconds to be able to get away. Speaking of lane dominators, though, one of the heroes that Wyvern does not enjoy playing against. It has gotten a lot better for Wyvern over the years, just with the Arctic Burn having a much lower cooldown these days. But it's like a give and take sort of scenario, right? Because the cooldown's less, but so is the duration of the actual burn, but now you can also reapply it. So previously you were kind of screwed if you were going up against someone that had a dispel in the laning stage, just because you apply it, instantly gets dispelled. You're like, great, I'm attacking for 40. It doesn't do absolutely anything. But now you can just reapply it, so it feels a whole lot better, even onto that same target there. So should be an all right one. I'm keen to see what Kataomi is going to have as the skill that he wants to put the 5th point into with the Book of Edda, I think it is called. Most of the time we've been seeing that Arctic Burn put that 5th level into, just to be able to have an extra little bit of percentage damage for the scaling for the later stage. But I think it's really just going to depend on how the lanes go, right? Because if you want to shove the lanes out a whole lot more effectively, having that 5th point in the Splinter Blast is really nice, just to be able to guarantee that you're going to secure a few more of those last hits for yourself. They can puck to themselves. GPK puck, with very little instant lockdown.
Yeah.
And
they're going to pick... They'll get their own lockdown themselves as well, because, of course, we've seen in the past, Void Spirit has been a very common way to answer the puck.
Give me Night Stalker, OG. That's what I want to see. Mid Night Stalker against the puck. Good matchup. Great against the Lion. Great against the Wyvern. It gives you plenty of vision to be able to make plays with both supports. I'd love to see it. Would need to see a little bit more of maybe a scaling style of core from Toronto Tokyo, though. If that's the case, can't leave everything up to the Kez. Other options, maybe Kunkka, but not feeling amazing. I'd be fine with the Pangolier as well. Into the puck doesn't feel awful as long as you're able to play on that front line, give a lot of vision. I think that's the big thing. It's just about vision for me. You know, being able to... There we go. Midnight Stalker. Give it to me.
Is it... Are you actually feeling more confident that it's a Midnight Stalker instead of off?
I mean, it both would be okay. And I guess OG have that flexibility, but they don't have the last pick overall, right? So they're not going to be the ones to be able to set up the lanes exactly how they want. So, I mean, what heroes are really left that can still go between mid and off lane there? You know, with the Monkey King ban, we're maybe thinking that this is going to be an off lane Night Stalker for Toronto Tokyo, but I wouldn't be surprised to see BetBoom ban out these heroes like the Kunkka, like the Pangolier, just to, you know, not give them the option to be able to flex it with even after BetBoom have their last pick overall.
I don't know if I want to see my GLYPH playing Night Stalker. I want to see him on that Ember. I want to see him on the Pucko. You know, those particular heroes. You give Toronto Tokyo that. I imagine like Night Stalker Hood should do pretty well into the Winter Wyvern +1. Wyvern hasn't been known as a strong laning support.
I want to see a GLYPH Pango, to be honest. Just more control. Force the Winter's Curse to be used onto you, basically. Free up the Kez to have a little bit of an easier time in a lot of these team fights.
Sure.
Hell, even Tiny. I'd be fine with a mid-Tiny. Not really picked up much anymore, but against the puck feels pretty good. Burst damage for a Lion feels good. Cold Embrace doesn't feel amazing. Not too bad at all.
It's a good Necro ban. See, of course, his hero rise in popularity a lot. No Kiritich has been playing it against these tanky strength heroes in the offlane. TB previously has been something that people would look at against the Night Stalker. I think it's okay versus Kez too, but
it's so like, I mean, a big part of what they were banning out as well are these heroes that can still have an impact despite that freaking reactive taser. That's the big thing that just like ruins a lot of your time in a lot of these games, right? So what heroes are even left that can still be dishing out that huge amount of damage before the taser is able to come out is the real question. Like, Necro was probably the best one that they could have had as an option, but clearly not anymore. Do they consider something like an Ursa? You know, like, able to just burst them down before it can get to that stage? Decent enough against the Night Stalker. Something able to buy the Nullifier, and they do conquer. See? Gotta give them the options. No Pangolier, though, but good enough into the puck, can flex into the offlane, gives them that extra little bit of control, makes the Necroban even better, and they're just going to Terrorblade. Okay, let's see how OG look to set this one up. If we will see a GLYPH mid Night Stalker, it will not be. He is playing the Conquer. Still though, like the draft coming through from OG, right? Like, they've got initiation, they've got late game scaling, they've got great supports to be able to do damage, pretty good pickoff. Team fight, probably the one area that they're lacking, right? But Night Stalker is that kind of team fight breaker in the fact that he takes a lot of it away just by being able to isolate the support so easily. And, you know, a Techies, a Hoodwink, a Kez, they should be able to confirm kills while Toronto Tokyo is doing that.
And now what about BB? What are their strengths?
I mean, they've got pretty good lane shove, to be honest, right? Like, I think the lane should go fairly decently for Kiritich. You're always going to have the TB Illusions just acting as a little bit of that ghost push. Of course, GPK. I mean, he's not going to, like, dominate the lane, but outside of the Night Stalker, are you really actually worried about anything massively, you know? As long as he's on point, as long as he's got his 8 hours of sleep, he should be on point to be able to react to a lot of what OG are going to be able to throw at him. And we know that GPK is one of those players that can just style on people if he's in the right sort of mood. And you can see he's already vibing a little bit there.
Yeah, he's good to go.
No Midas this game, I don't think.
No puck Midas. We'll save that one for another day.
Or maybe later today, we'll see.
Or maybe later. Yeah, maybe it goes as a game that's not as good.
Prepare for battle.
How are you feeling?
It's a very good question. I'm trying to work that out. I don't know, to be honest. I think this game's pretty even between either side. I'm not more confident in one draft over the other. I think the only questions I have, mainly there's just some things I'm unsure about this Night Stalker build, and specifically just if Toronto Tokyo, we saw the Harpoon yesterday. Maybe it was day one actually when Yuma played it. We'll see Toronto Tokyo can go for a bit more of a greedy build in the offlane. He doesn't mind scaling, so we'll see if that's something he considers. So Night Stalker is a big question mark for me. I know the hero can do a lot, but I also know that it can fall flat, and I think that happens more often than not.
Okay, so I think it's about striking the right balance, right? Because the Harpoon build was more when it was played as a POS 1, right? So I think you can get away with the Echo Saber just to have a little bit of that mana regen, to be able to be out on the map, a little bit more teamfight effectiveness, so people are actually dying in the Crippling Fear when you've got the Dark Ascension going, and of course just farming a little bit faster. But I really want to see him go a Blink Dagger after that. You know, I think the 2,000 gold that you're going to be spending to go Harpoon instead is better spent just being able to, again, find the puck, take him out, find the Wyvern, take him out, find the Lion, take him out, and then maybe you can go into the Harpoon later. But he's changed up his build a little bit already. Like, I think he had a Midas and then a Blink Dagger, and now he's going couple braces into the Phase Boots. I don't mind this. Couple braces, Phase Boots, Echo Saber, Blink Dagger is what I want to see from Toronto Tokyo. And I guess one of the other strengths that OG really has is, good God, they've got a really good, like, 15 to 20 minute timing, right? Kunkka dominates the early game. Night Stalker dominates the early game before the supports have the ability to be able to escape away from him. What I really want to see from Natsumi is him getting active immediately after he's got that Mage Slayer and Blightstone, and just looking to join in with a bunch of these team fights, and then just try and take over the map off the back of a few successful team fights, because they have got a ton of damage for that stage of the game that I'm not sure BetBoom are going to be able to withstand.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest concern for me for BetBoom is can they withstand that time period, the second night time for OG? Because what do we get? What is like? What's the build out of Conquer as well? If you're trying to hit this like massive spike as a 5-man around 15 minutes into the game, what items do you want from him this game?
Okay, he's already got +8 queued up. I would imagine, like, even I'm still down for him to go, like, these value items, like the Blade Mail, force them to fight into you, otherwise you lose your towers. Well, go. That's a little aggressive, Miro. Blade Mail or, like, a Crystallis or something like that. Just something that's going to give you a lot of value without that massive gold investment coming through from him there. And then once you've got that 1 or 2 cheapish value items, then go into the BKB, because again, it basically means that you're not worried about the line at all, you're not worried about the puck at all, and you're only worried about 3 other heroes, and then Wyvern is probably going to be taken out by the Night Stalker anyway, so let's call it 2.
Is there no potential Orchid build up for GLYPH this game?
Yeah, but how does he actually catch people is my big thing, right? Like, I don't mind an Orchid for Night Stalker, for example, once he after the Blink Dagger or after his BKB. Forced to fly away already on Katomi, not wanting to walk into a Night Stalker during the nighttime. Yeah, I struggle to see where GLYPH is actually going to be able to find the pickoffs if he goes the Orchid early on. Nice little yoink there.
Right, so it's more with the actual start of the fights?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I think he needs to be the one that you rally around, and then when BetBoom start to commit, that's when the Night Stalker comes in, pops the Dark Ascension, find the backline, take it out, win the team fight, take the objective, you know?
Okay.
And because, again, OG really need to be playing around that early-ish timing, specifically between that 15 to 20 minute mark that you were saying there.
Yeah, because this is a concern for me on, still Puck's damage by that stage is going to be pretty limited. The Axe then as well is probably pretty close to his next, whatever it be, the phase Blade Mail into Blink. Probably by then he'll have it at 15 minutes, so he'll be looking to play, do something on the map. But still, it's really just like, I think you only kill one person in a stun in the early game, like Finger of Death inside core with maybe some puck damage output, but that's it. And with the Conk, maybe it's not even enough with the Conquer sustained, with the Night Stalker disrupting. So
the Taser as well.
Yeah. Yep, that stupid spell. A lot of it starts with mid lane though. GLYPH always has been a very solid Conquer mid.
I mean, just the fact that you don't need the Aghanim Shard for the Taser anymore to be used on allies is kind of nuts to me. Like, you're just getting a 1,400 gold for free.
It's yeah.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yes. This Taser has definitely been an ability that people have cried about many times since
good
the patch.
reason.
Yeah, absolutely good reason. Scammers, interestingly enough, has actually gone the sticky bomb level 1. We've seen a lot of the times.
Wants to harass from afar. I get it. Just wanting to try and stay as far away from save as possible. They're not really wanting to commit into the middle of an Axe that might be starting to spin around, They have missed a couple of their skill shots, though, so far. Not able to get one of the range creep denies. I think they missed a little bit on to save as well, so maybe the lane not going as well. And speaking of save, I mean, he was on point with his Lion that we saw yesterday, right? Able to get so many of those stuns in onto multiple heroes. Wasn't enough for them to be able to take the dub against Liquid, but actually they do go in with that level 2 timing. What is the turnaround happening?
Yeah, they got to be careful how they play this lane. The Atkins really start to get out of control against the Kez. When you give him these early kills, now Scam's potentially going to be ren down too. Now he does have a Fairy Fire.
Should
can potentially assist, but the Battle Hunger does expire now. And yep, Fairy Fire is going to be good enough to keep Scam alive nonetheless. So of course it is first blood from BB.
It is, but I mean, it's not saying that it's better. Okay, he gets ferried through a a salve and a clarity, so he should be able to get back into this one nice and quick, but you just want to be constantly providing that pressure there as much as you can. Oh, and they miss another skill shot on the bottom lane. Blast off not connecting onto the axe. Save, getting rid of the clarity as well. I mean, I know it's really early days, but the net worth is already 1k for BetBoom there. You know, all lanes are going incredibly well. Pretty much expected for a Night Stalker lane, to be honest, so nothing too surprising there, but you know, just the ability to be able to manipulate a lot of these lanes with your illusion does help a little bit, just to be able to keep farming underneath the tower, and you know, during this early daytime is the Night Stalker's weak period. So trying to use it as much as possible so that you are strong enough to be able to withstand the dangerous period that OG
nice blast off, Scam. Really just now matters, I suppose, on who's going to be able to get the Lotus. Miero feels stronger thanks to the creeps being able to continue to get the counter helix, but that just does also mean there's a bit more damage getting outputted onto the axe. Sumi does a good job to play his distance with the 1-0-2 build, and Miero will limp away victorious, at least with taking the healer Lotus. He does take a bunch of damage, though.
Got the kill, though, onto the techies, so worth it for that. He just buries himself a salve as a result. Now he's got a chainmail as well to be able to play around with, so even more potential to go for these dives.
We've got the official prediction market of Blast is our lovely poly market friends over there, so you can live trade the game while it's going on at the exact moment. It'll be a pretty good position for BB in to be in currently to start the day. We'll see if things are going to turn it around. Really, that again is coming through what we're speaking about with some of the early game rotations, about the Conquer level 6. I was expecting him to do... I mean, he's got more denies over the park, but GPK's still got 19 last hits at least.
He does. Just wondering if GPK is going to look to try and get aggressive before that Admiral's Rum is available again, but just wants to start building up his levels first, pick up a few more of those items, get into the Null Tally and the Magic Wand before he goes for that dive attempt. There's Little Low once again.
Yeah.
Full Battle Hunger, able to get in onto him. Done a very nice job at being able to use the Earth Spike just to deny away a bunch of those valuable creeps, particularly the ranged and the Flag Bearer. So save again, putting in a great performance.
See, now it's just got that ring health delivered on Natsumi, but this just says extra little bit of sustain. You gotta be careful with nighttime. You never know when this Wyvern's gonna poke his head through the portal.
Yeah, that's the big thing that I'm really considering, right? Because I don't think Kiritich should be all that worried about being solo in this lane, provided that you've been able to get a few of these creep pulls happening. Just pull the lane a little further back.
So the Hoodwink's going to straight TP down to bottom, but the creep wave is not in the best position for OG to make something work. They're still going to try. They'll start with the bushwhack. They'll get the secondary stun. The arrow falling lower. But the Lotus given over. He will not tick out to the Katana damage. So the movement from OG, they tried to be proactive and go first before BB. It will not be rewarded.
They do even see Tim's making his way up here. He's not carrying any sort of wards, so won't be giving up any sort of that information, but also won't be protecting the regen room that now gets bottled by GPK, just about to reach onto his level 6 as well. So you know, with a little bit of movement coming through, I wonder if he's going to start to try and make a Gamk attempt, or if it's really just about getting into those extra couple of items, because again, how are you supposed to confirm kills without this Lion being level 6? I think that that's the biggest deal.
GLYPH, they will try and contest the stack. Is this a fight you really want to take if you're Dire? Especially if Wyvern just runs on top of the creep wave. Of course, GLYPH would love to use the bow to get the kill and also farm.
Mm-hmm. Double value. The Idol does it again.
He does have Orchid queued up as well by the looks of it, so we'll go for a bit more of an aggressive build from GLYPH.
Okay.
It's risky though.
For sure. I suppose maybe just again... Oh, hold on. Dream Coil onto that mid lane. He's only got the Fairy Fire to be able to play around with here.
Did this madman drop the bracer mid? Did he drop the bracer while he was getting caught on for the value out of the stick? I didn't see what he dropped. But...
I guess so, he did. I saw it on cooldown for a little bit there, so... Again, anytime that you're able to get a solo kill, this is what I'm talking about with GPK really feeling himself, right? Like top of the net worth on the puck. 1-0-0 at this stage. Yeah, let's have a look at the old boy there. Drops it, pops the fairy
so
fire.
Insane.
Not good enough, my friend.
Okay. Oh, now we're up to 2k. So the lane that we haven't really touched on too much is top, and GLYPH, of course, doing very, very well. Didn't really have much time to speak about that with the potential action we had that was brewing down bottom. So GLYPH is in a very good position. We're going to see a potential fight around the mid lane.
Are indeed. Again, I'm just not seeing it for either team without these supports really being there. You know, it just comes down to the individual players. Although, if Toronto Tokyo makes a rotation, maybe you can turn things around.
Maybe they're trying to close the distance onto GPK. If they got any control, bushwhack up in one, but GPK gets the orb and will be out of range to the pursuing OG. They will try and still go with an attempt on mid lane. The blast off along with the Tidebringer, not enough. They will still get in range though, so save X back. I think this would just be more frustrating than anything else with the cold embrace.
So, I mean, you and I were talking about this 15-minute timing, but clearly OG saying, nah, this laning stage hasn't gone well enough. Let's make use of the first night. You know, not even with the Dark Ascension being available. Full level behind on Toronto Tokyo relative to GLYPH, just because of, you know, having that TB lane. You know, prior to the nighttime, of course, didn't really feel any stress there to have to be sitting too far back. No clarity coming out to him, though, so just wanting to sit back and farm a little bit, use the phase boots first. I was wondering, maybe is he going to try and use that just so that he has the status, I guess you could call it, to be able to go for some sort of team fight if it's required.
How do you want to see...
Passive, though.
How do you want to see Toronto Tokyo activated in the early game?
I just don't think he's going to be. I think he's just going to sit back, farm, play a little bit too passively, to be honest. They're even going to see him making his move through the river with this observer ward placed down by Tim's previously. Tim's going to assist him with this movement coming through, and it's just the power of the Conquer, right? Like, it's just far too much to be able to handle at this point of the game. Can't take him out. Not enough damage to be able to do so. No ultis available for either of your supports. So I kind of want to see them give Save a little bit of this this lane XP, you know? Like, he's been building up stacks for Miro. He's helping him farm them a little bit just to be able to share some of the XP as well, but just give some solo XP over to the Lion, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, even Kato Omi needs some experience as well.
Yeah.
Both of the supports starved a little bit at the moment.
I mean, that's the thing. When you're playing with a TB, you can do that. You know, you just give the Wyvern even just a minute or so of XP should bring him up to his level 6, and TB in the meantime can just look to farm some of the jungle. But
this move, we're speaking about 6s before, they don't have the sharpshooter yet. And Save has got a perfect position with the Lion. What an exceptional read. It looks like Save will still die, but that is, you know, complete game understanding to a high degree.
Exactly when they're going to go for a move, and honestly, this wouldn't be too bad though. Being able to take this tower, no Blightstone yet on Natsumi, so it might be a little bit slower for them to be able to take this one out. As GLYPH's model is bugged a little bit here.
Yeah, but I'm sure he's hidden sometimes. We do see that Bieber are actually mirroring this movement. So I wonder how many reinforcements they try and bring on OG towards top. They're actually going to TP Conquer towards mid. He wants his lane back. They want the power rune. So it will be a 1-for-1 trade.
I mean, that's a big win for BetBoom in my eyes, right? Like, just being able to take any towers at this stage where OG should be in firm control is going to be a big win for them. You know, they're playing for the 20 minutes plus on BetBoom, so anything that they're going to be able to get in the meantime is going to be a big win for them.
Looking double foil. In fact, it's going to be a nice boat connecting on the backline supports as well, but there's no one else to follow through. Conquer was desperately hoping that the supports were going to be able to get some spells out. They weren't able to do so. GPK pushing both of them back by himself. 1v2 currently. Kiritic and Miero will swing towards the last period of the fight. And with the cull, I'll be able to secure the kill onto GLYPH. GLYPH is even considering about more as well, but a little bit too dangerous of a task.
I mean, Tim's just has to back off completely. 3 points battle hunger. If he committed at all to that team fight, he was dead. And now, this is just another great move from BetBoom, right? Realizing that they've got this big weak point when you don't have that Dark Ascension available. Sure, you were able to get the kill onto Save's Lion previously, but it's just a Lion kill for a big investment there. So, 2 towers during the daytime. They've done a fantastic job on BetBoom.
Yeah. And again, the question for me is, like, what are we going to see out of Toronto Tokyo's Night Stalker? With this Midas build, I was asking the question earlier, like, can you activate him in any way? Which is really just like, can you use the Dark Ascension in a efficient way to get a kill into an objective? And we haven't really seen that be the case. Lowest net worth out of all the cores, and this is going to be a long catch-up story for Toronto Tokyo. Not the Night Stalker performance we like we saw yesterday from Ace, right?
Absolutely. And even then, right, like, Ace was absolutely dominant. He was, where he finished, like 15, 3, and 15
insane.
or something like that. And he was still last on net worth as the Night Stalker. So maybe that's just what Toronto Tokyo is thinking about. Like, screw the early game. I want to make sure that I'm not sitting way too far behind as a core if this game does go relatively later. The thing is, though, you're going up against a Terrorblade, so there is some sort of, like, tower threat that's going to be going into you. And I really feel like you need to make the most of this earlier part of the game so that you're not kind of behind the 8 ball, because, you know, in terms of relative power, OG should have the edge in the next minute or so.
Yeah. I think just to continue with the TP versus Night Stalker matchup specifically, I think in the later fights, what's going to be important, as well as this reflection that we kind of briefly touched on inside the draft, specifically for the Hunter and the Knight, because you have 2 very position-based supports with the Lion and the Wyvern. So actually getting the Night Stalker's vision himself could really assist with how they can play, even the Axe as well, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it really does put a lot of importance on both Kataomi and Save, who, by the way, was just part of another kill, not even needing the Dream Coil or the Finger of Death, by the way, so they might look to make their own push into this bottom tower before that level 15-minute timer comes up. And that is the case with Kiritic even showing up here. Again, just a good recognition of when they're able to take these fights, but it seems like OG have a bit of a response of their own.
Yeah, not get the scary timing though, 15 minutes.
It is.
Which means it's nighttime, and which means we've got all good up from GLYPH as well. But a nice blink from Axe gets them out of danger. They are lined up for a potential call, but GPK will now use it solo onto Kez, who snaps it early with the Raven's Veil. They get the first under the puck. Actually, a little bit of danger with the blast off. Scam finds the extra control, but the damage, they've got it. They actually get the kill onto GPK, but Miero still finds a big call. Kiritic tries to step in towards the tail end. The Winter's Curse is good for 1. Toronto Tokyo will continue to beat back into the TP, but without anyone else, no assistance means that the Terrorblade will reign supreme towards the end, so he'll be able to walk it off.
He did get that reflection off as well, so had a little bit of information in the team fight. It was a late turn up from Toronto Tokyo, but definitely impactful just to be able to enable them to not be as worried about the positioning from Miero's Axe there. So 3-2 for OG, a nice little trade there for sure. And I guess this is the sort of mentality that Toronto Tokyo is going for, right? Like, he got involved in that, he got a bunch of XP, he got a little bit of gold from participating. Hold on, we're just going to have a look at the replay first. There's some pretty good control coming through here, to be honest, and able to get that connection in onto the puck as much as they can. The Torrent landing very nicely there.
Yeah, we see. I was just taking a look at Toronto Tokyo, like very close to getting the Wyvern 2 to prevent that curse towards the last second.
Yep.
So this is something we're going to have to continue to watch out for. Might actually have to go back live. Yeah, Kataomi. We get away from the sharpshooter.
So the thing that I was talking about is, like, he's gone this Midas to be able to cover his late game scaling, I guess, and then he's gone full, like, sacrificial in the team fight mode, basically. Like, he had a Blink Dagger queued up into the BKB. He's just switched it up to go BKB next, which I'm totally fine with, right? Like, he's not going anything to do with damage. He just doesn't want his farm to suffer. He's feeling like you're going to have enough damage with these high damaging supports, plus the Kunkka, plus the Kez. Especially once Kez is able to get into his level 12, plus that Desolator. And it seems like OG want to make another one of those moves.
Yeah, they got to. They got to keep going. It's such an important stage of the game where you really take full control.
It's just save his positioning again. They're going to be able to see him. That's not who they want to run into. They want a much higher priority target, and you just see as soon as that smoke pops, it was a TP across the map there coming through from GPK, making sure that he wasn't the one that's going to get picked off, and they actually get a kill of their own, so no smoke even needed to be expended there from BetBoom. Nicely done.
Yeah, a counter kill, I don't know who that honestly favors at this stage, because I know OG are going to get this tower, which is probably more important for them considering they're still yet to get the offlane tower. But at this stage, like we just mentioned, like really they should be the ones that are a little bit more favored. So you go 1-for-1, trading out what's really happening on the map. We are getting 2 minutes away.
Farm underneath the tier 2 tower as well. Lane's pushed into there. TB's just shoving his illusions into tier 2 bottom. No real damage put into it just yet, but it's the net worth is growing for BetBoom, which is not what OG wants. They want to have a little bit more map control than they do right now. And I mean, it's what, one movement that's resulted in a 1-for-1 support trade and a tower. So they've gotten a tower out of their huge power spike, which not quite enough in my books.
Well, what's the next big one for you then? Because again, I'm for me personally just again concerned about the Conquer scaling with the Orchid and wanting to get maximum out of the Night Stalker. But still, this is an insane carry hero they have in Kez.
Who does have Desolator, by the way, but I mean, it just comes down to, do they feel like they need to take a team fight right now, just make the most out of this this nighttime, or do you farm into those BKBs? You're about, what, 1,000 gold away on Toronto Tokyo with his level 12, and Conquer a little bit further away, but still such value in a lot of these team fights. Of course, then it just puts a lot more emphasis onto Miro as well, who, by the way, working on his own, sitting second on net worth, level 14. He's having a fantastic start to the game, 3-0 and 2. But yeah, once he has his own BKB and he's able to jump in, remove, what, 3 seconds of the duration of those early BKBs, that's going to be enormous just through the Berserker's Call.
That it will. Miro already showcased so far. You know, we haven't had many little fights, but it's already shown that the ones he has been involved in early on has been quite impactful. So they will cross map smoke.
We're seeing with Kataomi as well. He did choose to go for the 5th point into the Arctic burn. So clearly against the Night Stalker, against the Kez, against the Conquer, going to get a lot of value out of having that 5th point there, because they're playing from ahead. They don't need to shove out waves playing around the Splinter Blast. So he can afford to, you know, go, I wouldn't even call it a greedier route. It's just like something that's going to be better for the game rather than just trying to keep yourself in the game.
That's good. Oh, jump in, Miro. He's going to use the call to drag back towards Kiritich's damage. They'll even use the Finger of Death, because why not?
Just enables so much if you're able to, nicely done, being able to scout out one of these observer wards out the front of, I was about to say the Roche pit, but Roche just walked up top, so not necessarily the same amount of value.
I think this is another thing about the TP Kez matchup that I like about the Terrorblade is I just am not quite sure if Kez does much at this stage of the game where, like, teams 5v5. If you compare TB, where I feel like you completely take over fights and can group up and run down objectives, whereas I don't know if Kez necessarily wants to 5v5 a full lineup right now.
Plus, you've got a couple of ways to get rid of the Kazarite Katana, right? You're caught into the Manta style. You've got the Conjure Image available as well. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, I just with. It's far more difficult to dance around these fights, as Kez is ideally wanting to do. You know, TB always anchors a fight inside a position. You've got great control through your other heroes to really help the TB be able to have the game that he wants. And with all the farm that Kiritich is getting too, I mean, it's going to be a very quick butterfly.
For sure. Like, of course, when it comes to a carry-to-carry matchup, of course TB is going to have a better time of it. I just really thought that OG would have been in a position where they were... Probably they should be the ones with like a 3k net worth lead at this stage of the game. At the very least, having that mid-tier 1 taken, holding on to at least one of their tier 1 towers, because they don't even have outpost control right now, and that's not the stage that this game should be in.
That's nice at least. Look at the Tormentor, so kind of taking that more out of the hands of Dire. Get the Ag Shard on Scam as well.
Are they close to hitting any of these big timings, though? BKB about to come out for the Conquer. Still... Oh, hold on.
Or
Wanting a Wyvern kill, I guess. Doing a pretty nice job to dodge out a bunch of spells.
Oh, they used BKB!
I mean, worth. Worth for Kataomi. Tanks the gank, shoves the wave out, forces a Dark Ascension, forces a BKB.
He's got an amp damage as well. We've got anyone else to be able to close the distance. Essence is still put on the arrow, so his blink's going to continue to be cancelled.
Trying to cut him into a bunch of mines.
Yeah. He's got some more down to the south if Sken can get there. Be careful, GPK. Ooh. 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 Too many mines. No, Turret is just going to blow them all up, but he's out of range. All right, he's fine.
Net worth doesn't look quite as bad, though, of course, with the Aghanim Shard taken away by OG. They got to get this pressure back up, though. 2 minutes time, they'll have Dark Ascension into the night time. They're hoping by that point, with this Midas being used on Toronto Tokyo, that they're going to have a Blink Dagger, because again, it just took a little bit too long for them to be able to take out Kataomi there. He's got the 4-star, he's got the Essence Ring, he's about to have a Glimmer Cape as well.
Just another jump onto one hero. Quick and easy pick off.
One.
Oh, not just one. Apparently, GPK is going to advantage of the Conqueror. Does have BKB. Is your Pash even going to be able to activate this? No, it doesn't even look like that will be the case. So not just one pick off, but a secondary as well from BetBoom, and they're going to look towards Roche by the looks of it.
Sure, why not? You pop the Metamorphosis, you've still got a little bit of duration on it to be able to take it out. Or actually plenty of a duration to be able to take care of it, and it should be a fairly easy one for them to be able to claim. Again, just playing around the daytime. They're doing everything right now on BetBoom. OG, unfortunately, they're just enabling exactly what BetBoom are wanting to do. McCabe, 250 gold away for Kataomi. Just looking to pick up some farm while the Roshan is going on, realizing that there's not really anything that OG can do about it.
Oh, the Blink is getting delivered to the Night Stalker, who has got GPK in his face. Meanwhile, Save is here as well. Or, well, Save it was here.
Again, though, BKB and Dark Ascension being popped, so, I mean, it is about to turn to the night time, so at least they've got that in their favor, but are you actually able to just walk into these team fights anymore? Puck's just going to dream call you.
Yeah, it feels like, what, is that really back-to-back pickups they've got him where they had to use a lot for?
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. At least you got the Aghanim Scepter, though, on the Kez. Natsumi is keeping up with his farm. He's doing a quite good job at that. And we know how scary a Kez can be when it gets to the later stages of the game. Even that Cold Embrace not going to be the saving grace there.
This Dire Observer Ward is going to give them a lot of information. They'll see Conquer inside the lane. They may have even seen Skem as well. The triangle. Kiritich will now run into him.
Early Sunder. You'll just see that they've got all of this control around the area. Still looking to try and protect that Observer Ward as much as they can. Not a bad attempt.
No, not at all. Miero falling quite low.
They just didn't
use
commit
the BKB.
anything.
Or the Cold Embrace. He's going to be fine as GPK actually counters. Without having any detection. Let's see if they can continue to kite. They haven't brought the Night Stalker back just yet. Kez will now show up towards the tail end.
He's trying to just get the kill solo onto Save's Lion. Will they be able to do it, though?
Yeah, but is he just dead? If he doesn't get the kill, how is he actually going to live and get out?
This is the downside of going that very team fight oriented build, right? A little bit more sacrificial, just give vision and don't die and silence everyone, but the damage is completely lacking. You know, this is what I was talking about with the Echo Saber versus the Midas. You secure your late game a little bit better, but if you're not getting these kills, is that late game going to come?
Yeah, it's not even just like he's not getting kills, but have we got a kill with Orchid as well?
Maybe one.
Yeah, this is a snowballing item.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of position we see right now. Like, I know it's only a 5k advantage, but you know, of course BB have itemized against this now for Conquer.
Mm-hmm. You've got 4 staffs on both of the supports now as well. BKB on the axe, still sitting at 9 seconds. GPK starting to scale into that Octarine next. Nice placement of the mines though, but they're using the TB illusion to be able to take it out, so makes this smoke a tiny bit less obvious. They're still going to be able to scout it out though on OG.
Top tower is under attack.
I feel like I'm just looking to see if they can kite until Natsumi gets BKB. Then I think you can team fight GPK.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
So Nero's going to be able to get the call. Natsumi wanting to try and pressure Winter Wyvern. We'll send the rest of BetBoom away.
But in the meantime, Kiritich just took a tier 2 tower on his own and he's hitting up onto tier 3s. I mean,
oh, wow.
They are going to get their D-ward off just with that vision provided by Katomi at the very start of that team fight. He'll get D-warded. But still, very nicely done using the remainder of this
damage,
Aegis.
man.
Yep. Another one of the strengths that...
Oh. Gets out of range of the call. Torrent's not too bad.
No
we have
BKB
finally...
though for the Kunkka, so can you even go into this team fight?
Oh, Toronto Tokyo can. He's got the blink, he's got BKB, he's ready to go. But again, do you want to go to the Terror Blade or do you want to go for the backline supports? Tims will get the jump.
Gotta go.
Be killed instantly. There we go. Toronto Tokyo gets a glimpse of the backline with the Glimmer Cape, tries to protect Katsuomi.
One down.
But they've secured the Wyvern kill. And now Kez also gets a bash over towards the right side. GPK is going to be okay though.
Kiritich is in a little deep.
Like, yeah, we've got like 3 different fights that are breaking out because meanwhile Kiritich, he's 1v3 and well, without the supports to help play around Kiritich dies.
Toronto Tokyo could be taking this over.
Blink out on Park, but looks like Toronto Tokyo, like you said, should be able to take it over, get save, and I think that's it.
All right, not too bad for OG. You do get a buyback out of Skem though, but 3 for 2. Core for core. Kiritich was very close to being able to get that Sunder off as well, but nice ability usage coming through there. Look at the damage coming through from the deck. He's topping the team fight. 5 of those proximity mines plus healing in the middle of the team fight as well. Yeah, it was just completely isolated away from the rest of the team. All while this is going on, it was, what, 2v1 against the Kez, where they were able to use the Finger of Death to be able to take him down, but good ability usage there to be able to prevent the Sunder a couple of times. But that's going to be a bit more of a challenge moving on as he starts to now build into just becoming tankier. Skadi coming through next, into the Hurricane Pike, into the Satanic for himself.
What was the largest thing from that fight that you saw was the problem though for BetBoom?
For BetBoom? Not much, to be honest, right? Like, just, I guess, losing their high ground ward maybe a little bit too easily, just reducing a little bit of the information, not knowing exactly when the Night Stalker was going to jump in onto you. I feel like if you're the ones that jump the Night Stalker and force him to, like, panic BKB, not be able to blink in right onto your backlines, it's a very different story because, you know, Katomi basically had 0 impact in that team fight. He was taken out 100-0, and this is what you pick the Night Stalker for. So, you know, if you just prevent him from having that game, suddenly your supports have a game, and it's a lot easier for your team.
Well, he's got Nullify now.
Yep, so Glimmer Cape who, 4-star who, but that's exactly why Katomi has that Blink Dagger queued up for himself next. Just play it 1.5 screens away. That's the name of the game.
No needs. But 900 gold. So he's able to find enough for the Blink of Katomi. See OG what they want to do to try and push back out on the map. They haven't really progressed too far into Dai's half of me. Still see that this T1 tower standing in the mid lane. But objectives not really on the map currently. Tormentor's going to be up in 50 seconds. Maybe we'll see either side start to move there. BB are already bottom.
They are, and they can see the puck.
Difficult to start.
I kind of want to see them play a little bit around mid, right? Like, they just shoved in the lane. Someone's TP'd in to be able to respond to it. So you should be able to, again, pop the Dark Ascension, find a quick kill. You know that Roshan's not going to be up for the next 75 seconds, so you should have the Night Stalker ulti back up by that point, and BKBs. And just to be able to take away this, honestly, pretty big point of reinforcements that BetBoom have to be able to play around with their buybacks. You know, buyback, TP into a tier 1, can contest either. Roche can, you know, get back to the team fight relatively quickly. It should be quite easy for them to be able to take it out at this point.
What do you want to see from Tokyo as well? You know, that he's got this, you know, this nullify is really the big item. It feels like for Night Stalker, unfortunately, it's just the core 3.
Yeah. I mean, he's got some damage now, at least. That's my big thing. You know, like, plus 75 damage is kind of huge for him to be able to play around with now. So I wouldn't hate for him to see him go the Harpoon now at this stage, just to have a little bit more of that consistent damage source for himself. There's nothing else really that I think he needs to be prioritizing.
Sure. Okay.
Lincoln's isn't really going to do all that much.
Gets to jump over towards GLYPH and GLYPH.CET. It's just too much damage. With the meta along with the finger, they're going to lose the Conquer and they might be able to run Tim's down as well.
Speedy boy, though.
Oh, they're actually going to try and jump. Toronto Tokyo used up pretty early on. Didn't want to use the BKB, so now...
Not great.
Yeah, that's absolutely not great at all.
So now you can't even jump the backlines, right? Because all the supports need to do is not group up on top of each other, and Lion's going to be able to save Wyvern, Wyvern's going to be able to save Lion. So this Night Stalker is basically out of the team fight entirely. Not even just that, you don't have a Conquer for 35 seconds, so there really isn't anything holding back GLYPH from taking this second lane of Rax.
Yeah, the one saving grace, I guess, is that meta's going to be out in about a couple of seconds.
Still has the Demon Zeal, though.
This will be problematic for the moment. Once that is out, yeah, unfortunately, having a second is going to mean that they'll get 2 full sets of barracks.
Yeah. Big mistake popping that BKB unless you're going to be able to absolutely confirm the kill, and just seems like Toronto Tokyo wasn't on the same page as both of his supports. Yeah, they were around the area to be able to try and go for that dive in, but it didn't pay off. 30 seconds left on Roche. We'll be spawning top for a minute or so. It seems like Save is going to look to try and prioritize that one, but they'll have meta in 20 seconds after it comes up, so maybe they Demon Zeal for it. Lane's relatively shoved in.
This fight has to go well for them, though.
Yeah. Again, you don't have Dark Ascension. Toronto Tokyo is trying to force people to TP down towards the bottom side so that he can then join in the rest of his team, but I don't think BetBoom are wanting to take the bait. Why would you give up Roche control?
Especially now that it's alive.
They see Toronto Tokyo as well, just farming this creep wave next to the base. He might be forced to just join in with the rest of the team quicker than he would like. I would have been using the Void to be able to farm it a little bit quicker, but they will at least give vision with the Torrent, with the Sharpshooter as well, just to get a better understanding of what's going on in the pit.
Yeah, it just shows how desperate they are. You got to use Sharpshooter. Like, you can communicate different ways. You got Sticky as well. Use the Acorn.
I mean, they really wanted to keep this team, this high ground control, but Super Creep's pushing into the top side, so you gotta know something's
Might run into them first as well. Gets the Orchid quick from GLYPH.
He's got yours though, not even needing to use it. Now he does. And now it's even more of an advantage to BetBoom, with Roche moving to this bottom side. GLYPH
actually going to try and enter the high ground first. He'll be off the mark with the call. Bushwhack will just disrupt the TP for the moment. The curse will enable them to reset. So BetBoom playing on the low ground currently. Natsume going to try and deal with the Lion. Will be successful at doing so, but he's got to do better. We need to see more out of the Kez for them to turn the fight, and he's running the opposite direction. That's away from the team. That's away from your side of the map, and when you are this deep in BetBoom's territory, there is no way you get out. The only way is through a body bag, and that is not the position you or OG want to be in.
Wrong base, my friend. An imposter was showing up there, and yeah, pretty easy TP back for them to be able to claim it. And they're still going to have a few seconds left on the meta to be able to just walk into this Roche. And I mean, you just can't contest into the TB quite as easily, right? From when he died previously in front of the...
What's actually going on here? Are we getting more kills? Maybe. I thought the fight was done. 30 seconds later, Roche is still going on, but we got second rounds, and OG, they didn't want round 2. They didn't like round 1. They want nothing to do with round 2, but they forced it.
Would have been a decent kill if they're able to pick off Miero, but you're just feeding more gold over. Like, where is the damage coming out without your Night Stalker, without your Kez? A couple of supports can't do it on their own.
Awesome. Hell of a defense is going to have to come out from OG. I'm trying to find a way for them to destructive fight inside the base.
Do they have any gem right now on BetBoom? That's my big question. Puck's got it. So they got to try and find, like, it doesn't really exist, like an interesting spot to put an observer ward that scouts out this movement towards the bottom side of the map. Because if you don't, again, it's going to be another one of these scenarios where you just can't find the right target. Like, it needs to be the perfect Dark Ascension into the perfect BKB into picking off one of the supports. The team fight cannot start any other way for OG if they're going to have a chance.
Yep.
And now they've got the banner, and now they've got a Daedalus on the TB, so the towers died quickly before. It's only going to get worse.
But Toronto Tokyo's got a pretty good angle to actually find the supports first.
He's going to need to do something, though. Your base is dying.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go quick. Skemsor's already starting to try and force their hand.
Gotta go right now.
But if the
Trying
TV
to
gets
find
back in...
the Night Stalker on Katsuomi. He's already popped the Glimmer Cape.
Oh, we're going to BKB out of Yopaj as well.
You gotta go. It's now or never.
Meadows got a half duration, a quarter actually. Maybe they waited out. Oh, school! Okay, well, no scam now.
They
He's got
found
buyback.
Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, he's actually just beelining it. Meanwhile, inside the base, we see the barracks are just dying as well. Kiritich and GPK, just the two of them. They do have the pockets a little bit vulnerable, actually quite vulnerable.
Has buyback though, and oh, there they found out Toronto Tokyo there.
Yeah, but without the meta...
Does it matter?
Apparently it doesn't matter. I thought he was going to try and play around with the flying, but Kiritich was still able to get the right click damage. And Natsumi's going to try and see with the backline.
He's got a 1v5
almost fine
it.
save. Yeah, he's got to do some insane stuff here. And we'll see. Can they isolate the Terrorblade just to avoid him? It was fallen pretty low from Kiritich, but with the curse like that onto Turret. Now Kiritich, he can look to re-enter. Natsumi jumped in as well. So actually just got the finishing amount of damage they needed. That's why GPK tips Natsumi. And now Kiritich just, I mean, look at the crits one after another.
They gotta call it.
And they will. Man, BetBoom looking very good to start the day.
Turns out giving your homies a cuddle is good karma for being able to play some good Dota. You know, maybe a little squeeze here and there, as we saw on the camera, but it's worked for them. And GPK, yeah, look at that cheeky little smirk. He knows what he was able to do to OG. Just a really dominant performance coming through from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Any like standout points for you in this game in particular? For me, I just the conquer. It's just unfortunate from Yopaj. I definitely think he's one of the better mid-conkers. It's just we weren't able to get too much out of the Orc, and I just think the hero in general, with how they were playing around him.
Yeah. I wanted to see a little bit more around the Conquer for sure. I don't think Yopaj like played badly. It's just that if you're going to play this style of draft that peaks really early on into the mid game, you got to play around the mid game, and there was just a few too many spells missed, a few too few attempts to be able to open up the map, take some of those towers, invade into these areas before the supports actually had the itemization to be able to, like, as soon as you've got 2-3 saving items on both of your supports and a Blink Dagger, the Night Stalker's game is infinitely harder. So
yeah.
I think biggest props probably need to go to Miro. You know, he got out of the laning stage in a really good spot. They were able to get a bunch of those early kills as well, and finished without a single death, interrupting those early BKB usages as well. So MVP for mine was Miro.
Okay. Well, BetBoom get their victory over OG. Now we get to move towards the second best one of the night. It's going to be Yandex taking on Tundra. So again, Yandex 5-1, Tundra towards the bottom with a 2-4 series count. We've seen these teams play plenty against each other so far this year. We'll find out who comes out on top in this affair after a quick break. And we're back, ready to go for our second series of the night. Got the boys on Yandex taking on Tundra. So, see, Yandex looking good so far, Denok. Tundra, not so much.
Not so much. I mean, that loss against OG yesterday would certainly be hurting them a little bit. But, I mean, again, is it about having these dips and peaks at the right point of the year? Of course, a lot of money on the line here at Blast Slam 7, but you've also got to set your eyes onto the events later on in the piece, and maybe they're just like, look, let's do enough. We're a good enough team to be able to get through the next stage. We're going to back ourselves in these high-stakes situations in the last chance play-ins. We think we're good enough to be able to get there to Copenhagen to be fighting out for those top 6 spots. But if they keep the performances that they've been putting in, maybe they won't. It really is going to come down to, are they able to get the dubs against the higher rated teams, which means that this series is so much more important because Yandex, like you said, they've been in such good form. 5-1 so far throughout the group stage? Really good results from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Considering we haven't seen this team actually for a while. They looked incredible to start the year. Of course, we saw it was I'm just going back through. They won Division 2, then they went on to win that season of Dream League. They also came second at Blast Slam 5. That was at that stage. Another Blast Slam, we saw 3rd and 4th. They won a Wallachia, second at Birmingham. But, they hadn't played for a while. It's probably been about a month and a half, honestly, where we saw Yandex. That last tournament, they bombed out of Wallachia. But they are looking good with DM. They're looking exceptional with DM coming through. I thought it was going to be maybe a bit of a slower group stage for them, but absolutely not. It's a complete opposite.
Absolutely. And I heard, I don't know how much of this is true, but I heard like DM was actually one of the possibilities for OG to pick up in their off-lane position. He's got a bit of a history playing with OG, obviously not the C roster, but they went with Toronto Tokyo instead, and DM, he's clearly feeling pretty happy with where he's at right now, putting in some consistent performances. The thing is with him, he's never like that making those amazing like wow plays, but he's just so stable. Every single game, you know what you're going to get out of him. You know what role he's going to play for the team. He is very much that team player that doesn't need the spotlight on him, which is what I love about him.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing, where you have someone who's very consistent, and you can leave the star players to Chira Jr. or Watson or even Sarks are doing crazy things. I feel like at the moment with 3 and what it's been like for a while, you just need a very, very stable offlaner that is always able to output a good game.
Absolutely. And we've seen even if you're playing an exceptional game from the offlane, it's not going to be what wins you the game, right? Like, how many games have we seen of Xtreme Gaming with XXS absolutely dominating on his Magnus, on his Night Stalker, and still it wasn't enough for them to be able to get the dub. So much rather have this role player style of offlaner, and then let the 1 and 2 be the ones putting the flashy stuff in, which we did see Chira Jr. do yesterday on his Invoker. He looked amazing against Nothing to Say's Tinker, playing his Invoker. Really comboed together incredibly well across the map, and I'd say from the teams that we've watched so far, outside of maybe Falcons, Yandex has been the best at being able to get like multiple objectives achieved at once. Being able to take towers while getting kills, while shoving lanes out. They've just been good at it all.
At least in this game, they're going to try and do that off the back of the Keeper of the Light. So either a Soxa hero or a Chiro Jr. hero as well.
And remember, like, just how many months ago, maybe 3-6 months ago or something like that, Chira Jr. was the only one really playing this mid coddle, and teams were first phase banning against it. And now you've got a meta where coddle is being played not just mid, but also 4 and 5, depending on the team, and you're letting it through. So feeling very confident, it seems, on Tundra to be able to respond to it.
It's definitely an interesting response, no?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I'm interested to see how Yandex are going to perceive this Largo pick, right? Because I've said it many times, Largo, relatively decent hero early on, but you only become that busted version once you've got the Kaya Sanj and the Aghanim Scepter, and you also need one of these spirit-style heroes that's going to go into the center of everything and create a lot of havoc with the Croaker Genius. That's what it's called.
Do you want to see an Alchemist banned out? do you want to see Yandex get rid of it so we don't have Elk Largo?
Yeah, probably. I also wouldn't mind a Rubik ban as well. Honestly, all of the spirits, you can't ban all of them. So I think that's going to be a big priority for them. Like, I don't think you can even consider doing that sort of thing if you're Yandex. You just look to try and win the side lanes a little bit more and then just accept whatever Tundra are going to throw at you with BZM's hero.
Yeah, well, definitely the battle of the spirits in this draft in particular is going to be very exciting. Trying to think what world where you can maybe ban a puck counter into picking pucks, so you have a good matchup because we know Yandex are probably wanting Storm, or at least it's definitely the better one with Coddle.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it all works though, right? Ember, Storm, and you kind of want to pick one of those for yourself as well to be able to pair with a Largo. So maybe it's just like ban the Storm, pick the Ember, because then if Yandex go a puck, it's not as bad for the Ember Spirit relative to the Storm, you know?
Yep. Let's us see. But they're only banned here from Tundra in the second phase, so we got to get rid of the Beastmaster, something that Yandex have played a lot recently. I mean, in general, you know, Tiro Junior again, either DM, but they also really like to pair this with the Coddle. I think that's one of the main things I've been noticing as well lately, that teams are doing a really good job with drafting just multiple solid chakra heroes. It's not just like one or two. Really feels like almost everyone can get so much value out of the chakra.
Absolutely. You know, I mean, even Coddle himself, right? Like, it enables you to farm a little bit more. Of course, that's not really how you're wanting to be using it as a support, but it is a possible option. I wonder, like, of course, Largo is a great offlaner as well. I wonder if there even is the small consideration of just putting this as like a position 5, if it is indeed going to be a Coddle mid, just because all you really need is the 1 point in the Croak of Genius and leveling up the Catchy Lick at that point.
Sure.
And you're like a dispeller of the solar bind onto people, just so that you can actually look to get away from a lot of these ganks. You play slightly behind or even in front of your team, soak up a few of these ganks. Sure, you might die a few times, but at least it's not a core dying to the Coddle.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised we're not getting actually more Largo support. I feel like with maybe I'm just putting too much value on Croak in general, but with that, along with the Catchy Lick we've seen, has felt like it's been more important over the last like week. Since we've seen, of course, the Largo lately in the tournaments, you know, even been picked again against the Doom. And when I'm seeing Largo be picked against like the biggest counter, it makes me feel like A, the hero's broken, and B, there's also other things besides heal that's probably the biggest attribute to it. So I'm just a bit surprised we don't see it flex more.
We are seeing a little bit more of the Shadow Fiend come out, though, mostly for Watson, of course. But there is, of course, a small potential for it to be played in that mid lane. So I wonder what they're going to be looking to pair together with this. Again, is it going to be another one of those really aggressive early-ish game supports, like the Tusk, for example, that might be able to be played as a position 5 there? Could be an option. I mean, we've seen him even run Ogre, but I wouldn't really want to be running an Ogre into a Largo anyway. Ignite, not effective at all. Lich is an option. Okay. Maybe just anticipating that they're going to go one of these more diving style heroes, like Kez hasn't been banned out just yet. Not horrible against the Coddle or the Shadow Fiend by any stretch.
Sure. You got Tundra now looking to reveal at least their second support and another core from them. See if they go for, honestly surprised if it's going to be Pure's hero or 33's hero they show. Oh, sorry,
it was Melody, right? That got those the ice holes off in the last game that we cast yesterday.
I think I'm not sure actually.
Diving inside the enemy base after placing a ward. Ooh, Tiny Airlines, hello. As they're able to just get that Ice Spire, Chain Frost, Sinister Gaze combination off. I really love to see it. But That physical damage reduction, of course, it's going to be great against the Tiny, but they have magic damage issues right now. So I wonder, is this going to be something that they're just going to give DM a hero that's happy to build into the auras, you know, get into one of these pipe style heroes? Are you going to be able to go, I don't know, Brewmaster? It's one of DM's staples. Or do you just go the Underlord and look to try and reduce damage all around? Not really a Centaur type of game. Not really a bristleback kind of game.
Is there a particular style that you would like though? Do you think they need a stunner, initiate, aura?
Probably yes to everything.
Sure. Okay, that's good.
They need team fight. They need a stun. They need initiation. And it's not really a meta hero, but something that does love to build auras. So like a Darkseer, for example, might be okay. But again, this gives them at least a little bit more initiation and that damage and that front line that you're going to need. And of course, one of the heroes that can be paired very, very effectively with the Keeper of the Light support. So at least we know now that it is going to be played by Saxa. And you just need to consider, right, well, what does DM actually want for the laning stage that's going to enable him a whole lot? You know, do you actually go down the route of the Bristleback or something like that and just get him to build a little bit more into the avenue of tankiness? Essentially, what I want is just something, again, that's going to be able to pick up the pace. So the fact that you've already banned out Slardar, Lone Druid, Enigma, Beastmaster, those probably were the big DM heroes that I was considering.
Sure. Now, are there any others further down the list that are also paired better with the Coddle specifically?
I doubt they will go for it just because they're not the team that's been picking it. But this is the sort of game where, again, the Omni Knight doesn't feel bad for the offlane, right? Much lower cooldown on the purification, much lower. You can Hammer of Purity back to back. Again, good frontliner. They've got a lot of magic damage that you're needing to consider against with the Lion, with the Phoenix, with the Tiny, with the Largo. So Repel feels absolutely amazing. And then you just look to play around your Shadow Fiend a little bit more effectively.
Yeah,
so
definitely
could be an option.
Interesting hero with the SF specifically.
Mm-hmm.
So, who is it actually that is playing? It's Mia, right? I don't think anyone else is really dabbling with the Omni.
Zeal. Zeal's the one playing it.
Zeal has? Okay.
Yep. Just looking through the other possible offlane options for them. Death Prophet? Just as an option to pick up the pace?
For Yandex, right?
Yeah.
No, I want some melee hero. Want some melee,
Death Prophet's melee-ish, right? You're getting into the thick of things.
Yes, he is, but what is my problem with... I would like a stun.
Sure.
I would like a stun. I don't want Tundra just to be able to run around and take whatever fight they want to, which I think is my concern at the moment, is that they can do that.
Are you not worried about the magic damage, though? That's the big thing that I keep going back to. So how do you have your initiator plus that stun? There really isn't too much of that. Pango? Is Pango still in? DM Pango could work.
Pango
don't really
is
care
actually
about
in the pool.
Magic damage at all. Great combination together with a Coddle just to be able to refresh the Swashbuckle and the Shield Crash. Deals with the backline nice and effectively. You don't really want to go into auras, but Mage Slayer can kind of act in a similar sort of way. Just, damage reduction. Timbersaw could ban too. I'd be down with a DM Pango.
Yeah, definitely probably higher up on the list, especially with when the hero's just first pick material, so the fact that it makes it all the way through.
Mm-hmm.
We will then see what Tundra wants. Still looking for their mid laner.
Do you pair together against the Storm? I mean, yeah, Invoker, Quap still in the pool as well. Really haven't been seeing much of the Quap, but if you talk about this early damage that you're going to need... Ooh, okay. I mean, it is early, and it is a potential aura builder.
And a DM hero.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I've seen Undying at all this tournament, or Dream League, from the games that I've casting.
Yeah, if there has been, I haven't seen the games either. This hero's not been getting drafted much.
Look at that smirk.
So what options do we have now? No real mid hero right to deal with the Tombstone besides the snap.
No,
And I know he's banned, so...
Yeah, there's nothing. Quap, Void Spirit, Invoker are the big three, but... Wind Ranger, okay.
Wow. It's a mid win or carry?
Good question. I was thinking when you were talking about, this Tiny's going to be played there, but yeah, it's a mid Tiny. I don't mind it. It gives them a little bit more of that tempo that you're going to need. You needed the magic damage to be able to deal with Watson before he gets too big. Nice way as well to be able to play a little bit more around the magic as opposed to the physical as well when you're considering Lich, when you're considering the burst damage needed to be able to take out Chira Jr. Really don't hate it.
Sure.
But they're going to need that, right? Like, Pure, yes, he can farm very effectively, but I guess he can make these early rotations. It's going to be so important for them to be able to, in particular this game, take out that enemy safe lane tower, just because you don't want to give Watson space to farm. You want to enable 33 to be a little bit greedier with his farm so that he can get into those item timings a little bit quicker, and you can try and stop the Yandex death ball before it gets to that stage. Because again, look at the team that you're going up against. You've got Chira Jr. being buffed up by Saxa. You've got Melody, who likes to carry from the position 5 role, who's going to be going into the Blink Dagger Aghanim Scepter. And you've got, DM Undying, who's just going to be all about that early game. And of course, Watson, you let him farm, he takes over pretty much any game that you give to him. So yeah, big priority on being able to secure that one.
Okay, so is there a draft that you are favoring?
I think what Yandex is doing fits, like they're not really weak at any stage of the game, I don't think. The Wind Ranger into the Undying feels at least decent, right? And you have to wonder how much of this flex for the Tiny towards the mid lane is just purely because of the Undying, not wanting to lane the Tiny into it, and how much of it was wanting to pick up the tempo a little bit further. So I think while Tundra have done very good to be able to now flex this one, it'll give them a much easier time in that safe lane. I still feel like hitting their timings on Yandex, especially with how they've been playing, is just going to be a little bit too much for Tundra to deal with.
Okay, interesting. For me, for Tundra, I'm just a little bit concerned on actually activating the Tiny and making sure that this mid Tiny has a good game, because I think we've seen some people try and still make it work in the mid lane, and they haven't really been able to do it. The Tiny mids that I've seen haven't really impressed me. So we'll see if BZM is a hell of a Tiny mid player. So if anyone's going to be able to pull it out, it's him. I'm also worried about the Radiant timing that you're mentioning. But I would probably believe Dai's draft a little bit more if we get to the late game. I think the later stage team fights are a bit easier for Dai.
Yeah. Oh, for sure if it gets to the late game. But that's not really what I'm worried about.
Watson.
I'm worried about 30 minutes in. So if you're going to be able to slow things down by being able to get a nice early kill onto the enemy pos 1, that's always going to be a good thing. The big thing that I'm also anticipating for Tundra's sake is I'm expecting to see Whitemon be really active around this Twin Gate. Having a look at Melody, doesn't have any observer wards for himself right now. They've both been placed in on the map, but I want to see this Phoenix make early rotations through the Twin Gate, because again, this is a Wind Ranger into an Undying. You're probably not going to get soloed, and if it is, it's because you're horribly out of position. So I think this is the sort of thing where you can afford to, at like level 3, let's say, just leave the Wind Ranger to her own devices.
See if he can get as many kills onto Melody and Watson. The two DCers. They shall be punished by constant Phoenix ganks. Scary Birdman right there. I want him coming through my portal.
Little mask. Holy. It's a dark version of Dota. But yeah, I'm interested to see as well how they look to put this first additional observer ward that's coming up on both teams, right? It's available for purchase now. Are you going to place a sentry ward down in anticipation that it is an area that's going to be prioritized, or Are you going to prioritize some vision elsewhere around the map? Because there wasn't any D wards, I don't believe, across the map. Both observer wards covering this bottom water rune area. Nothing able to be taken out early on into the piece.
Playing Pure. A little bit vulnerable here, so we're just a level 1. Unable to wind run away, but won't die to the damage of a time. Whitemon is getting run down as well, but not going to get the finishing blow there either. Oh!
Level 1 though. Don't know if he would have been able to get it. It's only going to get more challenging though once this level 2 comes up. You've got DM who's going to be fed over the chakra magic. Constant spams of the decay. At least you're going to have the wind run to be able to run away from the tombstone, excuse me, if it does get placed down.
What happened? The range creep!
Oh no.
Oh shit. The range creep drag into deny. That's a tough one. Sorry there, 33. We do see the kill top lane though. Pure does go down.
DM, nicely done. Top of the net worth off the back of that. He's been pretty much farming unopposed here. Really having a more difficult time here on Pure to be able to get the start into this lane. And this really has been one of the aspects that we've been seeing the difference between, you know, when Tundra were looking their most dominant and, you know, their very more recent times where it's been a little bit more challenging for them, right? It's that Pure hasn't just completely taken over the laning stage. Still good with his movement to be able to avoid a lot of ganks once the laning stage breaks down, but most of the time what we saw them in that incredibly dominant stage, it was just like a 1k net worth lead basically every single laning stage. Just has the full magic wand picked up now though, so we'll be able to withstand a little bit easier.
How do you want BZM to itemize the skill build this game?
I mean, he does need to get aggressive, right? Like, you're playing with a Largo that's not going to be able to do anything, but I think you've just got to make sure that you're always going to be able to have the, again, I'm going to use the word status, to be able to have the volley of spells available, right? He's already got a bottle, he's going into the Soul Ring, he's going into the Power Treads, he's going to be making sure that he secures... he tread switches a hole, and he might die.
BZM is getting seriously outplayed.
I mean, he even missed the flag bearer creep with the last hit, despite dropping an avalanche and throwing the tree. So something's off with Tundra here. You know, Pure getting killed by an Undying, not a stretch for sure, but it's with a Wind Ranger that you specifically picked so that you could flex it into this lane.
Yeah.
And yeah, solo kill in the mid lane as well. Not what you would have been expecting.
No, not at all. And this is my problem, because I don't know. The tiny build at the moment, I feel like it's not discovered completely on really what the ideal build is. You know, we're seeing a lot of the carry tinies at the moment is actually going like a 404 build. So I do not know. Not only that, but even items in general as well. We were getting some people dabbling with
a
like
little bit of trouble though.
Okay, Watson.
Why
Where is Are in trouble? My Watson's bugged. Looks a bit uncomfortable there.
He's just got the lean going, don't worry.
Yeah. Definitely doesn't look like, I don't know, there could be better positions to be stuck in.
For sure. Is always the danger though, if you're going to all in onto a Shadow Fiend, you better be sure that you're going to get the kill. And, you know, I'd have to say probably a Lion Largo isn't what I think of when I think of that devastating burst damage, at least at the very start of a game. Sucks even building up a bunch of stacks, but looks like Whitemon's going to be able to scout it out. Do they see his movement? Maybe. Not sure if he walked past the Melody Observer Ward to the right side of Roche there. They will see him place down that Observer Ward, so again, nice positioning from Suxa. So again, a good laning stage coming out from Yandex. What a surprise.
Bottom, 33. This could be fun. Yeah, I don't know. They keep putting good lanes up on the board from Yandex.
Game's a lot easier when you're able to do that.
Of course. Yeah, you're playing with a massive disadvantage here from from the lanes.
I mean, the last hits don't look too bad, but I want our observer to have a look at the net worth. Like, Pure is poor. We changing his name to Poor? I don't know, but it's not looking great right now. Look at that differential there. Like 1.1k relative to your opposing core is not a good sign at this stage of the game when you picked this to specifically be able to answer effectively.
Yeah, and you put the tiny mid. That's another thing. Like, it's not only did you try and counterpick with a better matchup, you also then put the tiny in a role where he's really not good in at the moment.
Bro,
So,
like, 33 just ate a Fairy Fire and ate a Mango to be able to farm an extra neutral camp. So he spent like 140 gold to get less gold back so that he could buy a neutral item, maybe? Because he just needed the extra remnant there. I guess at least it's giving a little bit of farm over to Ari in terms of experience that he's going to get on this bottom side, which is going to be useful, particularly because with this good start to the game, they're going to be considering playing around at that Wisdom Shrine. And there was that early rotation coming through from Whitemon. Ooh, no Sinister Gaze able to be popped off there.
Chiro Jr. is running bottom, though. Even top lane, there's a Tombstone that's going to push Pure away. They'll deal with that, but bottom, Chiro be able to close the distance easily onto 33.
It's just some free gold coming through from the Tombstone, though. Phoenix, a little deep, maybe.
Got dive. Fine. I don't know if Coddle is, though. We'll see the power shot snipe off the mark. And now Whitemon committed for the kill. It'll probably be a 1-for-1 in the end. But BZM's actually going to show up. Never mind that they're even going to get the kill to Whitemon. They won't.
All right.
Nicely done. Massive rotation from BZM.
Nice stuns from Ari as well, preventing that use of the decay, preventing the 15-1 stacks, maybe just overestimating the strength of the Infurious Raindrops there on DM, and of course not anticipating that rotation, like you mentioned, coming through from BZM.
Speaking of BZM, another blood grenade release.
Is Ari in
Got a
position
bunch
again, though?
of one charges. We're going to have the damage chuck her up in a couple of seconds for some extra mana for Chiro Jr. to be able to push on more. Now with that, could think about Whitemon, but Whitemon held the dive, so they'll just go for Ari instead. You got the Arcane, it's something, but now you just give more Galvanized stacks to Chiro Jr. along with a bunch of damage. And Creep.CET, they're going to miss under the tower. 3k lead.
Yeah. 3k lead. Just 2 points Chakra Magic as well at this point, right? Like, you haven't even truly enabled the Storm Spirit, and he's 3-0-1-1 off the back of a solo kill in the lane. Speaking about that net worth differential, he's got a 1,400 net worth diff compared to BZM.
Alright, so what do you do? Like, what do we need to see from Tundra to somehow stabilize this game?
What Tundra does best. You know, if you lose the early game, maneuver better than the enemy team around the map. Look to try and cut waves as much as you can. Wait for yourselves to be able to get to those timings, because, I mean, 33 has just completely abandoned the lane. He's just like, I'm not laning into Watson. He has way too much damage at this point. I just need to get my farm wherever I can. And at least he's nearly got his Soul Ring to be able to do that, but you know, it's not an ideal situation for a hero that already takes so long to come online and is so greedy as a core.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's going to step back in the lane bottom. Will be okay. If it was there for maybe a second longer, Melody could have found the opening that Watson needed. Yep. But this is a lineup that Tundra are playing with that don't really have a way to find these objectives early in regards to the towers. So with the limited farm that they have, unfortunately, it's probably going to stay that way.
And I mean, they're giving DM plenty of farm as well, dropping the Tombstone here just to enable him to be able to take this gigantic ancient stack built up for him by Success. So both of them going to be getting a nice little injection of gold there. It was the first phase Doom ban as well, by the way, by Yandex. So clearly something that's going to enable this style with the Keeper of the Lights in the supporting role. Going that early Holy Locket.
Oh man, mid lane. Dive rotated a lot of heroes bottom, but that means they are nowhere near BZM. So not only do they give the kill up, Garoon's going to go the way of Chiro Jr. This tower will go down as well. And a great timing from Watson as well to move away from Tundra just before they went for this play.
It's just that good map awareness coming through there. Able to secure another big objective for themselves. 5k net worth lead at 10 minutes in. These guys are looking scary.
Yeah, man. This is a rough position. It feels like you have to all or nothing this bottom tower, but they might not even get it.
just the Undying's presence is enough to be able to make multiple heroes back off. They will catch off the Storm Spirit.
They don't have the finger, but they're going to lack the damage as a result of this. Chira just gets the zip away. The Chainforce not really doing a whole lot as well. The creeps will take up a lot of the damage. Nonetheless, Whitemon does still die. Will be a 1-for-1, however. So, you know, Dire probably... I mean, you'll absolutely take that. Both supports have their ultimate, so... You're happy.
For sure. Does expend a TP from the Undying towards the bottom side, but, you know, Twin Gate can just walk back up towards top and be a nuisance once again for Pure, who's, you know, spending more time running than he is farming. You know, this net worth diff is not looking like it's going to be able to recover anytime soon.
Asaxa will do a good job as well to take the aggro from the tower. As soon as I say that, somehow the catapult does still actually die. And I really have no idea how it re-aggroed actually to the catapult. It doesn't matter.
Magic. That's all you need to know. It's good to have some mystery in Dota, you know?
Yes, yes. What is the mystery of the item build from DM? What is he going after?
It is the aura items that we were talking about, right? Like, that is one of the big strengths from Tundra's lineup, right? Like, you just... So much overwhelming magic damage that they need to deal with early on. Hell, even the Wind Ranger, right? Of course, physical damage threat later on, but first item that you're buying, always going to be that Maelstrom. So just to be able to have that type of insight feels pretty good.
Got the haste. Zoom on out of there.
Yeah. It's the one weakness, really, that we've seen
What's
from
the bottom lane?
Yandex.
He's going to get dived without a care in the world. They showed a lot of heroes mid. But knowing that no one's going to be nearby to protect the Shadow Fiend because they've got other problems. BZM actually, with the last remaining duration of that haste, was able to get a kill. They will lose Whitemon. Chira Jr. held the Vortex for the dive. It's good from Tundra, though. They'll get this tower finally.
Just forced to pop the Mask of Madness. I mean, this was the tower that I was talking about them needing to get really early on into the piece. So obviously haven't been able to achieve that. As we get a bit of a replay there of the follow-up kill. Chain Frost, optimistic, let's call it. But you got to try something. Like we were saying before, that really nice use of the Vortex there to be able to interrupt the dive. But this is going to give 33 so much more space to be able to farm on the bottom side of the map, right? Like, I say that as a very deep dive coming through there from Chira Jr. trying to find a core, but they'll take the support instead. Honestly, a tiny bit surprised that they've been able to hold on to this tier 1 tower top for so long on Tundra. Now, with Watson rotating through, standing next to DM, not really going to be too much that they can do to be able to protect it, backed up by Melody, of course. Just trying to be as cheeky as possible on Whitemon. Sentry blocking the camp there, 14 minutes into the game. Making sure that, yeah, sure, you've got a couple of extra, what, 3, 4 extra camps that you're able to farm now, but not one of them.
The Blink reveal from BZM. Is that item they wanted to reveal to defend the tower? We're a little bit too late, unfortunately, so they'll just have to get the kill into the Coddle. They get the power rune? No, Chira got it.
TP coming down bottom, and they won't be able to stop Melody. 3 seconds on his TP. Tiny's found him out, though. Oh, maybe. Worth.
Oh, he's got the supernova. Zap him. Oh, he thought about it. Come on, Ari.
Be careful about aggroing that creep camp as well. That would have been a disaster.
Oh. Would have been nice for BZM to get the kill, considering the net worth position of the Tiny.
I mean, he's still got the Wisdom Shrine. That's really all that matters, right? And you got a supernova out of them, so... No Chain Frost. It's a little bit of a big deal, but again, it's gotten to this point where you've got amp damage. I believe you've got the Sange coming out as well. So Kaya Sange, level 12, amp damage with no supernova to have to worry about. This feels pretty good for Yandex if they wanted to make an aggressive move here.
And bottom lane, that's where the move will be. And damage, Chira Jr. is going to be able to follow Whitemon after the dive. And they will keep him topped up with the mana pool as well. Man, it must be so nice to play Coddle Storm. It's such an easy combo.
Yep.
See, when they want... Oh, I actually hold that.
They smoked right underneath this observer ward, so again, just good plays from the pos 5s. Malady expending a lot of spells for his death, still getting the wisdom, but Whitemon placing down that observer ward right before his death as well that catches out this smoke. This is a big deal for 33. I mean, he should have seen the fact that they smoked together, and now you're going to be converged on by 3. They're going to go for the Phoenix first. Easier kill perhaps, but...
He's able to dive away. Meanwhile, 33 now still is getting rent down as well, but the Tombstone dropped on the high ground. Tira Jr.'s going to be able to deal with the Largo bike himself, because meanwhile, DM needs to step back to assist the Coddle. He will be able to do so. They've done a good job to keep Sarkser alive, but BZM will walk this off.
How'd Melody die? Finger of Death dropped onto him, maybe? I think so.
Melody?
Yeah, he died at the start of that team fight.
Oh, did he?
Off to the left, yeah, near the Dire observer ward in their jungle.
Imagine dying, bro.
I know, right?
Not me.
Well...
Not me. That's all I can say.
You don't play for Spirit.
Bro, you think you're immortal? So, buddy. Not yet.
He's a skeleton Iceman. Kind of is.
Yeah, Melody's fake immortality. You know, DM's a little bit closer.
Yep.
They are making a bit of a move top lane. Potentially out of smokes, but BZM with Whitemon wanting to try and get to Pure. They might run into DM, and without the wind range, they may have lacked the damage, but now with Pure being key, they should get him when the Blade Mail expires. It takes a while. That extra couple of seconds actually might be enough. No way. Supernova's used early, so they'll need to kite this. Chira will actually go further than northwest. As BZM, oh, he was isolated. Meanwhile, Chira is able to use that last little bit of mana to zip back in, and DM, he doesn't even die.
Doesn't even die, keeps the Ceaseless Dirge available. Not the greatest Tombstone, but of course it does force them to have to back off there, and you know, even without that Supernova being able to get the kill or being able to pop it beforehand, this is a big dive by Chira. Doesn't have any mana to be able to play around with.
Cooldown.
Doesn't need it.
Oh,
that's
the
clarity.
shackle.
It's away.
Okay, the river now as well. See Ari in 33. Nice little cheeky kill.
So net worth lead is growing for Yandex. So what are we up to now? 87% win probability, but it stayed pretty stable for the past like 8 minutes. You know, it was 85 back then. So it's not the worst for them because they haven't reached this point where they feel truly ready to take these team fights. You know, Tiny looking to go even more into the magic side of things, Aghanim Shard being the next purchase for him. It's nothing major to enable his scaling, and you can see that it's really affecting his own net worth, particularly relative to Jira Jr. But now you've got that Kai Assange on 33. A whole lot tankier. He's his level 12.
But then Radiant have this lane ward.
Yeah,
it's going to see Ari, and it's going to see anyone playing behind Ari as well. So this will be a free kill. Kind of lucky Chira Jr. was honestly a little bit too far away to actually zip at BTM all 33.
Watson had the Shadow Blade there, but it was underneath a sentry ward, so they did see that he was hanging around in the area. That's why they didn't choose to commit that little bit further on Tundra. They're going to go a different avenue instead. Just looking to try and find out anyone. They don't see these Ancients being taken, but that's not the objective that they're really going for. Supernova just came back up. Roche, yeah, like you mentioned, is the main target for them. Looking to try and take it as quickly as possible. Not even needing to use the Flesh Golem for the amp damage either. Pure.
Very close. 2 seconds shy, but now Radiant still have this high ground ward. So Vortex should be able to secure the kill. Now Chira Jr. will have some mana to continue to go for 33 as well. This one's a bit more difficult.
Again, just having that Kaya component makes him so much tankier, right? It's a lot harder to be able to take him out. And again, you got to commend the idea coming through from Pure, but it just seems like when you're all in on the Roshan, you've got to have the rest of your team there. And maybe it was a little bit too optimistic considering they were 9k down prior to that. And now it's 11k and then just gone from worse to worse.
And now once again, it feels like they're just constantly under vision.
That Observer Ward has given them so much value.
They will actually go themselves as well. Tundra feeling like that the Undying's actually a potential kill for them, which will be the case, but still Chiro Jr. has the ages that he can utilize. Maybe he's gone a bit too far, though. They'll kill him the once ready. They do have a tier 1 tower. They're going to be able to TP in.
DM already used his.
They have the Avalanche to toss back. The blast from Sarks is going to be pivotal to keep the Storm Spirit alive. The health that's enough. Chiro Jr. will get that zip away. Pure, nor anyone else on Tundra are going to be able to catch up. And now with the backline, finally, the rest of Team Yandex, they have came through from the portal. It's a nice shackle for Pure. Chiro Jr. is just not going to die, though. This Coddle hero, why is it healed so much? Why can you still get healed and healed and healed? They're going to go back in like no one's dead. And 33 is going to get run down because what do you know? Apparently DM is here as well. Maybe 33 might actually live. They're lacking the potential to be able to run him down. It's an interesting tombstone. Why not?
It's the intimidation tombstone, you know, that's all you're really wanting. But yeah, Coddle, cool hero, by the way. Not just the healing, but still doing 1.5-ish K in the middle of that team fight. The Essence Distiller giving a lot of information as well throughout that team fight. And I mean, you just see there at the very beginning after the someone's dying while it's live. It's just a support. It doesn't matter. The healing coming through from the Holy Locket, coming through from the heal with the ulti available. Level 12 on Saxa, just able to keep him fighting fit. To me, the crazy part is going back in after this. So deep. It was a great shackle after the fact as well by Pure, but the damage just isn't there. Another heal just about to come through from Saxa, hitting onto multiple once again. And there's going to be a third as well, just enabling them to keep going and going and going. This is without pipe as well, by the way. Like, DM just walked in onto the right side of this, not there. He's an aura boy, but didn't even provide the auras to his team, and they were still able to shrug off so much of that damage.
Now you got a Tormentor as well. Got Ag Shard. It's going to be in the hands of DM. The bunker now, apparently. Cool. Top lane, Chiro Jr. We saw, I mean, this is very reminiscent of just the previous fight. They'll come through the portal with the rest of the heroes on Team Yandex, and Tundra will do their best, but they have too large of a deficit that they are playing up against, unfortunately. It's just not going to be good enough. BZM disconnected from the team. Zombies and everything. A bunch of clunk and crap just thrown at him.
I mean, it's gotten to the point where I think they've realized that they can't kill 33, but they don't really care at this point, just because, you know, he's not doing enough at this stage of the game. He doesn't have his Aghanim Scepter, he's living, but not really contributing all that much. So it's just about zoning him out, making him feel a little bit scared to be part of a lot of these team fights. Big Zip.
Oh, man. Absolutely. Oh, that choreo, was it worth it? I don't know.
And yeah, like, again, I'm just going to mention Pure. He's really going back and forth between what items he wants. I think he had like a Chrysalis queued up prior to this, but he's going into the BKB now. I get it, but also it must feel so frustrating to be trying to go in onto these targets, get them down to like 10% health, and then they just get healed up to full. So survivability can only go so far when you're playing against something that, you know, you're playing against an Undying, wants to take longer fights. You're playing against a Coddle who's going to be constantly refreshing mana. Shadow Fiend that has a bunch of survivability off the back of just lifesteal. So do you really want long fights? No. You want to find the quick pick-up and then go into something else. But you know, it's gotten to the point where he's just like, look, I need to be able to just commit to right-clicking without fear of being interrupted.
Yeah. Man, it's a pretty difficult position to be in. 70k deficit. I'm just looking through the net worth and trying to see if there's like some
big timing coming.
Sport. Yeah, anything. Bright spot, some big timing. There's not much melody is going to be ran into. Another kill. At least it's, you know, Tundra getting it.
Sure.
So.
I mean, Tiny, level 15, more avalanche damage, 900 gold.
Nice placement with the sentry.
900 gold away. Ooh,
Pure's
here.
Actually wanting to try and step in. They're going to get the hex onto the Storm Spirit, but with DM playing on the front, as soon as the pipe's activated, they're just going to have to run away in the opposite direction. A supernova used, but They can kite it if they want to. Pure down to the south along with BZM. Be careful now that they stick around for a little bit too long. The Storm's men is okay.
It's a 1-for-1 trade, but no Finger of Death, no Supernova. You even see Whitemon TPing down towards the bottom side of the map. So do you just say, screw it? Let's just try pushing into this mid tower. That's why BZM's playing around here, just trying to shove it out as quickly as possible so that they don't lose too much more of their map. I mean, they don't have a lot to play around at this stage. And he's looking to try and get into a pipe of his own. And that's, well, a little bit of a relief for them that they don't have to at least worry about a Silver Edge on Watson. He was already doing a lot of damage, but not having to worry about that at least.
Something. Silver lining. Unfortunately, you're going to need many, many more.
Yeah, you just got to play around the EKBs at this point and play around the Ags, right? Like Tundra, they can maybe fight around the next Roshan. That is going to be the big test. Are they going to be able to get a good Earth Spike, a good Supernova? You know, 33 finally starting to come into his own as well. And you will have the Aghanim's, you will have the BKBs by that point. You'll have an additional survivability item for Ari, plus level 12 on the Lion. So there's possibilities for sure. It's 16k, it's a lot to come back from, but it's not insurmountable.
It's getting run down. Is he going to be able to survive with the wind run? Watson needs a little bit of more magic damage, but that wind run has expired. And so too has Pure's life.
Gotta play on the edge though. And this is the way that Tundra have been able to get out of so many losing situations and be able to turn it around. High risk, high reward. And I would say no one exemplifies that more than Pure. Sorry, I'm looking at this top side. Yeah.
Does he get far enough in front? Gotta be careful he doesn't avalanche though.
Yeah.
And he won't. He'll just go for the toss instead, but it's still not enough damage. But that's where the Arcane Storm Spirit can come into play.
BKB used on the Tiny as well right before his death. Unfortunately for Watson, he did deny the creep, so he's not going to have any sort of backdoor. Not that he really wants to go up onto the high ground now.
And then the Storm TP to the Coddle. To be back up to about 3/4 mana. And Bob, he won't get the kill, unfortunately. 10-0 and 11 is Chira Jr. at the moment.
Yeah, pretty decent
that 11th.
game.
Yeah, you know, it's been okay.
And now they're going to get a tier 2 tower and have high ground control and get the Wisdom Shrine and get the next Aegis because Roshan's spawning in 10 seconds.
I think, honestly, 10-0 and 11 is pretty disappointing. Could be better for Chira Jr. Like, bro, they drafted you a Coddle. This is Coddle Storm. It's almost like, you know, when we had Earthshaker Morph thing, right? If you weren't 20, if you didn't have 20 kills, it wasn't good enough. Like, you have this broken combo. It's just anything under that, you know, potential report level.
Okay.
Sorry, buddy. You know, even though you're winning, you're 19k up.
19k against probably the best team of the year if you're taking into account the entire year.
Yeah, it would be devastating if we see a Tundra not perform well at EWC and TI.
Honestly, it's devastating not seeing them perform here as well. You know, they've just got the, is it 2 wins, I think, so far?
Yep.
Certainly would have had higher expectations leading into this.
Yeah, absolutely. Just in general, all the tournaments we've seen them lately, Tundra have been struggling. I would love to be able to make it to play over at Copenhagen.
Yeah. They do scout out the fact that Roshan is up, and you have to imagine, yeah, they're just instantly going towards their own Yandex. They realize that they are on a bit of a timer, and the thing is, like, you've almost hit these big items now on Tundra. You've got the Ags on the Largo, you've got the BKB on the Tiny, you're 400 gold away on Pure, but I think you need to cut your losses and say, look, we're giving up this Roche, just get our items, get something so that we can actually fight Goliath. Nearly into a pipe on the Phoenix as well. Tier 1 tower should be about to go down on this top side.
Go right one.
Can they quickly pick him off?
Yeah, they're actually going to try. I'll get him. Well done.
It's useless Dirge though. He's right back. Aegis, who needs it? And he's got bots, so should be able to walk quickly back to that lane and then join the rest of his team if they really want to. Knowing that Finger of Death is on cooldown, but of course it is level 12 on Ari, so much lower cooldown than previous.
How does high ground look for Yandex? Do you feel like it's easy?
I mean, just drop the Tombstone, drop your auras. This is second Aegis as well, right? So they've got the the Roshan's banner, I believe, sitting on the Storm at the moment. And I mean, they've got the lineup to be able to go for pickoffs as Chira Jr. just slightly off the mark there with being able to find a core, but he'll take what he can get. Whitemon, easy kill, and he's got the regen rune still for a couple of seconds.
Oh, wow.
Dire's courier has been killed.
28 galvanized. Cool. Pure.
Another D ward. Oh,
Yeah.
Miney wants the kill.
They're going to go for it.
They're trying to force a BKB out.
Oh, they'd love that if they can get it, but
no.
they will not only get the BKB, they'll also get his life and a solo kill apparently from Melody the opposite side. And Radiant are pretty quick on the TP. Sarx is already in at the outpost. They'll at least toss him away. So Sarsa won't be able to get the Illuminate heal.
And his courier dies as well, unfortunate. But the important thing is no pure, and no pure, no damage, in my opinion. Like, again, you're wanting this Largo to be able to stand in the middle of these areas and try and pick him off. Even a tossback probably isn't going to be able to do much of anything if you don't have the damage to be able to follow up on it.
Let's see if they banned the catapult wave though. Okay.
Respecting the Wind Ranger.
Why would they not push then?
They're close to being able to pick anything up. Maybe just wanting the Aghanim Shard for the Storm Spirit. You know, just, again, blow them up before they can use anything. Because, again, they've got the gem, right? They just de-warded 2 Observer wards. They feel like they're huddled in their base. You could just extend this net worth lead even further. The one downside, of course, is that you don't have your own vision in the side lanes, where you're looking to try and be a little bit more elusive. However, that's exactly where Watson's going underneath this vision. Do they feel like they can pick him off, though, is the real question. Who's baiting who?
Might be some overconfidence though with the Observer ward. Tundra's still going to try and push forward to deal with the Shadow Fiend. Toss back into the damage from Pure. The focus fire is not enough, especially when the bunker's going to be there from DM. And now Watson pops out with a BKB. And they're kind of stuck in a bit of an awkward position. They just get back in before Chiro Jr. was able to snatch one.
Yeah, DM, a little bit of grief there. Watson popped the BKB, then went inside of the Tombstone, and you have a little bit of a cooldown before you can jump out, so wasn't able to right-click into BZM to be able to take him out. So they'll be kicking themselves a little bit for just missing out on that, but another BKB being used, another dodge. This is Tundra at their best, just able to dodge out these attempts, wait out some of these cooldowns, and re-engage once they think that they're able to actually take a successful fight.
Okay. Can there be a fight that's had with the BKB on cooldown? They want to go.
I mean, you got to kill Storm, right? You take away the gem, you get this godlike streak away from him. He doesn't have a BKB, so it's got to be the target that you're wanting. It's just about anticipating where he's going to be farming. Smartly done by Chira Jr. though, with the Invis rune, just standing at the top of the stairs, making sure that he's able to catch out any sort of smoke attempt for his life.
Yeah, both sides scanned, but it's going to be off the mark, so no one has that extra information to
doing
work
the same.
with. Tundra will smoke and go deep into Radiant's jungle. Ari tries to get the initiation, but the Supernova's going to be dropped straight on the Coddle's head. They know that Sarx is important. They want to take him out of the team fight early on. It's going to take them a while, and meanwhile, Tiny's also been found down to the south. Down goes BZM. And now 33 as well enters the danger zone. It just took them too long. I mean, the read, it's fine to go for Sarx, but when it takes that long, you're going to have too many problems.
I mean, they just didn't have Pure there, right? Like, he still needs to be focusing on his farming. He's looking to even just try and take away these Watchers, just so that he's not getting jumped on by the Storm Spirit. He's built himself up to level 18, though. So, another point in the focus fire, a little bit of additional damage coming through from him. BKB available. The difference needs to come from finding the actual jump on Tundra for a change. And it's just so much harder than it seems because you don't have any vision to be able to play around with. You know, you've just walked around the map with this Storm Spirit gem and taken away any kind of vision, not even advantage, vision potential that they've had on Tundra.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
We will see Pure's... He gets the wisdom at least. So you lose a full set of barracks, but Pure's out of the map. So, gonna get a full wave, maybe with the Mjolnir, which might get him inching closer towards that Blink Dagger, but it is a full set of barracks, a 24k lead that Yandex have. Little break, little moment. So we're trying to get out of the base. But Radiant, of course, farming 60, 70% of the map. With that being said, DM does reveal himself. Well, somehow blimp over the avalanche.
Sneaky boy. He's gone bots too, by the way, on this Undying. So just looking to join wherever the team fight is, right? Go straight in onto wherever Chira Jr. zipping in. Drop the pipe, drop the tombstone. Just be that frontliner.
Do you still
want
to see Dire jump Sarkshot like we saw in that previous fight?
Yes, but Pure's got to be there.
Okay.
And it's the thing, though, that you can't really commit the focus fire to be able to do it, right? You need that to be able to take out a core, but even just a few right clicks, if they're lucky, will be able to at least secure that. I'm just seeing they're going to potentially walk into BZM here.
Yeah, BZM. Be nice to be able to cancel the Tiny's blink, but there's going to be Chain Frost now in his face. Gets the BKB, but it doesn't do anything. Chira Jr. Really looking to try and zip and catch anyone else before they make it up to the stairs. Pure will turn with the shackles. A lot of damage at the moment with the Sunray. Bunkers there, though. DM does a good job to be able to protect his carry. He'll pop back out once the egg blows up. Watson's health is still in problems, but Melody's Sinister's gaze onto multiple might be what wins them the team fight in the end. They still lose the Storm, and DM has run pretty deep.
That's his job, though, right? Be the target for everyone else to be focusing down. And we also saw Saksa once again, right? Like, just able to be healing multiple people in the middle of that team fight. 4 separate Illuminates going off, 3 Chakra Magics, fed a healing Lotus over as well, just to keep the front line up and healthy.
Yeah, unfortunately, not able to get enough mana into Chira Jr. So he got it towards the end, but that's Supernova. Stun. Ah, man, that Lich Sinister's Gaze I thought was going to be the fight winner there as well, but the Wind Ranger just was able to break away. Very close. Looking for the nail in the coffin, though. 23,000 net worth lead. Still haven't been able to find that final team fight victory.
I mean, they may as well just wait for Roche, right? It's up in minute 23. We'll move up towards the top side where, you know, they've got even more control right now on Yandex. Even a Arcane Rune for the Storm Spirit to be able to play around with.
Or Melody. Oh, he was so quick! Wanted to try and take control of the high ground. Meanwhile, the rest of Tundra tried to take another angle in. They used the far west stairs instead to get the kill into the Kodo, so it's a 4 for 4. The Storm Spirit's actually going to be back alive. Meanwhile, Pure's going to use the numbers advantage to get a secondary kill. But he needs to use that BKB to get away as well, because Storm is here now. Chira Jr. gets the Vortex, but the rest of the team unable to fall in. Now Chira has to be careful. Won't do so.
Willing to commit the BKB as well. The Shackle is very close to being able to land.
BZM, does he get the toss back? No, DM. And with the BKB, even with the buyback out of Lich, you see that Yandex, even 21,000 gold they've got. They will respect Tundra. They're not going to try and overstay their welcome.
And one buyback expended, like we were saying, so it's the little victories coming through. Going into the Scythe of Vice next is Chira Jr., not wanting to even give them a chance to be able to react to anything.
They go again. We got Roche up, so we're looking at that. We'll make its trek through the lane to get to top. Yandex. One more fight is what we need. We want to go through. Bots pushed in, mids push through. Or the lane's in a great position currently. We'll see if they just force a fight or if they just want to go for Roche straight away. Not too bad of a way to bring Tundra to you instead.
And they've got some decent vision up right now. But again, just carrying that gem, they should be able to clear it. It's an interesting position though. That
BZM. The rest of the team's not really close to the Tiny. But did they get a glimpse of him? Okay, they're gonna get the D ward now. BZM will blink away. Very scary moment. BZM potentially was caught out before that Roche fight, which could have spelt the end for this series for Tundra. Who again have been struggling very much so far in the group stages of Blast Slam 7.
They'll be aware of Roshan's going on, but they're the ones that are going to need to react here.
Oh,
Initiation.
BZM doesn't get that ideal started. Where did his help?
Melody.
What? Was that a lich? No way. That can't be that much damage.
Chain Press does a lot, brother.
Oh my god. What?
Yeah, just 2.6k. Easy clap.
Really?
It's doing 550 a jump, man. And he's using Frost Blast as well in the middle of all of this.
This Lich here, huh? The bit spooky sometimes. I like this. This is the Chad build from Melody. You just, who cares? Just go blink Scepter, you know? It's like, yeah, Wind Waker next too. It's good. Alright. See, they have been a little bit hesitant previously with some of their advantages. With actually walking up high ground again from Yandex. That bottom one in particular we saw. Maybe around 25-30 minute mark. So we'll see what they actually need to do to get done. To actually put themselves in a confident enough position to be able to walk up high ground. What do you feel like needs to be done on the map to actually start the siege?
I mean, nothing really bottom, right? That's always going to naturally push in. But maybe that's going to be an area that Tundra feels like they need to address. So perhaps you can find a pick off on someone that's going to be playing around the right-hand side here that wants to just dip out into the lane for a second and then, jump right back out to safety. So if you're able to just take that away from them, find that quick pick off, hope that the person that you find doesn't have buyback, that's going to be a big win for them. And what is the buyback status, by the way? I think it's BZM and Whitemon that have it, but no one else on Tundra.
Speaking of BZM, gotta be careful.
Side.
No one else is even remotely close as well to the Tiny.
Does have buyback.
Sure, Junior zipped into the Hex. 33 is going to drag him a little bit further under the T4 towers as well, but the bunker will come out early, but he didn't get the BKB off. Blast is there. He will now have that immunity for the wards the later second, so Chirrut Jr. is able to zip away.
He's got cheese as well. He's going to pop it and get right back into the fight. Might not even need to do it. He's just getting healed up by and manned up by Saksa.
I don't know if they stay the amp damage. They might want that instead. What did they really use on Radiant? So Flesh Golem, the big one. Well, the only one really. Chain Frost. So Roche's banner was used. Well, they still had two actually.
Always the issue when going up against Tundra, though, isn't it? They just seem to find a way to be able to hold on, play the map, extend the game out a little bit, give themselves that small opportunity to be able to come back into it. The thing is, though, I'm still just struggling to see what is that big item that's going to be able to break the game open. Pure has buyback at least. He would love to be able to go into his level 25 just so that you can actually commit the focus fire onto the Coddle if you find him out. But even now it's gotten to the point where Coddle's farmed enough that he's got an Aeon disc. So you can't even, commit that sort of thing. And who else can you really kill outside of the Lich? And even then he's probably going to get grab allied in the Tombstone. So many options for safety here for Yandex.
Yeah, and Pure is also getting scouted too. Watson, does he actually look for the Requiem blow up? Fear will push the Tiny towards the opposite direction. It means that Tiny actually runs into the Lich instead, who does end up dying. They will use the BKB to cover the TP out. Oh, Ari. Not much mana on Chirrut Jr., but surely the little pull that he has might be enough. Never mind. Okay, still a nice pick. 80 seconds, 4v5.
Sure.
Take that, stall the game, get Pure's level 25.
That's the big thing for mine, right? Like, you just need it. You need it so that he's not just this one hero committal hero.
Yeah. Again, like with everything you're mentioning about the 25, and it looks like with how he's itemizing with the blink, the coddle is still correct. I know you just brought up before with him going on him, but with the Aeon Disc, it makes it problematic.
Yep.
So again, like, let's continue to look at, like, how does Wind Ranger actually play these fights? If you're seeing that coddle is a bit difficult to jump, who does he go with the blink dagger then?
Literally Lich. Yeah, it needs to be Lich, and then hope that DM's not nearby to be able to pipe and tombstone him up.
All right.
And then back off, hope that you can get some big cooldowns out of Yandex, and then look to try and go again. I mean, the ideal scenario as well is that BZM just gets an Avatos combo onto the coddle to break that Aeon Disc, and then you can look to go in again onto him after that.
Okay. Well, definitely the blink from DM's going to make it easier for him, and also naturally just with how the Undying always positions. See how BZM's going for a very late consecrated wraps as well. Bit of an interesting suggestion. Interesting idea, I should say. See what neutral item he wants as well. Nothing too crazy. They've got a nice ward outside the base, which they might be able to take a fight around pretty shortly as well. They're starting to TP back.
It's onto the Undying. It's not the target that you want, especially with bots too. You know, that Ceaseless Dirge, if you expend too much onto him, probably can expend the Focus Fire, but he has the Blade Mail as well, right? So is that even the target that you're wanting to be going on unless he's fully stunned up without the Blade Mail active?
Over here now.
Oh, are they outside the range? Oh my god. Sentry. This doesn't cover that ward up there. And they are coming straight back here from Yandex. So they have been in this position for such a long time, it's felt like, honestly. We're 48 minutes into the game. Yandex have been one fight away from ending this for 15 plus.
They're patient boys though, right? And it's not like they don't have room to grow. Like, you haven't even gotten to the point where Storm Spirit has the Aghanim Scepter. He can buy it now if he wants. He would just leave him without the buyback. With his level 25, with the Aghanim Shard, it must be so tempting for him.
So it's going to reveal mid, so they might just walk top. So we'll raise the creep wave, and that's about it.
They're going to drop one of these banners. Still got two.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What are they really worried about with a high ground fight specifically?
I mean, it's going to get harder even as it goes later on, but toss, always going to be a big thing. Fighting into a Largo that's just able to play around the front line. A Wind Ranger actually has a position where she can retreat to, rather than be in the center of a team fight and have a little bit more of a challenge. So, you know, it's always going to be a little bit more challenging when you've always, like, outside of the Storm, they don't exactly have the greatest diving lineup, you know, on Yandex. Everyone else kind of needs to just find the pick and then stand their position, but you can't do that if you're having to dive past a tower. I'm still keen to see what Melody does, though. I mean, we've seen him blink into the base as long as they've got vision.
Bottom, Pure trying to push out the wave aggressively, but Yandex were ready and waiting, and with the minimal control they have, that is all that was necessary. Back top, though, Tundra instantly will push out of the base, but they've got Lich problems. It doesn't matter if multiple heroes show bottom with the Chain Frost like that. It didn't guarantee any more kills. Whitemon was quick with a supernova. The rest of Tundra trying to disengage. Ari getting friend down.
Chira's here.
DM Bike himself will kill off the Lion. Meanwhile, Chira also catches up to 33, and with the damage from Watson, that was plenty.
All of them have buyback at least. So Watson, he's going to hit into this tower, but you've got answers.
Well, DM. Aggressive jump in, but there's those buybacks like you were mentioning, but without being able to toss anyone back to utilize the buybacks, you cannot let DM get away. This is illegal if he makes it out. And it looks like, at least luckily for them, they not only will get him, but they're going to get Chiro Jr. as well.
All right. Death number 2 for him. They both have buyback, of course. Rochamp at 50 seconds. Will be on the top side of the map, which is where they already are, so Not too bad of a situation here for Tundra off the back of that as well. You get up to level 25 on the Largo. BZM actually didn't get too much experience in that team fight. It was level 23 prior to it, but the big thing is that you take the Storm out and you give yourselves an option to be able to go into this Roche pit here. Love another pick off.
Don't get it, unfortunately. Yandex. More discipline from them.
They know the Aeon disc got popped as well around the mid tier 3 tower, so they would have loved to be able to find that pick off onto the Coddle. More man smoke coming through though.
They're going to try and fight with no Storm, so what do they think? That maybe he buys back? So in this case, isn't the best Melody? Was hoping to catch more. There's the buyback out of the Storm. Chira Jr. quickly in the middle. Who do they want to try and target down, though? They're spreading their attention. Pure... Oh, man, the crits from Watson. He just needs the tunnel vision into dealing with the Wind Ranger. Because with no Pure, there is no team fight to be won.
Yeah, they can go the really safe route, taking Roshan, knowing that there's no buybacks on 2 of them. And I think they would rather just try and end it, you know? No Pure. Go the safe route. I mean, they've been doing it for the past, what, 25 minutes? So you may as well commit to it.
I guess maybe the Yules was enough just to stop the Undying kill. Like, yes, it comes through, but it takes a little bit longer. You see the response from Yandex, like, instantly just a Pure. When Wind runs on cooldown, Watson's able to just kill him at 2 crits. You know, he's got MKB. Who cares about that? Meanwhile, back live. Well, that's a BZM Tiny Dad.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do something to try and stop them from just pushing into your base easily, but he got caught out underneath when he had vision in the area as well, by the way. Just underestimating the potential for Chira Jr. to just say, screw it, let's go in for this super deep dive.
The index record is about to continue to look very pretty towards your midway of day 3.
Seems like they want to just fight around the Ancient there. I think they're going to be giving up mega creeps. He was pinged to be able to just go ahead and try and defend this tier 4 towers. Still having the glyph available. Do they want to get the multi-shot, or do they want to wait until they get baited into a little bit too deep dive?
BZM, it's not about Avalanche. They'll drop the Supernova as well, but instantly Yandex will turn with everyone. They'll prioritize the egg. And now even BZM is not making it out of this one, unfortunately. The Tundra will try and stall as best as they can. Some of the other heroes will be back alive, but the heroes that are dying aren't going to be able to rejoin them for a final hold. Yandex will now move to 6-1.
Will indeed. Pure trying to do his best. Maybe with Whirlwind Facet, he would have been able to do it, but GG being called from a game that felt over. I want to say 10 minutes in. You know, they were about 5k up, 6k up maybe even at that point, and they never really took their foot off the throat.
No, not at all. Not at all. A 54-minute victory for Yandex. Watson 14-2, Chira Jr. 14-2 as well. And we get a cool Undying pick. If anyone's going to pull it out, it's got to be DM or even Whisper.
We get a cool 26,000 healing game from Saxa. Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
I mean, especially when you go on these ball up and go strats, it's exactly what you're wanting, right? They just found pick-off after pick-off after pick-off. Found a lot of these early objectives, made Watson and Chira Jr. so big off the back of just some really solid supporting. Of course, Saxa as well has to be credited for just pressing his E button and then clicking the Storm Spirit as well. Very difficult for him to be able to do that, but it just made Chira Jr. have the easiest time.
Yeah, Chakra is definitely one of the more highest skill spells that you need to use. It's very technically difficult, so Saxa, it's impressive. Very impressive for him, very impressive from Yandex as a whole. So yeah, again, they are now 6-1, and the woes for Tundra will continue 2-5. And the bottom 2 teams are going to be eliminated. They won't even play in the last chance qualifiers for those 6 teams that we are looking to get to play over at Blast Slam. Apologies, more than 6. So we shall see if we can get OG. So if we can get Tundra there. I'm looking at OG because they're directly under them. So We'll see if Tundra's performance is going to continue to get a little bit better. For us, though, we're going to look towards our third series of the night. That's going to be Xtreme taking on BetBoom. So that being said, we're going to break. When we come back, we've got more Blast Slam action. See you guys soon. Well, BetBoom have a new opponent over on the B stream. They're going to be taking on Xtreme Gaming, who I don't know what's going on, Danog, but they're not looking good. They're not looking good at all lately. 1-5, and the Arme, the man on the far left of your screen, is continuing to have some very interesting GG calls.
Interesting GG calls, and also kind of playing away from the rest of his team a lot of the time, you know? Like, we've seen a couple of times now on his Kez in particular, he either dives in 1v5 or completely abandons his team, or he's farming when they're trying to get aggressive. I'm not sure what's up, but the connection just isn't there. But it can't be saying the same about XXS. He has been on point all throughout this tournament so far, and he's doing a lot of heavy lifting, but it's just not been enough. So let's see if the others are able to step up to be able to meet his high standards.
What are the heroes you're looking at in particular for XXS that he has looked great on as of late that we would like to see Xtreme prioritize?
I mean, anything that's to do with teamfight, as we see the man himself there. Axe, Magnus, I think are the big two. He had an excellent game on the Night Stalker, but just wasn't able to get it done because even with like only 2 deaths and about 30 kills and assists combined, wasn't able to get the late game scaling from both Nothing to Say and Arme. So I think a lot of people are putting all of this onto Arme, but it's not just him, right? Like, I don't think we're seeing necessarily some of the best spellcasting coming from the supports if it isn't set up perfectly by XXS. And I think it's just way too much to put onto one person. There needs to be a more even spread of contribution there.
All right, well, let's see. Let's see how the spread looks. See how they're set themselves up for Xtreme. Have the Tinker removed once again from BB when you're going against Xtreme. There was another one that I saw as well earlier. Yesterday with Xtreme playing. I don't remember what it was, but it was another. Dra was another one. So there you go. That is again removed.
They're just not letting him get the drow ever.
Oh, not the trees! No.
Sorry, Arme. You did this to yourself by picking it so much. Now everyone's looking to try and mirror you. We have been seeing this Bane hero get banned out a whole lot in recent times, even just in the first phase. So first pick overall coming through for Xnova is going to be an interesting one to see how they're going to be able to set up around it. And in the past, the main team that was playing around it was Talon there, you know, playing around the POS 5 interrupt into a position 4 Dawn coming in. Could even see the POS 3 Dawn, but again, that doesn't really feel like the XXS style of hero that's going to be able to just result in a seriously successful team fight.
What is the main things that Bane provides a lineup?
Solid lane, BKB interrupting, ultimate, just damage reduction overall, I think is the big thing, right? Not only can you dodge out a bunch of big spells, I've seen, I think it was in Blast, even with a Zeus respawning, just able to use the Nightmare to be able to dodge out a teammate that was really low on the HP, just to be able to, you know, avoid things like that. And of course, the Enfeeble, still underestimated in my opinion. Just cast range reduction, damage reduction, feels really good across the board.
Okay. Well, you'll love the BKB piercing control to help answer the Kez inside some of the fights. We'll see how long you can get that Fiend's Grip off. Of course, with the ban on a hero like the Silencer, very much increase, you know, the probability of that, you know, Fiend's Grip lasting.
Hold on, I'm just going to have a look on Xtreme, like, who's the one actually doing the drafting here? Because if it feels like Xnova's doing it, but Nothing to Say has got the crown on his head right now. Like, look at the bans, right? Beastmaster, Lycan, Silencer, 3 heroes that Bane hates to play against. So totally get why they've gotten rid of them, but it's a lot expended just to make sure that this Bane doesn't get punished. I suppose you can afford to do that if you're going to first pick it, though.
Sure. And it's also, I feel like, Miera's heroes, I think they're probably the scarier ones when you think of him, like Beast and Lycan, in regards to, I think always for him being in the scene, his micro heroes have been the ones that you have to really be concerned about, and then I think the others are like a tier below. So maybe they just feel like that is also how you just in general deal with BB, not just to help with the Bane. Yeah,
for sure. Definitely, I'd put the Axe up there for Miro as well, wouldn't you? But they've gone ahead and gotten rid of that themselves. So not going to be played this game. Obviously giving a lot of respect over to XXS. And Well, I'm talking about XXS doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be him playing it, though, right? Remember, Nothing to Say mid Timbersaw was the first one to really start to innovate with it. But, yeah, it's fallen off a little bit. I think it's just strong enough in the right sort of situations, and I think it's getting the amount of respect that it deserves, right? Second phase bans coming through, specialist last phase picks. I'm a little worried that it might be a bit early, but again, having that legitimate flex between mid and off lane is always going to serve you really well. And it's a great counter to the Wyvern as well, once the game starts to break open.
Yeah, that's probably the big one, right? With just how you deal with the Wyvern. Because we saw, you know, the last game, right, for example, of any other ones with the Wyvern, the Con Embrace has been quite problematic so far. You've now got at least one of FY's better heroes as well. Hero that can jump in, start fights, easy initiating hero onto the Kez for the Timber to follow. These two are going to provide quite the punch throughout the early game.
Honestly, I love those little intros for the heroes. It makes me want to see more heroes specifically, just so I can see what
see them all.
Their little intro is going to be. What about Arc Warden? Would you be happy with that if it came through?
Just so I can see the introduction? Yeah, man, I would be so happy for it.
Let's go.
Would love it. I would also love if I could just see the 3-second clip.
Don't give it to him.
And then I don't have to like see the Arc Warden. Just give it a clip.
Force him to watch an Arc Warden game.
Yeah, I'd rather like not see an Arc Warden game, but you know, what can you do? I'm sure it looks cool.
Yeah. Interesting puck pick. Especially into a Lion with pretty low damage supports as well for GPK. But yeah, I mean, how do you feel about this? I don't like it. He had a great performance on it earlier today, don't get me wrong, but feels a little bit of an odd place to be picking it up in this game.
Why are you specifically concerned about the puck?
I mean, I just said it's into the Lion. It's got low damage supports. How are you supposed to confirm your kills?
I agree.
You don't really have anyone else that's going to be backlining for you as well, right? So how do you even find the Bane? How do you find the Lion if they're disciplined with their positioning? And Xnova and FY, there's a reason that they've made multiple, TI Grand Finals.
But you don't think that's the puck's role, though?
Sure.
I feel like the hero does well at that, specifically.
Yes, but you can also, play around vision, play around the fog of war. You can't just be always blind blinking into the tree line. You could just get yourself absolutely demolished. Maybe once you get a Lincoln's like really late into the game, but it's going to be a while until you get to that stage.
I think that's where like we look at Miera's hero, right? Like having an offlaner here for the puck that can maybe go in before him, or provide some information for where the Bane or where the Lion is positioned, can make his game a bit easier.
Yep.
But the question is, what hero is that going to be? They banned out the Doom, of course, with the Alchemist and the Timber. They will also have their pick. So we're probably going to see Void Spirit needs to be removed from BB. What else can be considered? It's an okay primal game, but I don't think it's necessary. You have plenty of damage to go through the Cold Embrace. I'm just thinking of like Elk Scepter carriers.
Pangolia. Not too bad. I mean, you do have answers to it, of course. Steal the Rolling Thunder, Curse the Rolling Thunder, Dreamcall before the Rolling Thunder. So there are options there, but it does give them even more frontline. And who has last pick overall, actually? It's not Xtreme, so it gives them still that flex between where the Timber and, if it is indeed the Pango, are going to be.
I think Ember's another one as well that we didn't mention.
Sure.
Might actually be the better out of all of them. I think Ember destroys the Wyvern Rubik supports.
Just thinking, does that then leave you a little vulnerable to the Timbersaw being more countered in the lane? No, not really, actually. You've already picked the Kez. I really don't know what BetBoom are going to want here for Miera with the last pick overall. A lot of it's been banned out. Something that's... I mean... No, not Necro. Not into this, but something with percent damage. Wouldn't hate a Underlord this game. Just to give that global presence. They've banned out the Dawnbreaker. Something to be able to root the Timber in place. Potentially using the the Pit of Malice there from the Aghanim Scepter to be able to then find the Bane and the Lion a little bit more easily. Good against these tanky targets. There's no world where this Wyvern could be a core, is there? A core Winter Wyvern?
I don't know.
If you're able to get into your items, it's not bad at all, this game. But you would really need to go something else that's able to frontline. So it's an offlane Timber into a Kez, most likely Wyvern.
Yeah, so
I'm just going to need some more instant pick from them. Like, damage and quick pick, so... I don't think you can go a Mars this game. I don't think it's going to work. Tide doesn't feel great into this lineup as well. They've still got plenty of damage that's going to be able to go through it. But it does give you that control that you need.
How's Omni?
Yeah. The Dead in the Water feels nice as well against the Timbersaw specifically, and the Void Spirit. If they did go down that route.
So no Mira Omni. That's out of contention. I'm just thinking because I know Mira's playing it.
It's okay. Sure. Okay. Yeah. I'm fine with this. This is the right place to pick the Slardar, in my opinion. In a response to a lane that it's good into, you're able to take advantage of the fact that Void Spirit early-ish on doesn't really have a lot of armor to be able to play around with, gives you that instant pick and gives you some burst damage. I like it. I like it a lot.
Do you believe that BetBoom have a lineup to be able to overcome the Alchemist problem that we've seen some teams not really be able to deal with?
Sorry, say that again. Alchemist getting too big that teams can't deal with it?
Yeah, do you feel like BB or have a lineup that's able to match the Alchemist?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, again, like this is the lane that the Slardar wants to play into, you know? Like you're going to have a pretty fine time, in my opinion, into this Ame Alchemist. You've got some decent roaming potential once GPK is able to get into a decent start. Of course, the Void Spirit is a pretty good matchup for the puck, but again, Kiritich has shown many times that he's very happy to be able to go through that twin gate if it's going to net them a tower, if it's going to net them a kill onto the enemy pos 1. And I feel like you've got particularly the supports are quite squishy, you know, so if you are able to get those jumps onto them, it should be pretty easy to be able to take them down. So I'm not hating the Xtreme Gaming lineup, but I just really like this last pick Slardar.
I feel like you are maybe liking the last pick Slardar even more as well, is because at the moment so far in the tournament, you haven't been as impressed with when we have been seeing the Slardar.
Just because it's been so easily pick countered, you know? But last pick of the overall draft into effectively 3 melee heroes and the burst potential to be able to kill someone before the Bane can, like, Nightmare save or Lion can stun or whatever, feels amazing.
Let's see how Mira is going to be able to perform on our
Mm-hmm.
So
the win come against OG. So, like, if we're thinking Neuchâtel already, you can't be getting the wins against the teams that are also at the bottom there. That really isn't going to give you too much help with regards to tiebreakers. You need to make sure that those wins are coming against teams that are a little bit further up the leaderboard. So, you know, even Glyph, they've taken another L to Paravision earlier today. They're 2-4, but still, that win against Falcons in the first series of the entire tournament is really going to benefit them in a long way, especially if Falcons keeps up their winning ways, because they're 6-1 right now. Mm-hmm. All right, so get a bit of a look here into the start of the game. They're just looking to both move out onto the field. Tons of iron branches as usual. Again, I'm just looking at the timings that they're looking to try and play around with a lot of the time, and it really just comes back to how they're going to be able to take advantage of the first nighttime, how they're going to be able to take advantage of these first power runes in particular. And I think that's going to be the real key point, right? Because I'd say probably Xtreme have a little bit of an easier time with the ganks early on into the piece. You know, Alchemist with the unstable concoction in these team fights. Timbersaw doesn't really need all that much to be doing a high amount of damage relatively early on. And of course, Bane can look to set up for kills. But if you're, you know, going into a shield rune, if you're going into an amp damage or an arcane rune puck, it becomes a whole lot more difficult to be able to do so. Then,
Importantly,
yeah,
we get no Arme GG out, right?
the army.
The Arme, yeah. He's got to nip that in the bud. Like we don't want an Arme meme. There's
Too late,
enough.
brother. There's already Twitch emotes for it, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
is there? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Well, you know what happens when you GG out like that?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Was
it's
that
gonna happen.
against BetBoom?
Was it? Let's see.
I feel like it might have been, but
Um,
probably completely wrong.
I will find out. I think it was Yandex. No, it wasn't. They had a Nature's Prophet. It was Tundra.
Tundra, okay. Really early on into the game, right?
Yeah,
Oh, was
30
it
minutes
against?
in.
No, it was a lone druid, right? That they were against.
No,
with
well,
with
okay,
this one as well.
which one? Well, the one that happened yesterday.
No. I'm talking about the one that, like, he just gets ganked in the lane by a lone druid and GG's out
That was
completely
Nigma.
randomly.
Yeah. That was
Yeah.
Nigma. Rinsuke was playing the druid. Yeah.
All right, how do you feel about the draft? Basically, what I was saying was really liking Xtreme Gaming's chances if they're able to secure these power runes. And you got to say they probably have pretty good heroes at being able to do that, right? Like Wyvern, not the greatest at being able to help secure that. Rubik, different story, but when you've got Nightmare, when you've got stuns for the Lion, certainly can look to do that for your team. And I'm interested to see how GPK does, because we know how much of a what's the right word to use? Like vibes style mid player he is. So if he gets solo killed early on, if he's not able to contribute to a lot of these earlier team fights, he can oftentimes have a bit of a more difficult time. And again, this is into a Void Spirit, relatively decent matchup. Also into a Timbersaw, who's able to deal some burst damage if you are able to get those stuns, and you're most likely going to be able to get those stuns because you also picked it into the Lion.
It's just a question of, yeah, maybe FY, how early is that Blink Dagger going to be able to come out for the Lion? You can find those important stuns onto the puck. You then need your Timber to have a good game, though. If he's too far behind, then maybe the damage doesn't come through as quickly as what's necessary.
Mm-hmm.
And we have seen those teams have struggled with finding an answer into the Kez. Axe and Timber, so Axe and Tide, I should say, have looked the best so far. We saw Falcons, they did attempt a Legion yesterday, I believe, to success. Seen some people dabbling with the Timbers and whatnot, but we will see if this game it's going to work out for XXS.
I remember seeing a post on Reddit about it, like, oh, sorry, on top side, Xnova just went a little bit too far forward. Might be able to survive through this one still, and actually using the Nightmare dodge to be able to avoid that unstable concoction. Nicely done there. Still gets away with his life, though. The fact that there's so many POS 1 heroes that not only have, like, good elements to their ultimates just for their ultimates being good, but also it just gives them a free basic dispel for some reason. It's like, why? Why are they getting this for free? You know, it just gives you that additional thing where you're just like, oh, all right, now I need to play around this as well.
Are there any
Kez being
others?
one of
It's
those.
just Kez, right? Oh, well,
Alchemist,
oh,
Huerta,
yeah, sure.
so,
Sure. There's a
meta
couple.
heroes right now, yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple apparently, never mind. Yeah, I don't know. This Raven's Veil does a lot. It does so much. I don't know why it does this. It's a very, very good spell.
A nice dodge there by Save. Still though, naturally pushing the wave in with the Alchemist enables you to make this pull happen, enables you to get the Lotus. So nice little micro plays coming through there from Arme and Xnova. Topping the leaderboard, of course, as expected for an Alchemist.
Yeah, we'll see how safe Arme feels and if Xnova makes any stacks behind the tower early for the Alchemist to be able to farm. A lot of this is going to come down to, like, again, if the lane is, if you're feeling pressured in it or not.
I mean, it really is all up to Xnova for that one though, right? Just being able to manipulate these creep waves, try and stop them from pulling the hard camp into the lane a little bit easier. If it can, pulling the double stack into the dire creep wave is going to be advantageous as well. Even just Arme again, acid spraying the wave, making sure that it's going to shove in, making it a little bit more challenging to stop this. Up top though, he's still getting dived on.
He's going to have to use a concoction as well. He's, in the end, some extra resources will be expended out of Nero. Bottom, XXS is going to be run down as well. No level up in the Timber Chain. Still not going to find our first blood, however. A bunch of stats that the Timber has, and the damage over time is not going to secure the kill. He's got to salve now.
Should be a-okay to be able to come back into this lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Really does feel so much better playing Wyvern these days, in the lane specifically. You know, the Arctic Burn, just toss it out whenever you can, burn down their mana, force them to expend a little bit more on just healing resources as opposed to getting big. That means that you're not putting yourself in harm's way with your pretty bad attack damage, especially now that you've been converted back to an intelligence hero as opposed to a universal hero.
Yeah, 55's rough.
And you're looking to really try and punish this this Timbersaw with the rotation coming through underneath the vision that just expired, so they know FY is in this mid lane. That's why GPK has moved so far back.
Tower is under attack.
It's a good move though. I always love supports looking to try and rotate to play into the Puck's lane specifically.
The instant ping coming out from Kataomi though, just saying, hey, there's water there. Seen them.
We're about to get the 6 on. Yeah, okay. One more creep. Nothing to say would have had it, so Puck's going to actually orb and go all the way back to base. Very nice.
About treading that fine line. Should be able to get back to the lane though with the raindrops and be there for the power runes. My real question is, when are these rotations going to come from the other supports? And just as I say that, you know, we start to see a little bit of movement here from Kataomi. We're seeing Xnova's Bane start to move here. This is really important this game. Just getting the early tempo around these power runes. Probably more so than ever than any other game.
Yeah, but they don't have coil. I mean, it's very problematic for how they're able to secure the power runes. You need to kite away the Void Spirit. Luckily enough, it's going to be rune top. Nonetheless, though, see, nothing to say along with GPK go back and forth. But yeah, no power rune in the hands of these mid laners.
Which, trying to wonder who that actually favors, right? Because you want to be getting active right now on Nothing to Say. He hit onto his level 6 first. He's got the urn. He wants to start picking up kills, and you've probably got the better cause at being able to convert some damage into a kill across the map. You know, you want, you want to be playing around XXS at this stage if you can.
Yeah, well, so far, they're still holding Xnova mid lane. Nightmare's going to be able to set up for the 8th the Remnant. They've already TP back one, but the Wyvern isn't fast enough. Cold Embrace, unfortunately, was on cooldown for Kataomi, so 7 minutes is what it takes, but Xtreme, they'll draw first blood.
They will, and it's an important one as well, right? Like just stopping the GPK snowball, getting that mental damage in nice and early, and I mean, it's already a 1k net worth differential just off the back of that. That was without Void Spirit even having the first blood kill going his way. So early couple of charges into the Urn of Shadows. Exactly what you would be wanting out of your supports here. So good start for Xtreme.
Maybe going to try and respond though. Bottom lane movement, GPK's first of the game towards the Timber. They're going to have the damage against the 2 points in reactive armor. XXS is making it really work for it, but unfortunately, if he had level 6 all of a sudden, there's a completely different story down bottom. Maybe he even gets some kills and he doesn't die himself.
It's a big commitment though. 3 heroes, Dream Coil being used just to be able to get that one. Kiritich brought down relatively low, is once again playing around the power runes, but GPK this time lucks out. Invisarin, probably not the best, but if he is going to be the main target of a lot of the early aggression, might not be the worst either at just being able to dodge out a lot of that. He just wants to sit back a little bit more, enable his Kez to hit up into that first item that enables him to get a little bit more active around you. And what's slide I got coming out to him? Just power treads, couple of braces, nearly into the level 6 as well for Miero.
Yeah, I think it made a really good movement down to mid Miero. Speaking of him, though, he's getting ganked not only from Xnova, but along with nothing to say. Have they got any TPs? They're going to get the one out of the Wyvern, but once again, this time it will be too slow. Wyvern's responses both times now have not been enough to keep their cause alive.
Might have been a little bit too far forward. You know, he got a little bit tempted with the corrosive haze there, just wanting to get into it as quickly as possible. Was just the one creep away, but oftentimes all it takes. You know, got to exploit the greed, the natural greed that comes out from core players. Always the case.
Yeah, you know, you use that greed to your advantage. Xnova is able to place a pretty deep observer ward at the triangle early.
Take away one of the camps as well. They would have been looking to try and farm up. Who got that kill, actually? It was Army, so even better for Xtreme.
And they're actually going to go back towards top. So again, Radiant have an observer ward that will see Xnova, but it's going to give them that information a little bit too late. Now, Katsuomi is still playing in the lane instead.
And they've got
and this time he's got the Winter's Curse as well. We'll use it aggressive onto Xnova, but it's not the best. Like, they needed a far better curse from Katsuomi. Miero will still go down in the end. Maybe not, actually. Miero will live, and now with the 3-man coil, Save is actually going to be able to step in range.
Is anyone going to die?
Nothing to say. Gets a Resonant Pulse. He's got a big wand as well. Nothing to say. Getting run down by Kiritich. And with Kez's movement, it's going to be a double kill for GPK. Now, Army is completely alone. I mean, this is no man's land territory for the Alchemist. And BB will surround him and get a massive kill onto the carry from XG.
Yeah, just going a little bit too deep. I was really thinking you wouldn't be able to dive back in with Miero. Such low HP. But just the power of having that Winter Wyvern there, right? Gives him the Cold Embrace. He's got a couple of braces available as well. Tango standing inside of that Seaborn Sentinel puddle that he's making for himself. And they're probably going to keep this pressure going. Nice use of the Cold Embrace that time.
Okay, the turn with the Corrosive Haze means that FI still is able to get his stun. Can you get in range for the Concoction?
Cannot.
Okay, tops a brawl.
Which means that Kiritich is pretty happy. And he's got the stuff that he needs now to be able to play a lot more actively with the rest of the team. And yep, as expected from Miero, it's all about just now trying to pick up these items that are going to enable you to just fight continuously as much as possible. You know, relatively low cooldowns when, I guess, they're kind of similar actually. Maybe a little bit longer on Xtreme relative to what BetBoom have, but just want to see him constantly play around those Blink Daggers. You're going to get to this stage then when Kez is actually looking to get active because he's got those key early items that he needs. Mage Slayer, Blightstone. Can definitely look to find those quick pickoffs there. But Fiend's Grip's available, and I think he just caught a brief glimpse of Kiritich there with it being daytime.
Yeah, they were starting to move back towards the other direction, but as soon as he shows in the lane, never mind.
They're going to play around the power in instead.
Yeah. Okay, this is high probability of the play working, which they might be right with nothing to say,
Not
jumping
bad.
in aggressively. And for the Void Spirit's being able to soak up a lot of attention,
Nice
but the
curse.
Wyvern Curse is better this time. Katsuomi will set up for the double call. Kiritich is actually going to fly into the middle. They've got one, and now the bash as well from Miero. Picture perfect. That chain goes off. It's the Timber living. But now FI is also going to be run down next as well. So not just 1, 2, but an extra. A third for them.
Cool guys, don't look at explosions, just turning around and making sure they're able to secure that one on GPK. I mean, again, it's one of the advantages of playing the Wyvern with the against the Timber Sword as well, right? Like, yes, if he jumps on you, you're in big trouble, but you're always going to be able to have that that answer with the Winter's Curse in the middle of these team fights, plus that percentage damage, just making him go a little bit too deep, and the Kez as well, right? All of that pure damage that you're able to get off after the fact means that even if the stun wasn't wasn't perfectly landed there by Miero, you still wouldn't have been able to really get away too much with all of that pure damage coming through.
Yeah, I was just honestly watching that back. Multiple things were just perfect timing. That curse in particular, and then the bash again. So very lucky with the timings. Now Arme, this is a massive kill. He's one camp almost, I believe, of completing the Radiance.
Spidey senses though.
And he does, but unfortunately those Spidey senses were a couple seconds delayed. And the Radiance will not be bought.
Look how farm Kiritich is, man.
He's a big boy. Very early Deso with the Mage Slayer. And they will be the first to take an objective out of the map, and they'll also go back and successfully defend their safe lane as well.
Once again, putting a lot of value into that 5th point in the Arctic Burn is the Winter Wyvern. To level 8 now. 5 points already in the Arctic Burn. Great way to be able to deal with the Alchemist and the Timbersaw, all that percentage damage.
I'm still trying to work out, like, why do supports always choose this over the W? And I know this game, especially with an Elk and Timber, I understand, but just in general, like, they always go for the Arctic Burn.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that much better, right? Like, 1% more, 1 second less cooldown, half a second less duration, but it really just is enabling you to stay on the backlines a whole lot more, which is where a Wyvern wants to be. You know, Splinter Blast, when a game breaks open to the later stages, that's not really what's going to be doing a lot of the damage. The only time where you would go Splinter Blast instead is if you're really struggling, really playing from behind, and you just need some sort of way to quickly nuke out waves as much as you can to take some pressure off your team.
Okay. They're going to smoke up and play behind GPK, who's solo sieging. Is this too deep? Like, at the T2 tower, do you actually need the park? The orb, I suppose, helps with you to close the distance, and yeah, GPK will get there. Very nicely done. Not far enough.
And I mean, BetBoom have just said, all right, it's time. Time to leave our side of the map and just plant our flag, take away a lot of this space that Arme is looking to try and farm up. At least he's been able to get into that Radiance for himself as he starts to build towards the Aghanim Scepter. Honestly, Timber and Void Spirit would both be fantastic holders of it as well. Just enabling that Timber to be on the front lines, being a menace towards the Winter Wyvern in particular is going to be a very useful tool.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on XXS's performance so far this game? He's doing relatively well. 0-2, net worth is okay. But are we wanting to see him be a bit more active in general?
Probably not. Again, you're playing this Alchemist
On the lane save. Nice absorb that they had at the remnants of this tier 1 tower mid, so it's able to see Xtreme going for their own play to try and secure the power rune.
You're effectively playing one hero down with this Alchemist, right? Like, he is farming. You know, you might be able to get something done in the lane just because he's a relatively decent laner if you've got someone else to be able to play around with you. But again, this is the genius of the Slardar pick, last pick overall, right? You don't give him that opportunity. And so you're just free to do whatever you want without fear of this Alchemist really contributing. And what you're getting in exchange is so much better.
Is this deep? I question the last
Smoke's
attempt.
coming.
This time will not be as successful, but the smoke. Nothing to say in X Nova might step over from the west side. Face shift will instantly eat the remnant. And Kiritich is going to be able to do nothing to disrupt. Now, Dai will even bring Arme to bottom as well. They want to try and reap all the rewards they possibly can. Now, Miero is super quick on that. The Fiend's Grip was lasted for a second onto Kiritich. As soon as that was used, it was cancelled immediately. Now, they might even be able to get nothing to say too.
Katomi's done a great job here.
Miero, is he going to have enough mana to be able to get in with the crush follow-up? He's ready to go, but doesn't find the connection. Kiritich going to be able to use the grappling claw to disengage,
nice.
gets out of danger. They might be able to go back in though. XXS, bunch of damage onto Miero. They've got to respect both sides back and forth, making sure they don't overplay their hand. But unfortunately, FY was one of the players that did.
Observer, can we please have a look at the death summary for the Void Spirit? Because Kataomi literally 100 to 0'd him. Like, 100 to 0. He did all of the damage needed to be able to kill him. Like, he did so well. Kited him out throughout that entire team fight. Just landed about, I want to say, 8 hits with the Arctic Burn, constantly refreshing it, having the perfect Splinter Blasts to be able to bounce things off of, and then that Curse just to be able to finish things off.
Yeah, well, let's see how that actually looks in action here throughout this replay.
Like, he was just running away from him at the very beginning. You know, goes down to the low ground, able to get slightly away. In the meantime, by the way, they're going to be able to take Roshan, but yep, they're slowly pinging him down, getting another kill onto the Bane. Roshan going the way of the Kez, but you'll just have to take my word on it. As one of the few Grandmaster Wyverns out there, it was fantastic.
I believe you. Kataomi is still looking to try and do stuff out on the map here. I mean, with Kiritich hand in hand by the secret shop. Meanwhile, of course, I mean, the net worth, it's very even. Ame is up top. He's about to have the scepter completed. So, let's see. Probably the Void Spirit, I think.
He doesn't have much to be able to play with other than the Spirit Vessel, right? Like, not even phase boots that he's been able to get at this stage. I really wouldn't hate giving it over to Timbersaw, just because he's the one that's going to be a lot more of the damage potential at this stage of the game. I know that's kind of putting Nothing to Say in a really difficult position. He doesn't have the greatest net worth, and, well, they've given it to him. They just want to enable him somewhat this game. But with his level 12, maybe that will be the difference maker. You know, an additional 100 damage coming through, much lower.
They are beelining towards the Bane. And, well, apparently FY is also in range as well, so not just one, but a second.
Quick pick off. That's exactly what you're wanting, right? And this is a Slardar that's sitting 4th on net worth. You know, you need to keep on getting these kills if you're going to stay in touch with this Slardar, especially when you consider what you're going up against. A Timbersaw, a Void Spirit now that has Aghanim Shard and Scepter. Alchemist, of course, as well. I mean, he's 7, 1, and 4. You really couldn't be asking too much more from Miero. And getting the exact item that he needs, that BKB, to not have to worry about the Timbersaw or the Lion at all.
Yeah, let's see what they want to do off the back of this play to actually bring the Slardar down bottom. I guess maybe Tormentor's up. I think that maybe you have the Wisdom that they could try and contest as well in about 25 seconds. So we'll see where they actually go after.
Nice, perfect. Wyvern one's pretty trash, to be honest. So they'll be thankful for that.
Speaking of blind, is he going to die to the damage over time? Looks like that will be the case. Save unfortunately loses his Earth Spike. Nothing to say. Had to commit to get the kill. And now unfortunately, not going to live to tell the tale. So, Xtreme again, just nothing. It's only a 2,000 deficit. I feel like I have to keep saying that with an Alchemist lineup, but just nothing's working for them. They're getting nothing done this game.
Absolutely not. You know, like, you know me, I love me some Nothing to Say. This hasn't been his tournament so far. You know, if you were just joining in the stream looking at his net worth, but Danog is sitting second. That's with an Aghanim Scepter gifted over to him. Like, GPK crushed him in the lane. You've got a Lion to be able to play with against this puck, and you had this Void Spirit as a response, and he got pretty dominated in the laning stage and everything beyond that, right? Other than a couple of nice uses of the urn to be able to start things off. Beyond that, it's really just been all GPK. Even going into a really early Aeon disc, enabling him to play on that front lines for the puck. Just taking attention away, and now it's gotten to the point where Kiritich, he's pretty big. He's got Aghanim Scepter completed, plus still a minute and a half left on the Aegis, so level 15 means it's go time.
Yeah, let's see if they try and get Ame involved in the smoke. So he's got the Blink Dagger that he just bought, so you'd like the Alchemist to be showing up, but he's not going to be there for the fight inside the river. They'll try and stop at the coil early to make it a little bit difficult for the Void to get away. Kiritich is really far in the back line. But just only wants his FY. He won't get him. He's going to have some problems, but man, of BetBoom doing such an exceptional job to just enable how deep and aggressive Kiritich can play. You're either protected with the Cold Embrace, a Curse, or you've got Miero that's always there to stop them with the crushes. This Fiend's Grip has just never been a possibility throughout this game. And again, I started that fight by questioning how is Army going to get involved, and he wasn't there.
He wasn't there. He still needs to pick up some farm. You know, is he even just abandoned his Timber Sword? Just say, you know what? I don't think the Aghanim Scepter is worth it for you. I need to contribute something to a lot of these team fights. You know, this was without the Aeon Disc. If they were actually able to confirm the kill, would have been enormous. But it was the Illusion Rune that enabled him to get away from all of that.
Oh, wow.
Perfect Raven's Veil as well, just gave them no information to be able to play around with. And, you know, again, Kataomi, what another curse. Stops the Fiend's Grip, enables the Raptor Dance. Like, what more could you possibly ask for? This is Xtreme Gaming. This is the team fight team, and BetBoom are beating them at their own game.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is an XG that are not looking good at the moment. It's not the performance. Where did they finish at Dream League as well, actually? Was a... I think early elimination for the lower bracket?
I want to say lower bracket round 1.
Yeah, let me double check now. I'm pretty sure that's... They lost to... They beat Liquid and then lost to Tundra in round 2. So...
Okay, so 8th.
Yeah. Katagomi's got to go, but you also... Slardar's got to go as well, apparently, but these sorts are already jumping the Void
Surviving
Spirit.
a bit longer.
They're doing an okay job to get him out, but the silence and chain control, it's just too much. You've even stolen the Earth Spike as well to save. We can now use this to potentially catch up to some of the remaining members of XG, trailing deeper and deeper. And there, once again, is no Alchemist in sight. Not even remotely close. Arme has the blinders on. This guy is just seeing creeps this game.
Yeah. Arme Cam, please. Needed right now. Just farming inside of the jungle. He's under vision as well the entire time that he's doing this. So they know that there's no threat of this Alchemist coming through and potentially trying to find him. And now they've even got the scan on top of him as well. So Miero, he smells blood.
Yeah.
Line jump.
Great twist to TP instead of going through the portal. And he will make it indeed. So at least you don't lose Arme.
Dire's top tower.
That's something, that's something. You know, while that was going on, we saw the Uscreen pop up there, just shouting out our official prediction market of Blast being Polymarket. You guys can live trade on the game. Polymarket.com. Definitely not the position XG wanting to be in. 7k deficit.
24-5 kill score as well.
Yeah, that's the yikes.
You got to join in on Arme at this point. Like you cannot farm up this this Assault Cuirass. Maybe level 18 is all you can wait for. One more creep, and then you got to go as a team. But then again, what is that big objective that you're wanting? X-Nova just used Fiend's Grip just to be able to pop that first cooldown increase of the Aeon Disc. They're playing for the late game already. But I think if they're coming out this far, it's pretty obvious that Arme is behind them, you know? So I wonder if even Save is just going to completely dodge this one out, which he does with the Tumbler's Toy. So it's a 5-man rotation that's not really going to result in anything. And instead, it's going to be a backline dive coming through here from BetBoom.
Uh-oh.
Oh, nothing to say again.
Yeah, we saw how important it was, the initiation before. Now, someone does walk into a Remnant, but it doesn't matter. Miro, nice Nightmare, avoids the follow-up, but the silences just last too long. Bane's gone in an instant. Arme tries to do his best, but it just doesn't matter. Look at his net worth. This is an Alchemist. He's got to have more farm. I know he gave a Scepter away, but it just doesn't matter. They've got nothing.
There it is.
And they haven't had anything in the tank for a good portion of this game.
The RTZ DC as well coming through from Arme there, out of there. Nice and quick. He did not have a good time that game. Neither did Nothing to Say, ending that one 1-8-3. And yeah, I'd be taking a sip right now, GPK, if I was you, because you played a phenomenal game. 12, 2, and 13 on the puck into two of your bigger counters to be able to address it. And yeah, I thought he did a phenomenal job, paired together with Kataomi, my second MVP for that one. Anytime that you can solo kill the enemy mid laner, that's an MVP-worthy performance in my mind.
Yeah, well, you know, what isn't MVP-worthy performance? The 7 or 8 plastic water bottles he had on his desk. This man is collecting water bottles. He also is collecting victories and kills as well. 1-1-10, bunch of assists for Kataomi.
That's like 50 cents, bro. You just got to turn him in at the recycling depot, and then you're livid.
Oh, someone's got to turn Arme to a different mood or something, because his yeah, not looking good. Not looking good for him. Not looking good for XG, which is a little bit problematic again, considering we are all really building up. I feel like for China teams specifically, every team we're really building up for TI and whatnot. But I want my XG in prime form for Blast for any event. And unfortunately, we're not getting it from them. We're really not. They're not looking good at the moment at all. So another loss for Xtreme puts them now 1-6. Man, that is tough for us though. We're going to move towards our 4th series of the night. We have a bit of a Southeast Asian affair. OG taking on Glyph. See you guys after the break. Well, we just saw Xtreme with a defeat, unfortunate for them, which puts them 1-5, and now we're covering OG, who we saw earlier today look shaky versus BetBoom. Now against their own countrymen in Glyph. We'll see how they're able to perform, because we have seen, I believe, OG and Glyph did actually go up against each other to make it to Dream League Season 29. These two rosters have just played against each other once.
It was the only
and
game
OG
that
got the
OG won.
victory.
Yeah. It was a 2-0 in that sort of scenario. I don't know if we can call them countrymen, because this isn't the old Rambulan. It's not full Filipino. It's actually 0 Filipinos on Glyph at the end of the day. But region men, let's call them that.
Yes, yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah, I'm keen to see how the boys on Glyph are going to be able to do it, because, you know, they have been able to get a couple of shock results, right? Being able to take that first series off of Falcons in particular. And, I mean, obviously this game is even more important for OG. You know, they need to get this win. They need to put themselves up even in consideration, for tiebreakers to start coming through. So that's really the thing that we're going to be looking for. And I mean, this brings me back, doesn't it, Aries? Like, to be able to cast Jackie v Natsumi, you know, to be able to cast Yurkem v Tims, you know, Naman v Skem. This is the stuff that we were doing 8 years ago, maybe like 7 years ago.
And these guys have been...
Dota's
yeah,
a circle.
we're back. They've been around for such a long time, carrying this, you know, C region. Emo's apparently popped his head through as well. It's like, yo, I kind of want to join. China's a little bit boring right now. I'm not a big fan over there.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are kind of clowning on China a little bit in the chat right now, particularly Xtreme, because you know, that it's not the performance that you want to be able to hang your pride onto. You know, like it just felt like BetBoom was one step ahead every step of the way. Wash that
Is that
face.
the one I saw? Yeah.
Got to make sure
It's a
we're doing
big
that.
phone. Is check. What is? I think that's Emo. How big is that phone, brother? It looks massive.
Like
I don't know.
a note or a fold or something
Yeah.
like that. I don't know. No, it's not that big.
I don't know.
You've just got tiny hands.
What is that? 4 like camera thingies, lenses.
That's the one.
Men's be seeing stuff.
Messaging all the haters saying, watch this.
Fuck you. That's what he's saying.
Okay, calm down.
So watch my storms for it, buddy.
I mean,
Question mark me, huh?
as if it's going to be a question. Like, if that Storm Spirit's available, it's being picked for sure, as we see Perma in the background there.
Damn, that's a nice jumper.
True, actually.
It's actually a really nice Red Sox jumper.
Are you a
Besides-
Boston fan?
I am not. I'm a Cleveland fan. Big Cleveland supporter.
Is that the White Sox?
That's Chicago's White Sox. Cleveland's Indians. Or Guardians now.
Guardians, yeah, I was about to say.
'cause
Holy,
that's
2026, let's go.
Yeah, apologies.
I am a Blue Jays fan. We almost got it.
Yeah,
Damn.
yes. Sick. Let's go, Toronto.
I mean, I lived there for 5 years. I have to go
Yeah,
for
no, I
them and the
know, I know.
Maple Leafs. So it's my curse, my blessing and my curse coming through. And hopefully there's no curse for... God damn, they're sleepy today. What's going on? It's what is the time over there? About 1:20 or so in the afternoon?
Yep.
Surely
Yeah,
the
it's-
cobwebs would have been blown out by now.
Nah, you'd expect so, right? This is for... Really, is there any... I don't know. As a pro player, is there really a good excuse for not being ready for the morning games?
No.
Because...
10 years ago, maybe, when things weren't as, like, developed, but I gotta say, like, okay, maybe there's an excuse for, like, these 16, 17, 18-year-old superstars, right, that are coming in, particularly from the Eastern European region, a couple from SA, and are just putting on a clinic, right, because they just don't have that maturity. But a lot of these players that are playing in this game have been in the scene for a long time. If you still don't have your sleep schedule on track, and you're still not being properly rested, you're not going to be playing at your best.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right, we're good to go. OG up against Glyph. OG really need to get a victory here. And Glyph as well. We saw them, of course, start blast off with a 2-1 series count after day one. They got the victories over Falcons, and I believe it was Aurora was the other team that they were able to beat. So some massive victories.
Yeah.
Which honestly, when you close out day one and you see that they again beat Falcons, beat Aurora, we're already like, hang on,
Wait a
maybe
minute.
if they pull out some crazy victories, we could be seeing them be competitive towards the top. But a rough day two and a potentially difficult day three might mean Glyph, we're in the same position like Xtreme and OG are.
So who are they still yet to play on Glyph is the other question. So they're still yet to play OG, obviously, Xtreme and Tundra, probably the two other very winnable games for them. They're going to play Yandex. They're probably going to lose that one, let's be honest. Yandex have looked amazing.
Yeah.
And...
Is this Glyph we're speaking about, sorry?
Yes.
They've got BB, Paravision, Yandex, Tundra, and XG.
Yep. So some few very winnable games in this one. And again, with the teams that they have beaten up towards the top there that not a lot of others would have, let's say they win 3 of those. OG, let's say Tundra and Xtreme. It's possible. It's possible that they're going to be able to do it. That would bring them up to 5 wins, and you're even in contention for being in one of those top 4 spots off the back of tiebreakers. Anything can happen.
Yeah, not too bad. Team that was kind of put together towards the with the last couple of months from Glyph.
Mm-hmm. Had a bit of a chat with Permasneeze about that one, actually, as we saw him in the background there at the Alliance boot camp. Basically, he was mentioning that it was all built around Arthur and Jackie as the starting point, and everyone else was really a free agent at that time. So, kind of similar to what happened with Whitemon on Tundra, just playing around those two. And then the team's really only been together for not that long, right? But they've shown a lot of improvement. Obviously, any team that can beat Falcons, even in a best of 1, is going to be a good thing as well. And apparently they get all along really well together. Lots of mutual respect across the board. So that's always going to be a really good thing. And one last little snippet. They weren't going to be called Glyph. Originally, it was going to be called Arthur's Angels, but Arthur said no.
Arthur's Angels is good, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how long that stays for. Glyph is Glyph even an org, or is...
Not sure, actually.
I don't know either. Maybe I
But
can...
Arthur's Angels, come on.
Arthur's Angels was great. that was great, actually. So
I don't believe they are looking for org.
yeah, I'm trying to find.
They are. They're looking for an org.
Okay. Yeah, the question for me was just Emo's English and what the communication was honestly going to be like.
I have a quote on that as well. Emo can speak very passable and if not even comedic levels of English.
Wow, there you go. That's great.
There we go.
Comedic levels. Okay, cool. Yeah, because this was just like, it's always been the unknown about China in general and just like players in China. So we don't really know. We know X-Nova speaks English, right? I know Nothing to Say does as well. He doesn't give interviews in English anymore of these. But for Emo, for example, we don't know. This is we don't have that unfortunate data information. So it's good to see Emo with Glyph.
When you got a team that's got a Mongolian, an Indonesian, a Malaysian, a Laotian, and a Chinese man on it, you got to speak English. Like it's the only thing that's going to work. Unfortunately,
Who's from Laos?
Jackie.
Jackie is. That's right. Yeah.
Even though he played with Thai Stacks all the way back in like 2020, there is a lot of crossover between them.
It's a big Thai Stack enjoyer. Yeah. Now what do we get? We're going to get the axe, right? So a little bit into the draft. Third pick overall from OG. They've got a combo that we saw for them. I feel like we saw this last time we covered them. Maybe I don't know if it was today or yesterday, but it just seems like you have a snap Lion plus like a very classic offlane initiating cure. Also, we spoke about it previously just with the matchup versus Kez. So we know the Axe is going to have a pretty good lane.
Yep. Lion as well should have a fine enough time. It really hinders Kez's ability to be able to, go for these dives to try and pick off the support because you still do have a good amount of damage in the early game in particular. Might force the Lion to go into like some additional movement speed though, just because you can get caught inside of the what is it called, Phantom Rush or something? Not Phantom Rush, the the line thing that hits twice. You know, you
Falcon
were good with
is it-
spells.
What are we talking about?
The
Kez
thing
is
that slashes in a line twice.
the Echo Slash?
There you go. You want to be able to get out of that because of the movement speed slow, and it's just got such a wide range relative to what it actually looks like it should be. So you don't want to be getting caught in that and just taking free damage on the Lion. What I really want to see from Narman is just a really strong laner, right? Like if you're going to pick this axe to be able to counter the Kez, then hurt them for it. You know, make sure that you have something that's going to be able to secure a last hit to be able to make that battle hunger not that effective, but also going to be enabling a bit more of an aggressive style against the Lion. Ooh. Interesting. Wonder if this means a bit of a Kez flex even.
Oh well, I guess so. Yeah. Did they? I mean, I would say predominantly you're looking at the Kez to always be carry until proven otherwise, and there hasn't been enough teams that have proven that the hero can really go mid. Or
if it's not 9 class
good.
or Bobica, I'm not thinking that this is going to be a pos 4 Monkey King as well.
By my demon staff.
All right. Not seeing a huge amount of AoE damage to be able to start with. Kez for sure. The Echo Slash feels nice in lane.
Yeah.
Plus just survivability against the axe, right? Maybe that's all you were really thinking, right? Like what is going to enable us to actually try and get aggressive early on into the axe? You know, just put the Shadow Word onto the Kez and enable him to try and chase down some heroes. But still needs to be rounded out with the last pick of the overall draft for Glyph as well. So I'm expecting to see something that enables team fights a little bit more effectively. For OG though, what's still yet to come? I mean, you would have to imagine secondary support is going to come from now.
I think you'd be carry here, no? There's no point waiting.
I mean, sure. Yeah, they did. I didn't see that they didn't have the last pick overall. I feel like it's just Kez mid. Because, I mean, you pick the axe to counter the Kez, you pick the monkey to counter the axe. Simple, you know? But you might not get as much value out of the Warlock's Fatal Bonds in the lane, but you'll certainly still get that Shadow Word value that I was talking about, just enabling him to be this constant brawler. And if you're playing with a Kez, you know, this is the sort of thing where Emo, he's no stranger to being able to carry a game from the mid lane, right? So maybe you just play this monkey as more of the active style pos one, and then you play the Kez as kind of like what we saw with the old Templar Assassin, for example, you know, carry from the mid lane.
Sure. Definitely would be interesting. Oh, regardless, looking for an offlaner for Glyph, and OG are looking for their secondary support. What do they need?
I would be a Shadow Demon enjoyer here. We really haven't seen it that much at all in this patch, but again, with the Terrorblade, with the saves when they're trying to jump onto you, with the Demonic Purge for the Jingu Mastery, way to be able to purge off with the Cleanse, the Shadow Word, the Fatal Bonds, it all feels pretty good to me. Even Kazurai Katana.
Oh, not the trees, no!
Stronger in lane, I suppose.
Sure. It's looked very good so far. Of course, saw it earlier today. So
Lanes
previously,
are really
right?
good for OG right now. Maybe that's just what they're thinking. Look, let's not be in a situation where we have to play from behind. We just want to be on the front foot at pretty much all stages this game. Do you reckon him rocking a mullet, or is that something on his neck?
Yeah, it's a little mullet.
All right, honorary Australian.
Yeah, he's got something going there.
Mm-hmm. Joining Januel as honorary Australians.
Just need a mullet. Welcome to the club.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Darkseid. Okay. So I know you've been calling for this a lot, especially when you see the Terrorblade, but even in general, just mentioning about, you know, when are we going to really get this Darkseid hero? If you didn't get
really
too
seeing a
distracted by
ton
the
of,
mullet, I know you would have suggested it.
I know, right? Not really seeing a ton of value out of, like, the auras this game, though. Like, Pipe, sure, for the Snapfire, but you don't care about it against Terrorblade, you don't care about it against Axe, you don't care about it against Bane. So is that actually going to give you that much value for the team? Not so sure. it will give that team fight value that I was hoping for, right? With something to be able to pair together with a Warlock, something to enable the Wukong, something to enable the Raptor Dance. They've got the Wombo combo potential here on Glyph for sure, but it just comes back to how well are the lanes going to go? Because OG have very strong lanes. TB Bane, incredible. Axe, Lion feels pretty good as well. And it is going to be the mid-Kez that we were talking about. So I'm keen to see how this goes into the Snapfire.
Yeah, specifically with that Axe lane though, I know you mentioned Axe line, pretty decent. Is this better though than a Monkey Warlock? Because again, you wanted to avoid the Kez into Axe matchup.
Sure, but I feel like you just go back to the standard of if it's a tough lane, don't lane. And Axe is probably one of the better heroes at being able to do that, right? Just buy boots on the Lion. What's a Warlock going to be able to do to stop you from just pulling creeps when you've got the boots? Doesn't have a slow, doesn't have a stun that is going to be able to keep you in place. It should be relatively easy for Tims.
Having a bit of a difficult time, Azil, getting whatever this contraption is on.
Hey, what is this thing?
I wasn't sure if this... Because it was really struggling. I didn't know if this was some blanket or something. It was just trying to position correctly, but...
I want to see a pro playing a pro game in an Udi or something like that, you know? Like the Slanket or whatever it is, the Snuggie.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I had my first pro play topless.
Yes.
That was definitely interesting.
You don't remember Milan doing that?
I don't remember Milan doing that,
when he was on
actually.
Quincy? Oh, he did it all the time. He was playing up for the camera constantly.
That's funny. Yeah, Toronto, Tokyo there a little bit,
Got the guns out?
Yeah, but yeah, this is a bit different, It's just sleeve pulled up and then some guy's just topless. It's like, all right, buddy, sorry. Just in for Dota.
Maybe if he turned at the camera and winked, it would have been, that next level.
Let's see. Let's get ourselves underway. So again, a really important series from either side. OG, of course, 1 and 5, and Glyph 2 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
Both Southeast Asian teams looking to try and get these victories on the board as we get towards this will close out halfway of day 3.
I wonder what's like. Obviously, you want to do well whenever you're playing, right? Like that sounds like such a dumb thing to say.
Yeah, but that's good. That's a good start.
But I almost wonder, like, with Xtreme losing as heavily as they have been, with OG kind of getting found out for not being all on the same page, does a harsh tournament loss lead to a better understanding of what needs to change leading into some of these other tournaments towards the end of the Dota year, right? Whereas for Glyph, I feel like a win means a lot for them. They're a relatively newer organization. They want to be able to get a lot more experience playing even just in a studio environment. So if they're able to get into that top 6 there, it would mean a whole lot for them.
Yeah. Jackie, take a little bit extra damage. I know I don't want to always put so much importance on like your TI and EWC coming up, but we have a bunch of very important tournaments. Go from Dream League with I think even a mil prize pool to Blast with a mil prize pool. Then EWC and TI aren't that much more as well. And for Glyph, they're going to be playing through qualifiers too. So, not only is what you just mentioned, just in general to be able to get that experience, but you also want to just be in even better form because goddamn Southeast Asian qualifiers are an absolute bloodbath.
And you got to remember as well, like, doing well at Blast leads to getting more invites for future Blasts, right? Like, the reason OG got the direct invite here is because they got, top 4 at the last one? So, clearly that was with a bit of a different roster, but still, it's the sort of thing where you really want to be performing so that you don't have to go through those qualifiers every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. Because again, we saw, these teams at the moment in Southeast Asia just kind of going back and forth. Raconics, Glyph, Execration were, but I know they're kind of changing rosters. So it's not really guaranteed on who in C is really getting that one slot.
I do want to give a shout out to that Movember pop-up on the screen. I did it a few years ago. Look absolutely horrible with a mustache, but it's worth it for men's health for sure. If you do want to see that, check out my Instagram. I don't post often, but it'll be one of the posts on there.
You didn't want to keep the Mo?
Absolutely not. It looks so filthy.
Ah, come on.
It looks so filthy, man. You don't look at it after we're done for the day, and you will understand why I don't have it anymore.
No. It's just True Aussie right there. Good old
I
Aussie Mo.
don't have the face shape for it.
You know, it's... Also, I'm trying to rock a little bit, you know. I can't get a beard going, so it's like, alright, if some mustache hair's drawn out, then I don't want to feel like
I just choose not to, you know. But the mustache, like I can grow the mustache, it just doesn't look good for me, you know.
I see.
Who in the Dota scene do you think would look good with a mustache that doesn't have one already? I think Nisha would look great with a mustache.
Sure, let's go with it. I mean, this dude's absolutely jacked. It would be insane. Mustache and jacked is quite a good combo as well.
Now you see why I don't like it for myself as well.
We're going for a different style. No mustache and ice cream. Yeah, no, Nisha would look good with them all, I think.
Anyone else?
You know, I'm sure there's people that would pull it off.
I want to see Ame with a mustache. That would look sick. The arm mustache.
Do you have the handlebars? Maybe Army with handlebars. Oh
like
my
Hulk Hogan
God.
style.
Yeah. That would be crazy. That would be definitely a sight to see.
How are the lanes going? Kez, getting a little bullied in the lane so far. I've been watching Emo and hasn't had the easiest time with securing last hits against the Snapfire again. One of the advantages of the Snap. Still a universal hero, so obviously you're just going to get a whole lot from all these stats that you're building up into, and then so easy, especially... Hold on. Getting a little bit of bullying happening in that mid lane, but the Scatterblast with Kez that is a melee hero wants to get up into your face as much as possible. Can cop it going back the other way.
Scam. They got him, okay. We'll actually see our first blood. Bottom Tim's almost goes down as well, but not going to get enough damage combined with the Fatal Bonds.
Naman nearly died for it as well, but he's a Warlock. You know, just Fatal Shadow Word, level 2. Pop a second Tango, he's going to be A-okay.
Mid lane, Emo might get a solo kill onto Yopaj. He absolutely will. So it's been close multiple times. Finally, Emo is going to be able to get that kill.
Might be able to get this return kill. Yeah, I think he can do this. No, TP into dying still. That's a rough one. The power of the brain set, man. Pure damage. Unavoidable damage. Just gets a couple of nice creeps for himself as well off the back of it. And a D-Ward. Holy.
Nice. Let's go, Scam. Was it Scambaloo?
It was also
yeah.
Devil.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Things.
Was there one more?
There was. I just can't remember it.
Yeah. Oh, man. I feel like someone said it recently, actually. Zil might be in trouble as soon as he... Nice timing the bushwhack. Wow, that was perfect. So he's going to be able to get out of range of the Nightmare. If you don't get that bushwhack that connects, I mean, as soon as Surge is used, you're just always able to use Nightmare. Cast animation too clean.
CTM he went by as well, but
yep.
I don't remember what it stood for.
I don't know. I just remember it was horrible. All of them were.
Just name change every month.
Yeah. I mean, Jack Boys is ridiculously bad too, but anyway. Sorry, Jackie. I mean, he's held that. He hasn't gone back. Everyone else was going back. Scam. With that mid lane, Nightmare makes it a little bit frustrating. And we won't continue to run down the Bane, so Bane's fine.
There's a lot of rotations just for a Snapfire, who again can look to stay relatively back against them. Nice little join in there as well by Tim's.
Emo.
A lot of damage.
Oh, Tokyo's here. Oh, what's an axe doing?
Nightmare's up again, by the way.
And we'll get a second kill and maybe a third. Yorkham's able to scurry into the tree line, but have we got another dunk? We absolutely do.
Not even needing the call for all of that. Nice way, of course, to be able to set up with the Nightmares. It's really been the supports doing the heavy lifting here so far from OG. Setting up for every single one of their kills so far.
Man, what a move. Oh, this is a perfect. Chop, chop. Gets a double stack at the hard camp. Tim's will make another at the Ancients. Jonto Tokyo will even go to the far right side.
Another D-Ward.
Double stack there.
by Schem as well. He's
Okay.
just leaving them with no vision on the map right now. It's completely blind right now for Glyph outside of this really defensive observer ward placed down by Narman just to see if there was going to be any lane cutting happening. Of course, that is a very understandable position to take going against the Monkey King because, again, how do you beat the lane? You don't lane. And that's really what Toronto Tokyo has done, right? Building up a bunch of stacks for himself, being able to make these rotations, get the double chop, and he's ahead of the Monkey King in terms of net worth as a result of it. So
Yeah, well.
that's a TI winner for you.
Meanwhile, the other offlaner is absolutely flying this game as well. Zil actually top net worth. So, and we know there is a lot of value that the Darkseid has versus the Terrorblade, of course. What about everyone else, though, on Die? How good of a Darkseid game is it, truly?
I don't know if it's necessarily good against what they've got on OG outside of the Terrorblade. It's more just what you're going to enable your team to do, right? Like, look at every single ability that they've got on Glyph is enabled by that vacuum. Even just the slow from the wall as well, right? You know, Kez Raptor Dance, Kez Echo Slash, Monkey King Wukong's, Fatal Bonds, Chaotic Offering, like everything is good about it.
Did a nice haste into a quick kill.
Just going for the Ravage, but not going to land it. Instant D-Ward as well.
I guess with Fatal, maybe they can do this. Absolutely. Oh, it's a big steal as well. Glyph looking very good.
Got to be said, though, haven't reached the point where the Snapfire is truly scary. Of course, a strong laner. But now, level 7, Mortimer's Kiss is available. I wonder how greedy he's going to get. He's actually gone away from being able to buy up the Magic Wand there. Doesn't feel like that's going to be enabling him first and foremost.
Oh, Zil might just die through the stun lock from Tim's. Gets the mech off, but it's not going to matter. Should still die.
Ooh, he was a little late
close
there on the surge, to be honest. Just to be able to get away, wanting to drop the wall instead. So, I mean, he'll be able to farm while he's dead, I guess. Mission accomplished.
Sure, something, I guess.
Dire are scanning.
That was your...
Dire's bottom
I don't know what it was looking like before the death, but I know Darkseid, again, was top net worth. So, a bunch of gold that's going to be given over. Experience as well. Mid lane Schem forces a reaction because it means that bottom Toronto Tokyo with the Mortimer Kisses. Jackie tries to chuck up the Boundless, but the damage has already been dealt, and Tokyo once again will get 2 more culls.
Just trying to see where the vision was from OG at that time, because they went for that move the second that Monkey King went away and TP'd towards... sorry, when everyone moved towards that mid lane there. Really pushing Emo back up onto that high ground, and I mean, you can't be giving up kills like that. Again, this is the Monkey King that's trying to be that tempo maker. He's going for the... he's going to be the one getting the early Mage Slayer. Seems like maybe Emo is as well, has the Ring of Health queued up, which... Not the worst, but again, someone needs to be scaling into this game. I don't think you can rely entirely on teamfight, because if you go all in onto this, you know, survivability, good teamfight capability, you could just dodge teamfights, farm up. You're going to have better scaling potential just off the back of damage, off the back of having a Terrorblade that's going to get enormous.
Yeah, that definitely is a big question for me, is how this game specifically, how do you like play the line of farming on the Kez, but also showing to the early game fights to utilize the Darkseid? Because I was hesitant, as we're going to see Yokem by himself, no one else going to help on the band. I was hesitant with the Kez mid just because I haven't been really impressed with mid Kez's. I know Na'Vi are kind of making it work, and I was wondering if maybe the Darkseid would make me be a bit more impressed by it.
You see the Hoodwink, pops a couple of smokes as well, so well positioned by Yokem. Yeah, no, I totally get where you're coming from. It just is... I feel like the item build is a mistake by the Kez if he's going to go into this Mage Slayer, you know? Like, I feel like you can maybe... Like, I get why it's good, but if Monkey King is already closer to getting it, I think you got to go for something else rather than do the exact same thing that Monkey is providing you right now.
I just think the Mage Slayer is too good on this hero.
Sure, I
What
get
other
it.
item would you go here?
Straight Deso? Just try and have overwhelming damage. Take out the Snapfire early on before she gets into the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
Use it to open up some towers as well, which I think is something that they're really going to need, particularly into an Axe, into a TB. I mean, it's only going to get worse once Natsumi gets his Manta style, right?
Second in net worth, that is going to be a early Manta for Natsumi. Tonto Tokyo is going to get a Blink very shortly as well. And this is going to be scary position for Glyph. Mid lane, GLYPH gets out of range of the rock. Sharpshooter's not enough as well, and hopefully I'll be able to keep GLYPH alive. Tower will be under assault.
I'm not sure if this is just a dumb non-carry thing, but I mean, TB not having the illusions do less when you're further away from them feels like a pretty big change as well, right? For the potential of this TB Ghost push, right? It's just they do more when you're close to them. You can still just throw them out on the lane.
Yeah, it's definitely always been a weird line that TB needs to play now. Just like whether you send the illusions out or whether they need to play with you. At this early stage, of course, nothing really changes, but later on,
sure,
we're able to get your items quick enough to then be able to really play the
hot
side.
Tower for nothing though. Like no one TP'd down there to be able to respond to it, so a couple of creeps ended up taking that bottom tier 1. Yeah, what I was saying though is like there was that period, right, where if you weren't near the illusions, they did like half damage, and that just doesn't exist anymore. So you know, you can just, once this Manta comes out, it's just going to be even more devastating. Plus the Demon Zeal on top of that.
Yeah, we saw. I think.
Where's your damage potential? They've taken a tier 1 tower, but I don't think OG are going to give them many more opportunities to be able to do that.
I think yesterday we saw Satanic actually even go Demon Zeal before the Manta. Now, I don't know if this was a Dragonlance TB as well, or if he went like TB into Manta. But it's just a little bit surprised by how early we saw that yesterday.
Able to yoink away that Wisdom Shrine with the smoke.
Did they get the other one?
Haven't got it yet, I don't believe.
Okay.
Does give them space to be able to pick up some farm, and I mean, you've already got your ultimates on the support, so it's not really that big of a deal. Might potentially catch out Narman here. Blink Dagger. Poor guy.
You can make him work for it. Didn't get the wand off before the call.
Still now.
But he's fine. Jackie's here, Emo's here, Toronto Tokyo.
Very late use of the Boundless there. Getting him outside of the pit, but again, when there's no Darkseer there, no vacuum, no real control outside of that Boundless.
Are there any pivotal items this game, specifically with the supports, that you feel like can kind of change the status of the game overall? In general, it doesn't have to be the next 5 minutes, because, you know, the blink on Lion, of course, is the obvious one.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think from the perspective of the Bane. I mean, if he's able to get into an Ags, it'd feel really nice, especially when they are lacking these area of effect stuns, you know?
Oh, Glyph. Down bottom, they got 3 heroes up on the high ground. Tim's, he doesn't know this, so he wanted to try and take the Watcher instead, but now they will be able to block it. Comes back through the portals as the Warlock to drop the double Golem. Tim's will be run down by the looks of it. No, Boundless is going to be a little bit dicey, and Jackie actually goes the other direction.
Seal dies. They move through the portal with the Golem, just using it to try and siege into this tower a little bit. In the meantime, though, Scam able to dodge that one out. They might even just nightmare it away. Never mind, just turn around to it, kill it. Don't lose your tower for nothing. So nice little trade there for OG. Look at this jump in from Toronto Tokyo. Get down, Mr. President. Gets him in there, able to pop the wand, and he is far too tanky to be in a dangerous position from that. Even popped the blade mail as well, so that sharpshooter ended up taking up so much mana. Yeah,
Back live just TP straight in front of the axe and gets a kisses as well for a welcome.
2 in a row. This is what I was talking about. You got to be playing from in front if you're going to be a pretty decent chance, and I feel like OG have have done a good job at that. You know, you can't let it get to this stage with the Wombo combo and everything. And now with the Manta, with the Demon Zeal, I really feel like Natsumi is just going to cause so much map pressure for them that I'm not sure that Glyph is going to be able to deal with. Darksea has avoided the pipe. He's gone Greaves. He's going into the Crimson Guard next. Don't hate it, but what is the point that you're actually going to get truly impactful in these team fights? I feel like not for a support item like you were saying before, but it's when Zeal's able to get into a Blink Dagger and, more importantly, an Aghanim Scepter for himself there, just to be able to make more TB illusions, because you just got to use OG's main strength against them.
Yeah, right. Glyph will run into Toronto Tokyo, who does get the blink away before the vacuum. Quick response.
The hell is that? He just stood there for a few seconds and then did it.
Maybe it wasn't quick.
The balls on this man. I know some people are going to try that in pubs now, and they're just going to feed.
Which one, sorry? Which one?
Just waiting there to blink out, like not having something pop and then, you know, jumping away immediately, just waiting it out to get them to use an ability.
You know, imagine if that was some rock from Narman.
Yep.
Some coward offering use, and some feels even worse. This lead's just going up really for OG. Unfortunately, Glyph, it ain't going your way.
And again, I'm going to keep saying it. It's on the back of Natsumi, right? Like, he is on your side of the map. He is summoning illusions on your side of the map. He's taking your farm. That is a big issue. Less of an issue if you're able to get Roshan in return. But again, this is where the issue comes, where is this damage actually coming from? Maybe if you have a Desolator completed on the Monkey King, it's a different story, but he's 1100 gold away from it. They are taking a long time to do this.
Very scary Roche as well to take into the Dire lineup. I mean, Cole with Kisses and Lion, but they really feel like this is their strength. And you got Greaves, you got Vanguard. Darkseer is a hero that really thrives in these early to mid-game fights, so they want to force the issue. And well, they will get the Aegis for free. No response from Dire, so Jackie gets the second life.
Yeah, they just didn't have the read. Toronto Tokyo was sitting in the tree line, not farming, not pushing waves out, so not only do they not contest Roshan with... Yeah, I mean, Glyph has a great team fighting lineup, don't get me wrong, but you also have level 2 Kisses, Axe, Blink, Blade Mail Call, a lot of stuff that's going to be really useful in that sort of environment there, and they weren't even able to get some additional map control off the back of that, so big win coming through from Glyph.
See what the build's going to be from Yopaj. Been seeing a little bit more of the physical right-clicking Snapfire builds. So you guys can maybe even jump over on Polymarket as well. You can predict what build do we get? Jump in Tokyo. Miss or Jackie flying around. We'll still be able to get the Boundless onto the Axe. Axe is a bit more of a difficult hero to initiate onto, and now the Kez is deep behind the tower. They drop everything to protect him, but it's just not enough. Once the stun is there, along with the Kisses, it feels like every fight, Emo's going to have a bit of a problem. Jackie also just takes a bunch of damage from Natsumi.
There's a shield rune on the bottom side of the river, but it looks like Zeal's going to be the one picking it up for now, but they're just going to get another freebie. Despite having the Aegis, this is their issue. They don't have that jump potential, and that's why I'm really saying, like, Zeal needs that Blink Dagger. You need a way to be able to reliably start these team fights so that the Wukongs plus the Boundless Strike, the Kez combination, is actually going to hit in onto something, because we've seen a couple of times now, they just walk out of a potential Wukongs.
Gonna need to execute the fights a little bit better then to get some value out of the Monkey Ultimate. Unfortunately, with that lost fight, Torment is going to go down, so Sem gets the Ag Shard. They are starting to kind of move to top. They want to make sure this tower doesn't drop.
Yeah, no, it's Natsumi. Him just being here means that it's not going to drop. Such a intimidating body to be able to stand in front of it as well, that TB, with the Sunder still being available, with the Fiend's Grip there. Seems like they feel like they've been off the map for too long though, so they're going to back up for now. Maybe go for a smoke first. You've got BKB up on Toronto Tokyo, so he wants to fight. 2 smokes available on Skem as well.
Armin, gotta get the D-Ward. Okay. That was just D-Ward before fight breaks out. Toronto Tokyo was inching closer.
They're just kind of standing around hoping that Glyph walk up onto this high ground. It's going to be a solo jump in here.
Yeah, but he jumps a little bit away from the team. The force and early Wukongs. Nightmare should be able to get the axe out of range. And this was the big spell that you highlighted with the previous team fight. So once again, Glyph not really getting anything out of Jackie's ultimate. And now OG, they'll go back in.
It's on to an
Teams will
Aegis,
get the
though.
Hex. Toronto Tokyo gets the call as well over towards the left side. Kisses are going to be used for the kill into Narman. Narman, first casualty. Looking for the second as well. But the Fiend's Grip used solo with the Terror Blade. Deal will go down as well. The Aegis advantage, it doesn't matter.
Nope.
Emo tries to show up towards the tail end of the team fight, but unable to do anything. And our Tim's, he's even trying to run Emo down as well. He's got the Hex, he's got the Earth Spike. They've got kill after kill. And OG are just flawless from them.
Yep. Just a really... I mean, it was a really ballsy blink in by Toronto Tokyo, right? But maybe he's just like, I'm sick of standing back and watching them take my towers for free. Let me jump in. Let me be the one to soak up a lot of this damage. I've got my BKB. I've got my Blade Mail. I've even got a freaking poor man's shield. So I'm going to be able to soak up a lot of that. And yeah, we just saw that second volley of spells was the one that really just put it so much more in OG's favor. You know, it's a decent back wall coming through, but again, unless you're the one starting off the team fight in some capacity, it's not going to work. And I'm very glad to see that Glyph is now, Zeal has changed his quickfire to be able to just go straight into that Blink Dagger. He had a Shiva's queued up before that, and I'm like, brother, that ain't going to do anything. They're just going to run away again.
You are now solely playing on that wombo combo, though.
Sure.
So...
It would have been pretty similar with the Shivas, though, right?
Yeah,
The only
sure,
different
absolutely.
thing would be you need to surge yourself in Shiva's vac wall, and a lot easier said than done, considering you're going up into not just one Blank Dagger, but now 4 actually that they've got on OG. So they're the ones that get to pick and choose their team fights. The only one that doesn't have it is Terrorblade. Honestly, even just the Skadi that Natsumi's got queued up next, not only does it enable him to potentially survive that wombo combo, but look at what he's up against. He's up against heal from the Warlock, heal from the Guardian Greaves, heal from the Raptor Dance, heal from the Jingu. It's a great Skadi game.
Yep.
Tower is under attack.
He's flying his Natsumi. So to the rest of OG's cores and the supports as well. Whatever they want, able to do. And just a couple fights away of closing out this game. This one right here could potentially get the first tier 2 tower. Unsure. Do they want to smoke to Natsumo? Or do they want to go to the opposite side, mid lane? They will run into Yokam. I think the Acorn shot stopped the blink from Toronto Tokyo, but it did not prevent Yopages.
And at the exact same time, Natsumi's just pushing this tower. You know, he's doing his job. He's taking the attention away from the map. And the reason that he's so confident is that he sees that Jackie, despite being this position 1, you know, he's only level 14. You've level 19 nearly on Natsumi now. He's just been so much more efficient with his farming. And I really feel like they've kind of messed up this balance between what Emo should be doing, what Jackie should be doing throughout the game, and even just Zeal's involvement. Like, he farmed very well on this Darkseer, but you need some kind of initiation, and they just don't have it right now. Close to it, though. Blink Daggers.
Very much agree. It just feels like it's they haven't really been like. I wanted to see Kez and Darkseer together.
Yeah.
We just haven't. We haven't, right? Again, I've been questioning, like, Kez mid, like, is this good? I know Navi are playing it. Again, other people are attempting it. I know Liquid played it once. Maybe another team have tried it as well. We haven't really seen it look the best, though, and maybe the Darkseer was going to be the hero that enabled it more. But we just haven't seen these fights. Like, Emo is 1-4-1.
I really don't want to see a smoke. They're really grouping up on Glyph, and I'm worried. Like, you've got to get this Blink Dagger on the Darkseer. Hell, even level 15 is probably the preferable thing. And you're going to have time to do it, because a minute left until minimum Roche timer. So if you can afford to wait that little bit extra, get that bit of extra farm that you're going to need, then at least a one fight with the Wombo combo is going to lead into a potential Roshan for yourselves as well.
Yep. Mine it.
Good call.
Okay.
Completely solid, by the way.
Yeah. Team's on the other side. Really quick, Yopaj did use the BKB as well. So unnecessarily, no one was there. Nothing happened. Just put on cooldown previously.
Testing it.
Just
Blink Dagger's up. Scammer's about to walk into Zeal. Ooh. Good thing he had the Blink Dagger. He lost a tower for nothing.
Another T2.
Hoodwink nearly into his Blink Dagger as well. You've got a Solar Crest on Warlock, not bad. Still fair ways away from the BKB on Monkey King though.
Bottom lane, Monkey, speaking of him,
Inax.
gonna show inside the lane. Naaman, you're gonna have to do something absolutely insane to get your Monkey out of this one. And unfortunately, he can do naught. And it is once again, we've seen this a couple too many times this game. It feels like 3 different occasions where there has been back-to-back calls for Toronto Tokyo. Now Yokem utilizing this ward. The 3 other heroes be able to find Mr. Hoodwink.
Probably be able to find another tower as well off the back of that. They do have the glyph available, but very, very shaky prospect considering how far behind you are to be using a glyph on a tier 2 tower when 1-1 team fight, 1 more Roshan. High ground is going to be what gets invaded onto. You might say a little bit late on the chaotic offering, but I think he was dead regardless.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It does anyway. They both do.
Tier 3 now being hit into, and finally that glyph gets used. Might even be able to get another Wisdom Shrine here on OG.
Sure.
It's going to be the Snapfire getting it as well, bringing himself up to that level 20. Wonder what he goes, because I feel like...
It'll be the cookie charges with this build.
Yeah.
With the item build, sorry. How many... Have you been impressed with this build? The 2 Fire Snap Cookie and like Shivas and Refresher Snapfire? Have you been seeing these games, or have they been on the games we haven't casted?
I mean, if you've got a Giga carry, I don't think it matters as much to not go that... I guess semi-carry transition into a legitimate right-clicking core style. I'm a fan of the right-clicking style because I feel like you can still make it work with the items that you're naturally sort of building into anyway. Like the Kaya Yasha, it's kind of good for both.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just if you do go halfway, then the 20 talent is where you kind of need to decide.
Yep.
Because this Fire Snap Cookie charges really makes you play a different way. Looks like a really fun way to play.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's just the games. I don't know if the ones I've been watching, if they've been after our shift, where the Snapfire performances they've been looking better or not.
So where's this OG been, by the way? 16k lead, 29 minutes in.
True.
3 to 19 kill score, gem purchased, map controlled, nowhere for Glyph to go.
That is a very good question. Why have we not seen this OG previously? It's the one measly victory by the looks of it. They got onto Tundra.
They're going to be able to scout out this ward. Not quite, maybe yes. There we go.
I think the win against Tundra closed out the day yesterday, right? That was their last series, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so to potentially be back-to-back.
I know it's hard going into this sort of area with no vision, but you gotta say that a Roshan is like one of your best opportunities to be able to come back into this on Glyph. Maybe just feeling like, look, we can't do it without a BKB. Let's just try and fight on the high ground, try and fight in one of these avenues. Hold on, up top.
Yeah,
this might be an opportunity for them.
Potentially going a little bit too aggressive on OG. They thought that the roaming duo with Toronto Tokyo along with Tim's was actually going to work out in the end, but
TB's
they're going to try and cut through the portal. Toronto Tokyo's going to be able to stay long enough. Jackie falling low with the meta damage. And they'll get Jackie at least, but Natsumi's meta has now expired.
And the
We
Bane.
were praising OG, but hang on a second. Have they just thrown this game? What's going on? Natsumi's back in.
The power
Gets
of
the
the TB.
Sunder off, but he's going to die again more than likely. Yopaj snipes another. And the Snapfire is going to have to do some heavy lifting here. Double cookie. Emo down to half health. It's got the Raptor Dems back up in a couple of seconds.
Ooh,
Lot
just
of
out of range
damage.
on the Crocus as
Emo.
well.
Okay.
Oh, he got stunned up by the creeps. Feels bad.
Close though. No good showing. Was definitely potential there for more. Very close to being able to get that extra big kill, which would have put them in a pretty decent position to potentially kite out the remainder of that Aegis.
I mean, he's been flirting with disaster this entire game, Toronto Tokyo, going for way too many deep dives, and that was just a little bit of a step too far. Was the Warlock that ended up getting the kills, so not ideal for Glyph. Would have loved to give all of that that kill streak over to a core there. But they'll take it. Level 19.5 now on the Kez. Got the Aghanim-CET picked up as well. There's some life in there.
There is, but you now also have a Daedalus on Mr. Natsumi.
Okay.
So,
I mean,
as soon
he
as
wasn't
there's
the issue
life...
in that fight.
Oh, well, he might be now. Also, Narman. Just a random pick-off. Not only just that, all the way down to the south. What's going on here, Tim's? He's also looking for the +1 while the rest of the team is... Oh, Zeal. Okay, jumped in, but baits out the buyback.
Yeah, very unforced bait. That's it.
With the metal, they might go high ground. Double catapult. Got the banner.
Can we even afford to move forward here? He wants to be able to land the fatal bonds onto a bunch of creeps, or you just start channeling the upheaval, but this is a big boy. Honestly wonder if you just pop the Mortimer's Kisses now.
Yeah, especially to potentially find Jackie in the tree line, but they don't need it apparently. They can just easily get the full set of back.
Toronto
Tokyo
wants to go in,
was, inching
He's
closer,
thinking
but the rest of the
about it.
team wanted to go out. That could have been pretty dicey, to be honest.
I mean, he wanted to call something, he just called a neutral cap just to take it a little bit faster.
I had to get out the system, you know?
Mm-hmm.
This is not...
Would have been, winding him up the entire time.
All right, now he gets a minute or two. Doesn't need to potentially throw. He can let those juices flow again. 9-1-8 is Toronto Tokyo. So I think for me, really, with OG coming to this tournament, Toronto Tokyo was the massive question mark I had as a whole. They did not look obviously good in the Dream League qualifiers at all.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, really for me, it was just how was he going to fit? And of course, with the record so far, they've been struggling, but looking good in this game specifically, Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah. Couple moments of holding your breath, but I think that's just the way that we know he loves to play. Basically, all of this net worth lead is, most of it is on the Terrorblade, right? Like, it's a 12k net worth lead on the Terrorblade also. So you could just address him somehow.
Wow, yeah.
A lot easier said than done. So
Nice.
easy. Well,
I feel like
that's why I don't see the value of this Shiva's Guard coming through from Zeal. Like, it's a good item, don't get me wrong. But I just want to see the Aghanim-CET. I want to see that normal punch come through onto the TB when he's got the meta running. Use that to combo into a vac wall, get your auras off, and then you've probably won the team fight off the back of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. Unfortunately, their high ground besieged again, but slowly this time. Oh, I say slowly. Toronto Tokyo now wants to try and force the issue with an opportunity. Naman, was he watching? Like, he rocked so late. And now is Emo just dead?
Yep.
Emo's just dead as well. What just happened? That last potential fight of the game just looks so weird for Glyph.
We haven't seen a single big back wall, even with the Blink Dagger being available. Like, they're going for a smoke. It has to be right now that it happens. Blink beyond the team fight.
Oh, I mean, just Natsumi was... It's got the pick here, but obviously it wasn't even close. They might lose, but the Nightmare save Toronto Tokyo will still be sniped for the sharpshooter. Now Yopaj is out of range as well. OG, they've done a good job to just lose one. They need to make sure they disengage as a unit, but Zeal also have to be careful.
Nice Hurricane fight.
Meta is out. Yopaj is in, but Natsumi wants to disengage. They're not on the same page on OG. Which can put it in a very tricky position. If this fight continues to be dragged out, it could be problematic, but Natsumi is just way too ahead. This guy is gigantic. You don't have a response for him, and you're not going to have a response
that's another dieback.
for the rest of OG.
All cores dead, no buybacks available. Went for a sneaky little kill there onto Yopash at the end, but if you don't have buyback, I don't know if you could afford to do that sort of thing. And it should be a pretty clinical end to this game. We've been saying all throughout this tournament, Natsumi has not been the problem, and he absolutely was not this game. It was a phenomenal Terrorblade pick to be able to wind out the draft, and he's really been able to make it work. Fairly easy mega creeps here.
For blood. 4 kills. A 7 for Natsumi. Sorry. Nice, yo, you can do it. Alright. I'm just making sure, you know, there's no craziness that can go on from Glyph just yet before I wrap this one up.
Indeed.
But
I think we're good.
I think with that one, we're good. So, OG fans, honestly, a bit of a sigh of relief, to be honest, with how, again, they were looking. You know, you are now 2-4. And what other games have they got today as well? They're going to take on... Are they done? They got LGD after, which... Oof, it's tough. LGD look good.
Yeah. But, I mean, if they're able to use this momentum to be able to segue into that, then very, very different story there. Is the one-man army there with Toronto Tokyo able to just wipe his hands of this one. Say, we were able to get it done, and it's always good to be able to have what's the right word, your strategies like justified or like validated. That's the word. And clearly OG, even just the very start of this draft, felt a lot cleaner, right? Starting out with the Bane, being able to protect it a lot with the Snapfire as well. I thought GLYPH did a fairly good job in the lane, despite Emo getting that 1v1 kill onto him. But I think this was more of a Glyph issue for mine, right? Like OG didn't do too much wrong, but Glyph kind of just played into their hands.
Okay. Well, at least our C battle between these two teams is going to go OG's way this time. We'll see, maybe in the future, maybe even this tournament as well. We might see them go up against each other again, depending on how everything shapes up. Potentially, that will be in the studio if they're going to have to play each other again. So that would be amazing. That would be amazing to see OG end along with Glyph there. But yeah, they both have to get some wins. So. For them, again, we already touched on OG. They're playing LGD later. Glyph, they're going to be taking on XG. For us, though, next series, we've got to put our attention over towards that Spirit again, XG. Man, what an exciting series. So we're going to send a break. When we come back, we've got more Blast Dota. See you guys in a bit.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Blast Slam 7. We've got another half of a day ready to go. Zach and myself are going to carry you through all of the action. We had some fun games this morning, some fast games, though. OG kind of turning up in that last series, looking quite good against Glyph with that carry Terrorblade. But now it is on to Xtreme Gaming versus Team Spirit, which Team Spirit kind of struggling a little bit after a pretty solid previous event. Xtreme Gaming also kind of struggling a little bit as they are at the very bottom of the groups right now.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because it's like, depending where in the timeline you say Spirit versus XG, that is the most insane hype matchup grand final quality, or at the bottom of the groups, like, I hope we don't get eliminated. So I don't know, these guys go up and down a little bit, and unfortunately it is a little bit of a down period for them, but they're not out quite yet, right? This is the third day, fourth day tomorrow, so you got to rack up these wins against each other, opponents you're pretty familiar with, although I suppose recently we're like swapping a player here and there, so I don't know how familiar they are with each other anymore.
Yeah, I think Xtreme Gaming being 1-5 right now is probably the most surprising thing to me. Their only win is actually up against OG, who, hasn't been having a great tournament either. They just locked in their second win, so they're gonna, they're very happy to have gotten that. But dropping to like 1-7 here would be a pretty big issue for Xtreme Gaming. They just lost their series a little bit ago up against BetBoom, and it was an absolute stomp. 26-minute GG. So they've got to come to the drawing board with something fresh here in this game.
Well, that is something they're good with. Well, maybe it's a detriment as well sometimes, but I feel like their drafts can often be pretty different game to game. When they're good, it's why it's so hard to play with them, right? It's like, okay, that's why we lost game 1. Let's go into game 2, and you're like, oh, it's totally different. I don't know what to do. But when they're losing, sometimes you question, should you guys just run like some similar heroes? Like improve a little bit step by step. Every game you're going in with like 5 brand new heroes. It can be tricky. And I'm kind of looking at their drafts over the event, and they're pretty different, different opener, different responses for a lot of the games. And yeah, I know you have to adjust a little bit to your opponents, but I don't know, sometimes when you're losing, I feel like, hey, what's my comfort hero? Lock in.
All I know is I saw the clip yesterday, of Ame on Nature's Prophet, and I think you know which one I'm talking about. And that clip did not inspire confidence, I'll be honest. And I don't want to say they're tilted, but it feels like there's a little bit of tilt happening in the Xtreme Gaming lineup. At least from what we've seen so far in this tournament, that wasn't like an isolated issue. They just need to stand up, do some jump and jacks, shake it off, and just kind of try and reset, because you can only lose a couple more games. Like, you can't really lose any more games. Let's be real. Like, you really need to get some wins here, or else you're bottom 2 and you're going home. So, not really where they would want to be, I'm sure. I don't think that's necessarily where people expected them to be after they just got the direct invite to TI as like the best team from China. So that would be awkward.
It would be. And their remaining opponents after Team Spirit are LGD and Aurora, which are not going to be easy teams either. LGD is actually doing pretty well right now, and Aurora, I think they wish they were doing better, especially considering they just got second at a previous event, but they're doing better than XG, So, like, funny enough, Spirit is probably their easiest opponent left, and so you better start picking up the wins here. I will say, for that clip of the GGing out, it's not a good look, admittedly, but it's hard to say, like, behind the scenes what is going on, and I don't think it's strictly wrong to recognize, like, hey, I think we've probably lost this one. What happens Like, what is the difference between that GG versus what you often see and you don't think that hard on, but it's like the team smokes out and you're like, okay, 20k down, smoke out, I'm sure. They get wiped and then they GG, you know? But that's like, oh, desperation smoke, we'll just see what happens. XG could have done that in that last game and then GG'd out, you know? It would maybe look a little better, but is there truly a difference there? Maybe a little. I don't know.
Maybe like a tiny bit. I mean, if you watch the game, it was definitely, the game was cooked for sure, right? Like they just got, like, his whole team just got wiped. He like TP top to go farm and split push, and then just gets found and dies. And well, the funny part was the GG came out before they hit him with a single spell. He just like saw them and he was like, I'm out. GG, we're done. You know, and it's.
Yeah.
It just feels like they're anticipating the loss at that point, you know, and they're like, yeah, you know, we've already lost, but maybe we could make some space. And then, you know, at that point, it's like, yeah, what can you do? I don't know. I would like Xtreme Gaming to show up with you know, a smooth draft and play their game and see them do well. But I don't know what that like kind of secret sauce is that's gonna have to bring it all together.
Yeah, it's hard to say without being in the team, because if we're reading into that early GG, then it's a mental thing, you know, and then we certainly don't have information on that to figure out what's going on. But gameplay wise, I don't think any particular draft, like if you just look at draft versus draft, it's like, okay, yeah, I kind of see how we got here. Again, I do criticize a little bit of it's fairly different each time, and I worry about that. I also think the support duo for XG, I love both these players, right? Don't get me wrong. But lately, I feel that there is a rise in the value of having a support player who is just like crazy farmed, right? You don't know if it's going to be the 5 or the 4. It doesn't have to happen every single game, but it happens quite frequently if you look at some of the top teams. And I feel that XG still plays a pretty poor support.
Like a 4 protect 1 almost.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's just a product of having like Ame classic hyper carry kind of guy, but I can't really remember very many games where it's like FY and X Nova, they can pop off from play, but it's not like, oh my god, look how rich he is. You know, he's got like, he's passing the off lane, right? It almost, I feel, never happens for this team, and I think that's actually something that's quite good right now. Not that you have to do it every game, but like, look at someone like 9 Class, you know? He's literally carrying games with this IO that is insanely farmed. It's stuff like that I think gives you more flexibility in tournaments and long series. I know we're in best of ones right now, but like as you go further and further, or to pull out in a random best of one, like, hey, here's FY super farming performance. It just doesn't seem to happen very much for them.
It's a really good thing to recognize, because I like looking at it and thinking about it in hindsight. I think that is a really big part of it, legitimately, and I think there's a very big reason why certain 4 positions and 5 positions are meta right now and other ones are not. Like, if you look at the unpicked and unbanned heroes of the tournament, specifically unpicked, none of these heroes can farm. Like, all of the heroes that are being ignored in this tournament are heroes that are ignored strictly because they can't farm compared to other carries, and that's a problem for sure. So whether or not like that's part of the reason for Xtreme, or if they just like haven't adapted to picking and being a little bit greedier on their supports, you know, maybe that's part of it. But we'll see what they do in this draft here. Is in terms of the bans, everything's kind of straightforward. We're still seeing the prioritization of the Drow ban against Ame, and we see the Clockwork removed as well. Spirit going for that first pick. Slardar they love so much.
Spirit's actually the other team that doesn't usually have the supports pop off as much. At least, well, I don't know. I won't speak to Rue and not me yet, right? We're still kind of learning this new duo. But yeah, the Slardar, it is something that they run a lot. I think very likely to go to Collapse. Very strong hero. Blink Shard is really all you need. Pair it with any number of position 4s. The Beastmaster XG is known for. We've seen a lot of success in the off lane. with this hero, kind of returning to the Helm of the Overlord build, but there is still a bit of flexibility. I can't remember if we've seen it mid yet, but I think you can always do that. And even though it's fallen out of favor, Ame is the original carry Beastmaster, so I think you gotta keep it in mind.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
And he's someone who won't get bullied as much by Slardar offlane because you are melee, but you've also got your summons. You can keep your distance with axes, and you're also pretty tanky, right? Like, I mean, look at these guys. They're shredded, so they'll just be two beefy boys whacking each other.
Well, the Winter Wyvern ban, kind of nice. Normally you would see that like picked into Beastmasters, but I'm curious if they have like their own kind of zoo / jungle hero that they want to pick up. Well, I don't know. In terms of supports that are still in the pool, there's still quite a lot of options. The Coddle, of course, and Clockwork have been kind of the two best that we've seen, but Hoodwink, good for both of these lanes if they want to go for it. You could look for a save if you want to play into the Beastmaster Roar, right? So you have things like Shadow Demon. Oh, there goes the Hoodwink, never mind. I think that makes sense, right? Xtreme have next pick. You might as well get rid of what is arguably the next best support pick here.
Mm-hmm. We've been seeing a little bit more techies. Kind of curious. You could kind of pair it with, like, say, Slardar. That's a lot of burst potential. One stun into Blast Off, into Crush or the Bash, like whichever one you didn't start with. It's already a lot of damage, and then you run someone down for a bit. It could be kind of cool. Lion has been extremely popular just for general crowd control.
Alk ban, nice.
Technically, either of these could go mid, but if we are getting new mid laners, a lot of the mid laners are still available. There's been more focus on support bans this draft. So like Storm, Puck, Ember, all that is in. And
Yeah,
so
you're right.
just
What the heck?
instant stuns like Lion, pretty safe. Both teams
No
very good with the
respect.
hero.
Just
Yeah,
leave
well, you
all the
gotta
mid
respect
laners in.
something.
They're like, who cares? You know, let them have whatever they want. No. I like a zoo hero here for Spirit. Something that brings some armor reduction as well. Okay, they go for Lycan. Not exactly. I was thinking maybe you opt for a light. I was thinking maybe Lycan, but they go for the Grimstroke. Lycan would give you like the Howl minus armor. It plays well into the Lich and the Chain Frost. But Grimstroke's also nice. Synergizes well with either mid or offlane Slardar, one of your initiators. And you still have like, there's still a lot of heroes in the pool that can take advantage of the Slardar minus armor without, you know, committing to it quite yet.
I wonder if there's any level of a steal pick. Grimstroke's Lich is a killer combo with the ultimates. They have their weaknesses, but in the early game, like if both those ults go off, it's a winning fight.
They got it. They got it. They get the Lich ult.
I guess so.
They're like, that was a good idea, Xtreme. Too bad. Yoink, mine now. That's
I mean,
funny.
there are some
I like
pretty
it.
solid steals already, right? The Lich ult that we're kind of joking on, but is real. And then Beastmaster Roar, double Roar is also pretty good. You steal axes, that's pretty useful. Any of Lich's abilities are pretty nifty for Rubik, and you would get double value on most of them with the Soul Bind, though you don't have to. I gotta say, Rubik with Sinister Gaze plus extra cast range is pretty absurd. That is a lot of extra lockdown, which they've now got 3 sources already on Spirit, so kind of leaves it free for the last 2 picks, carry and possibly mid, maybe offlane. They don't really have to provide more crowd control if you don't want them to.
I want another like low cooldown initiator of some kind.
Yeah.
There's the techies. We'll see what they want to pair with it. The Kez. Okay, so I want a low cooldown hero that doesn't rely on like the big ultimate to get in. Now you could still consider Tidehunter if you really wanted, but I want someone that can play around Inkswell. But if you really want to double down on the minus armor, you could look at Tidehunter, go for Ag, stuff like that. But if you want to keep Slardar mid, you have this Rubik in the offlane, maybe Grimstroke, either or. It could just be the Axe. Someone just goes in with like Blink Call. You have Inkswell to follow it up. You could do something like a Centaur who would have Blink Stomp. It's not as much synergy there. If you want to just play for like auras. Oh. They got the Pango.
So what I was gonna say once you were done is I also want someone who's like low cooldown and can get active without really needing an item, because Rubik and Grimstroke are heroes that want to fight a lot, and Slardar will eventually do that. But to start, he kind of needs to get to that Blink Dagger, which gives this like awkward window for the supports where it's like, oh, I don't know what to do. You know, I want to fight, but no one wants to fight. And so the typical mids like Storm and Ember are great for that. Pango can be, but I feel like it's not as easy as some of those other heroes when you don't have roll, because that one's not low cooldown like we were saying. And you also kind of want Diffusal, but sometimes you go Mage Slayer, which then isn't really that early playmaking item. It's got its own utility, but it's not strictly the easiest for these two supports.
I think with Pango, I'm not too worried, because if you think about it, like, it doesn't have to be Rolling Thunder. Like, sometimes it's just like Blink Shield Crash with an Inkswell on you and you're fine, and like that's good enough because he's getting a huge barrier and he's getting the stun off and he's not going to be like too worried about going in. You can have roll up as a defensive and still get Rolling Thunder off, so like if you need to Rolling Thunder at that point, you can. And I think Pango still is just like generally too strong. I am curious if they're going to ban the Puck though. They get rid of NTS Tinker. They're actually not afraid of his Puck at all.
I don't know if it's not afraid of it at all, or I am more afraid of Tinker, which I think I would be. I would be more afraid of his Tinker.
Really? With these heroes, with Slardar, Pango, Grim, I was like, they're just going to run at him. But
it's
maybe
true,
it depends on the
but
carry. It delay the game, I guess.
Yeah. It's like you do have heroes who can kind of deal with it, but then again, it's just like it's that Tinker specialist, you know? It's the guy who picks Brood Mother at the end. You're like, don't we have Brood counters? Don't we have Meepo counters? And then they still cheese you. You know, you just don't want that when you really need these best of one wins.
Yeah.
You're just looking and you're like, I bet he's gonna Tinker us, man. This punk, like, don't let him, guys. Don't let him Tinker us.
Yeah, that's true. You're not wrong. Well, last pick here for the side of Team Spirit. They need that carry for Yatoro. Into the Kez, you have probably the Ursa, which is the one that comes to mind the most here. I think it plays well into the Beastmaster lane. It's a little rough against techies, but you have Enrage and BKB. So as long as you're like BKBing, oh, that makes more sense. Yeah, the Tiny. It's kind of just what Ursa. Him and Ursa kind of accomplish the same thing. They're like physical damage burst. But the difference is you can't dispel the overpower stacks with Taser, so that's way better.
I also think he can do more with these supports in the early game. He's one of the more active carries out there because of Avalanche and Toss.
Yeah.
So I like that option for them. Now you can kind of play between any of these three cores, but they are all melee, which is kind of scary into what XG has, and I'm trying to think of like what this final pick is that could just like be a melee killer.
Dude, it is a hard pick. Monkey King, okay.
It's kind of a melee killer.
Yeah, definitely. Drop that Wukongs, hope they all stand in it. High armor against Slardar. Typically wins against the Pango lane, so smart one. I'm surprised I didn't think about it. Normally Monkey Kings don't make it this far into the draft, but here we go.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot. Though actually I will say XG is also 3 melee cores, funny enough. Well, this is going to be a real brawl fest. All the cores are going to get in there. The supports are going to sit in the back and throw some spells.
Sign me up. That's what I want to see.
I'm trying to just tell who is this better for, right? Like for techies, okay, easy to land like the blast off and the mines. The taser should have a lot of effect with this many melee cores. And then Lich loves this, right? He's like, oh, easy chain frost. You know, the shield is going to be such value. And on the other side, Grimstroke also likes it. You know, Inkswell, Soulbind, easy to land. And then Rubik, maybe not typically you think of him that way, of like better versus melee heroes. But then he'll just steal the spells from the other supports that are good versus melee heroes. So I'm very interested to see how this plays out. I think for Spirit, it should be a little easier to get things done early because of the Tiny versus Kez. I feel like Kez does have a bit more of a farming period. Not that he can't get involved, but you know, you kind of get involved, you get hit by one crush, Stroke of Fate runs through, and you're like, I'm dead because I had 1,000 health. Tiny's already tanky naturally, so he's more willing to hop in with the avalanche, the toss, and then go back to farming after that.
I like the Kez Monkey King duo like quite a bit. I think that's super strong, but it's going to require quite a bit of farm for these heroes to like stand on equal footing against kind of this Slardar, Pango, Tiny, right? Like in that first 30 minutes, I feel like it's all Spirit. I think post that, as we get closer to like 45, 50 minutes, I think that's when this Kez Monkey King lineup is going to be a little bit stronger. But it's getting there. I am a little bit worried about, because like Kez is a very strong hero, but the amount of stuns and just like burst that they have on Spirit, I think kind of overshadows it. So we'll see what they can get done.
I might usually say Kez Monkey King, although the synergy's kind of there when you get there, like you were saying. I do think it's pretty greedy to start, but this is a last pick Monkey King, so he should have a good start, win his lanes, which should help alleviate that greed, essentially. Like if he had a bad game, a bad 100%. Matchup, and had to do a lot more farming, then it's like, okay, you're farming, I'm farming, like what's happening? But if you can win the lane, Diffusal, I guess, is fine, right? Like go fight. Then you're not competing with your Kez for all the farm.
Yeah, I will say, every time I think a Monkey King is going, or every time I think like a Pangolier should lose his lane, he ends up winning his lane. So I'm never gonna like count out this hero. Pangolier just seemingly is too strong sometimes. And playing against the Monkey King, he just needs to save Swashbuckle. Is the idea. It's like once he gets 2 attacks on him, he has to be able to just swashbuckle to safety and then not be worried about the Jingu stacks. In the lane, he can play around Shield Crash to kind of push the wave and get some like barrier. But the first like 2 waves, I think are going to be kind of even. It's mostly as we get like level 2, 3 on the Monkey King, it should be a little bit more one-sided for NTS here.
We'll see how it goes. If you think you know how it goes, maybe head over to the official prediction market of Blast Slam. Polymarket.com. Nice. You can live trade on based on what you think is going to happen here.
That was good. That was good. I like that one. That was a good transition. That's why they pay you the big bucks.
I try my hardest. For a much more awkward transition, how are the other side lanes going?
And it's gone. I mean, looks like top lane's just going to be pretty chill. Yatoro, I imagine, should end up farming fairly well on the Tiny. They get like a half pull here, which is great. Bottom lane, lots of fighting. Makes sense, right? X-Nova on the Lich goes double Mango. He's got his Sacrifice coming off cooldown in a moment. He has just pumped all of his mana into Frost Blast, spamming Collapse. Try making space for Ame here in the lane.
I think you want to do it now. The level 2 timing of a Slardar is when he starts to get really scary. Level 1's not that bad. So you kind of get him low at level 1 so that when he does hit that level 2 timing, he's a little bit more hesitant about fighting. Plus, you kind of, like, you burn through all your mana and then you get Sacrifice because you don't have it in that first 2 minutes. So now he can go back, go eat a creep, and get a lot of his mana back.
Yatoro, okay, almost dies. Dude, that taser instantly dispelling Inkswell is kind of nuts. That's a really cool little counter that I had not considered.
Yeah, me neither. That's pretty annoying, actually.
Yeah, that changes my idea of some of these matchups, actually.
If you get the silence, like Phantom's Embrace, I guess you can put it on the techies to prevent him from using Taser. But yeah, I also hadn't thought about that. I was thinking about the potential for kills in this lane. And I guess if he uses Taser, right, then you can get it. But he will simply not use Taser.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what you do now on, like, the Grimstroke this game. Like, do you max Inkswell still?
You just don't max
even though,
it, I think.
Yeah,
even though there's
like,
so many melee heroes, I think it's okay. You can just either A, you can still do it and just plan around Taser, because technically isn't going to be in every single fight. I also think Phantom's Embrace is not that bad this game. Kez is actually a very spell-focused physical damage hero, right? He like uses all the abilities. He attacks fast, so he'll kill the Phantom's Embrace, but it is still like every time he is doing it, attacking the Phantom's Embrace instead of using his abilities, that could screw him over. This is a very timing-based hero, right? So if you miss the window to parry, you miss the window to use an ability, that's it. So I wouldn't mind seeing Phantom's Embrace. I also think Stroke of Fate is pretty easy to land with so many heroes. I'm cursing him right now. He is just dead. But as he respawns, Stroke of Fate is pretty good versus melee heroes because it's easy to hit a lot of them. You get the summons from Beastmaster as well, so you'll get some high damage Stroke of Fates.
That was like a little bit of a self-inflicted wound right there. They pulled their wave like too close to the tower, and Beastmaster just starts walking at him under the tower, just throwing axes. He's like, all right, then I'll kill you instead. So nice recognition there from the off lane of XXS, knowing he could apply that pressure.
We are reaching the point where Monkey King, pretty difficult for Pango to deal with. He hasn't died, because like you mentioned, you just hold Swashbuckle, you hold Shield Crash, you hold one of them, and you'll live, but that means you can't use them aggressively. You can't use them to farm. And because of that, you start falling behind in CS. But when you hit 6, it is much easier to make plays with Rolling Thunder than it is for Monkey King to make plays with Wukongs. So that's kind of what Laurel's playing for. Just get to that level 6. Supports, you're gonna help me with power runes, right? You got stacks for me, right? You know, that's what he's sharing with his team.
He's like begging. Oh, there's the Inkswell. He gets the Phantom's Embrace off, but it still dispels it, and they just get disarmed. So, I mean, we're seeing kind of the combo, right? He's got 2-point Stroke of Fate, like you said, the Phantom's Embrace now. I think the moment he saw that dispel happen, he was just like, huh. That sucks. You know, like, I guess I'll go, you know, that's gonna not be fun to play around this game. CS-wise, going well for Xtreme Gaming here. Up a little bit, right? Not a substantial lead, but this off lane, XXS is completely free farming even after the first blood, so he's doing really well. You have the mid matchup going really well, and Kez winning this safe lane thanks to the Lich. So they're gonna bring all these heroes mid for that 6-minute power rune. It's gonna spawn bottom. And we'll see Rubik. I don't think he's getting out of this one. Yeah, that'll be a kill picked up by the Lich. And Rue is just getting chased by some boars. Does make it to the river, though, so he should be fine. Very lucky that the rune spawned bottom for Spirit. Otherwise, it's been amplified damage Monkey King running at you under the tower. Ooh.
Unfortunately, because of the denies, Laurel does not have level 6. So
yeah.
Although Amplify is usually a great one to get like an early kill, I think this is just for farm here, and still not even that much farm because he's still kind of getting zoned by NTS.
Top lane, Yatoro down to a sliver of HP as Beastmaster will get level 6. He'll turn it into a roar on the Rubik, and that is a double kill in this top lane. They are feeling real good about their chances now.
And this is where, this is one of the shortcomings of Tiny. Oh, hold on. Slardar might be in some trouble here, taking some damage. He's a very tanky, very fast hero, though, so not going to die. But can you actually turn this around?
They have the damage. Okay, no, they had a Lotus. He has another Lotus, actually, so he's got plenty of healing to play around. And now Techie's showing up. FY 3 points in the reactive taser.
Find Rue here easily so far. Should be a quick kill. Some stacks, but I don't think they can steal them quite yet. 8-minute rune though. With that support dead, you can't contest bottom rune at all. Going their way though. It's top once again. The opposite side.
A little sigh of relief there. I mean, 4,000 gold, 5-0 here, just 8 minutes in. This is like the dream lane stage for Xtreme, and they're going to take the twin gate to the top side of the map. Now, a ward will see them. Immediate sentry from X-Nova, and Ame's like, all right, peace, bro. I'm going back. No point in sticking around here. In the jungle, Avalanche toss. Looking for FY. They have a telekinesis with Laurel coming in. Blast off, not enough to get away. Good spell layering there.
Structures are fortified. Dire's top tower.
In the meantime, though, as the other lanes are getting pressured, tower damage is happening. So,
oh yeah,
I did expect XG to do well in the lanes because they got the counter picks, right? But this is maybe a little bit more than even Spirit was hoping for. But as they get their level 6s, they might have a chance to fight back. But you can't. Oh, okay, yeah. I was gonna say until then, you can't let it get out of control much further than this.
Yeah, I mean, you're not really pressuring this Kez. He's got his perseverance, so he's big chillin'.
This smoke is scouted by a ward since they saw the twin gate channeling. Ame's fast. They see him, but yeah, you don't have the blinks yet. I kind of mentioned this earlier, right? This is where like Storm Spirit type heroes can just go do things. And here you just gotta like walk at a Kez who's a pretty fast hero, especially as he's using like Grappling Claw.
And XXS getting work done, grabbed his Helm of the Dominator, finds a Dark Troll Summoner immediately, and your towers are now, they're going to be asking for some help soon.
Honestly, you can pressure the tier 2 as well if they don't get out of bottom. Okay, yeah, Yatoro's out. Like, you can lose the tier 2s to the troll. You can lose the tier 3s to the trolls. The trolls are really good at pushing if people don't rotate. I think so too, but...
Right? Like, just get the second tower.
I think you can. At the same time, they're in such a good position. Like 5k up at 10 minutes, you know? Like, you're not supposed to be that far up. So if you just slow things down so you hit key items, you're still gonna have a really good lead over Spirit.
That's actually valid. If you just take their whole jungle, like he just took 3 camps from them. All right, that's farm that can't go to the Tiny, and that gets him that much closer to his Helm of the Overlord. And if he has a super early Helm of the Overlord, what does Spirit do legitimately?
You do the Ame.
The Ame, that's true. All right, no, he's gonna come mid now. So they brought the team. They want to make sure they get themselves another tower, and they will do it. There's going to be almost no contest here at the moment from the side of Spirit. They're going to get a D-ward back behind the tier 1 tower, but everyone has their level 6. You are still missing that on the Grimstroke and the Rubik, so that is it. 2 towers gone. 6,000 gold going their way now. And back into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, right? That's still a good strategy, so just head back in there. I want to mention Monkey King is going for the Desolator, so we kind of expected it, but truly a fighting build to amplify his fellow cores. And if you are behind, this build can kind of grief a little bit. But when you're ahead this far, it is really tough, because you can't really afford to be building armor when you're this far behind. You need to be building damage to have a shot at killing them. But it means that if you get jumped in any way, you just get destroyed by this Desolator.
Ooh, Arcane top. Now, one thing we haven't really talked about is the pressure that Techies creates when you have this much map control this early. So FY, he's getting started on it. He's just going to start mining up the whole enemy jungle, right? So if you want to try and play, you know, aggressive and try and like make ganks into the jungle, like these mines are just going to be protecting XXS the whole time. which he's
No,
actually
he's
sitting
here,
right under a
but-
ward. They all know they're both there. Not me. Currently sitting on his Primal Spring, but they don't know about this ward, which cheeky ward placed from FY. Now they think about it. They're like, okay, something sees us. He used the sticky bomb to cut the tree, and they have not quite figured it out. That's an all-star Techies player right there.
They know about it though.
There he
They're
is.
trying
He's
to use
like,
a
okay.
courier, but yeah, FY is protecting it. He knows. Gotta protect your vision, guys. NTS is even hopping on over. So
Dire's bottom
some high-level antics here. Both teams knowing the warding game, but one team's got 7K gold lead, so guess who's gonna win that ward game?
God,
Gonna be
it's
XG.
It's so much gold. It's like I took my eyes off the gold lead for a second. Wow.
When you eclipse 1K per minute, that is our de facto death sentence.
It's like 13-minute Battle Fury and Helm of the Overlord. Like, Helm of the Overlord is done. Mid lane, Boundless Strike actually off the mark. NTS, unfortunate for him. They're gonna maybe pump fake the Rolling Thunder, but they know how scary it is to just
Dire's bottom
make this
tower
attempt
is
here
under
with the Beastmaster. And we'll get that D ward finally.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's
Dude, there's,
bottom tower is
like,
under attack.
where can you fight? Like their whole jungle just has mines in it.
Some support's got to play
Is under attack.
hop through the trees together. Funny enough, Rubik's actually better than Monkey King at this because you have more cast range.
Dire's middle tower is
I don't think you can see each other. They've reduced the vision.
They missed every spell onto NTS. Oh no. They tried to make a bait for him on that Primal Spring, but didn't quite connect. There's going to be the Wukong's command, but a Rolling Thunder will connect, and the ultimate from the Grimstroke, the Soulbind, finally locks them down long enough to get something. Okay, it was a bait. They wanted the Techies to follow it in as well. That's where it came from.
Some much needed money, but even after that, still 6K down. So a little bit of a hiccup for XG. I'm sure they're still feeling confident, but at least Spirit can. You got something going with these supports who really want to fight, right? And there has not been a fight yet, as you can see, 5-1. So finally baiting them in to get that Soulbind, get all the spells comboed up.
I will say that fight gave Toro so much gold, and he's gone for a Blink Dagger. Something we don't really see on carry Tinies, but you mentioned it, they're really struggling with initiation. And so Yatoro's like, I guess I'll do it. You
The
know,
thing is, I don't think you can farm your way back into this at this point.
I agree.
Right? So you have to fight your way back in, and what's better than Blink for Tiny for that?
They're gonna look for the power rune here, 16 minutes, but Roshan down to just a sliver of health in the bottom lane, and there it is. Do they fight? Doesn't look like it. He will still level 4 Taser on the Rubik. That's kind of nice.
I guess you can dispel like Jingu, and that's kind of nifty.
Ooh,
The Frost
Tiny
Shield.
looking for FY. Ooh, off the mark with the swashbuckle, jumping from collapse, gets the Lich. One more little toss over will get the job done. Ame though, with the Raptor Dance chasing down Yatoro. Another crush though comes in from collapse to make enough space for this Tiny to disengage. There's gonna be a stolen roar onto the Beastmaster with the Rolling Thunder. So far the fight looking pretty dang good for Spirit if they can get out, but no. Laurel doesn't have the damage. He gets one more. Collapse comes in, gets NTS maybe. It's gonna be close. He just TP's out on the Pango. Okay.
top tower is under attack.
Not looking good for Collapse. They don't manage to burn the Aegis. It was so close. You're down so much gold and you almost win the fight.
Consider they're 7K down. I would say they did win the fight, right? That's an even fight, despite that
3
amount
for
of
4,
gold lead.
yeah.
So I guess that's something for Spirit. I think they would love it if the Monkey King had died. But
If
yeah,
they got
kind of
that
showing
Aegis.
there. Some of the heroes just could not do the damage they were hoping for, and part of that is like missed abilities. You see here.
Yeah.
Like, not really seeing a lot of auto attacking from the carry Tiny, which I guess, you know, this hero does kind of go in and out of fights, throwing some spells, but you're up against a Kez and a Monkey King who are exceptional at consistent damage output.
Dude, how many Ash Legion shields are on this team right now? Is
a
it
lot.
just one?
Both teams
Okay,
have
they got rid
three
of
physical damage cores, you know, so this is the goated a neutral item.
I was like looking at the fight. I was watching that fight over, and I was like, I think I saw 3 Ash Legion shields get dropped onto XXS in that fight, which they've got rid of them now as they get their tier 2s. But we're gonna see Wukong's command come out as they're making a play onto Ame. They do get him with the soul bind, but cannot lock him down. He was alone. Nice turnaround there from Xtreme.
Slardar Grimstroke can't solo kill, not solo, but like pick off a Kez on his own fast enough before the rest of the team shows up.
That's not looking good.
Certainly showing how far behind you are.
NTS needs to be careful. I mean, Pango does a lot of damage. Like, even though this hero is like 3,000 gold behind the Monkey King, or 2,000 gold behind the Monkey King, a single swashbuckle is no joke.
I mean, that's a result of the Monkey King getting the Desolator, right? So
yeah,
he is a bit more fragile. You got to be careful. He is working on the BKB, so soon he won't have to be so careful, and he'll be chasing you down into those towers. But for now, he will respect it. And again, you know, we kind of talked about it a few minutes ago, but are you really required to make that many aggressive plays when you have this kind of gold lead? Because I would actually say XG has the scaling. Now, I don't think they should like sit passive when you have this kind of lead, but you don't have to go crazy. Just like put the pressure you can, don't dive too much. It's mostly what they've done.
I love this dive.
NTS scouts the Tiny, I think, over here.
Yatoro, not gonna get caught quite yet. They're looking to hopefully find some. Oh, they got him. Never mind. Boundless strike on into the Raptor dance. Goodbye. Good find here off the smoke.
Like this double jump strat. Monkey King jumping in, blast off coming in. Maybe we can even throw a grappling claw in there. Yeah. You just think you're on your own, and suddenly there's 3 heroes, and none of them have a blink.
Wait a minute. Yeah, huge find. I mean, you said you can't really farm your way back into this, but Tiny really is the damage dealer for Spirit as this goes on. Like, he's the one that scales. He's going to be bringing, like, the Silver Edge eventually, like the BKB, that Harpoon. Yes, Slardar does damage, but he's kind of like the amplifier, right? You drop the Corrosive Haze, you have the Crush Shard, and then you're just hoping that the damage follows you up. Very comfortable spot here for Xtreme Gaming. 10,000 gold up as they continue to just take over the map. XXS has now taken all of the outer towers. I would love to see his building damage this game. He's about to have a full AC, dude. He's 200 gold from an AC.
That's pretty absurd. On the other hand, the Slardar just got the shard, and in a good game, you can sometimes get Blink Shard really close to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And it is 21, so one guy's got an AC, and the other guy just finished the bare minimum. Shows the state of the game. Ish will be a very free Tormentor. And the shards are pretty good here to get for free. It'll go to FY, which I think Spire is better this game, but I mean, you won't complain about free money. Especially not me being very annoying. He stole the Tree Dance, so he's just been cutting waves, which I think is exactly what he needs to do. Maybe you can use this Techie Shard. It's like a free ward, essentially, to go scout him out, and then you can maybe kill him. They did see him jump through.
I don't know how long the activation time is on Mad. Like, can you blast off in and plant it, you know? If you can, it's just more damage.
It is just more damage. But I think one of the better uses for it, especially in a pro match, is just vision. Like, I know I guess you've already got a lot from proximity mines, but this one doesn't blow up when people walk by it.
Oh, top lane. They're trying to bait out NTS. They get his BKB out of him, so... I mean, Giga Chad play from Collapse, just standing there in the face of a BKB Monkey King and just wasting his time. Ooh, a Vlad's? That's a cool point out. Thank you, Observer. Grimstroke has Mana Boots Vlad's. You talked about needing armor this game. That is the poor man's armor solution for the team.
I think that's a buckler. I guess so, but
Hey, you got
Thing
2
is
more
for
armor on
Vlad's-
everybody. Huge.
yeah. That's good. But I feel like for Vlad's to have the best value,
You got a tiny.
you need to be able to stand and attack. And I don't know if you're doing that 11k behind a Monkey King and a Kez. You know, like, surely the extended standstill and attack fights go the way of XG. And I don't think Vlad's is enough to address that.
Bye-bye, Rubik. So, I mean, the Vlad's is a sacred relic for the Tiny at the end of the day.
That's
So,
true.
you know, it's like, as long as Yatoro's nearby the Grimstroke, like, they're getting the armor aura, but then you're also giving, like, 60 damage to the Tiny or something. So, that's, you know, probably the most value you can get out of an item right now. Bottom lane, Roar sets up a very easy kill to the Pango. They're doing their best to try and slow this down and split push, but the amount of pressure they can do with this Monkey King, just constantly running around the map, which, well, Avalanche toss, pulls him back, but they know the numbers are coming. They have to leave this one and go. But, I mean, we see that, I mean, that's a lot of damage. Tiny's kind of there.
I don't see a kill, though.
Yeah, not yet. With Corrosive Haze, though, that might be a kill. And that's like the turning point for Spirit, is if someone on Xtreme Gaming goes a little bit too aggressive, or they try to push high ground without an Aegis, which I think that's pretty much what they're just waiting for at this point. That next Roshan, it is a long spawn, 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Who needs a cloud?
That might actually benefit them, because I think getting the second Roche near the 30-minute mark, because that's when 2 catapults spawn, I think that's actually pretty good. Not that their lineup really needs it, I guess. This is one of the best building hitter lineups and builds out there.
Oh my lord, Avalanche just catches 3. 2 heroes dead to start the fight. Roar on the collapse. Spirit. This is what they've needed the whole time. You're gonna lose the Kez as well. Trying to TP out of the... Dude, no way. 3 dead, looking for XXS. Yatoro's gonna be there. They've got Not Me in the trees. Avalanche toss into the ink swell. It's a goddamn team wipe, Zach. What just happened? Ultra kill for Yatoro?
Oh yeah, we gotta see these damage numbers. Oh my god.
I
Oh
told
my
you,
God.
it's just one amplified damage tiny combo. That's all it takes.
Okay, this is why the blink is good, right? Because they smoke, they see this, they jump. There is no damage item you buy that allows this to happen. It has to be a blink that allows you to triple stun everybody and just delete them before the fight starts. So even at this point, that 11k gold lead, it's really an 11k gold lead for Spirit, because 2 of the heroes are just dead right off the bat. And they still tried to take the fight. I guess it's hard, right? It's such a quick moment, but I think it's okay to just lose those heroes and get out with your Kez, your Beastmaster, and just say like, oh no, we're 8k up now, right? That would have been fine, but you actually lost everything in that fight. Spirit made great use of the space, so it's now down to a 7k gold lead, which is still pretty good for XG.
Yeah.
But considering where it was at, it's obviously huge for Spirit, and suddenly what felt like should be a free second Roche for XG, like you have to fight for it now.
Man, it's shocking that you can see that play happen and you're still up 7,000 gold at like 26 minutes. Now I mean there's a 500 damage Tiny running around that has Corrosive Haze. Like this is why the combo is so good. They're looking for techies. He's gonna go for the TP out. Avalanche is there. He gets the quick pop. And on the other side, they find a Grimstroke. Soulbind is out though. Rolling Thunder there as well. Does get the Roar. Laurel inside the Wukong's command. Cannot get the help to escape. We'll see what they can do as Ame is going to try and chase for more. Not me inside the trees, but they cut him down. Okay, Spirit getting a little too cocky there, and Xtreme will strike back, take down 3, and now look for the Roshan.
That's the still 7K up part we were just saying.
Yeah.
The fights still go the way of XG as long as you don't get absolutely destroyed by the initiation, which is what Spirit needed to win that last fight. So with this, XG still gets the second roast, right? Okay, guys, we're still on the gameplay. It's still all right. The boys are talking themselves up. We're not throwing. It's all right. It's all right. I imagine, yeah, okay, I see those BKBs queued up. Because once you have BKBs, you don't die that way to the tiny avalanche. And everybody making sure they're going to have them. And you should have time to just farm it up. They have all the outer towers, so you just have an incredible amount of map space. Get your BKB. You'll still have a few minutes to push. Maybe even with that 3. Wow, that was fast.
All right.
Can I steal the shrine?
Yeah, there's a sick play from FY, just popping the blast off on the shrine, thinking, you know, maybe somebody will be there, and in fact there is. That'll be a nice grab onto the Slardar. Oh, Yatoro, hold up. A little bit of revenge. Okay, that's good. Ame definitely could have gotten the stun. He had the Raven's Veil, so he got very lucky on Yatoro there. That should be a dead tiny.
Chain Cross doesn't quite finish the Rubik, but the Overlord will get the lit.
Ooh, the gem though. That's a big
pretty
one.
big find. Now
That's
you do have a lot of
Spirits-
free vision.
Oh no, that's
from
their own
Beast
gem. Okay.
Oh, now again, that's exciting. I was gonna say you do have a lot of free vision from the Beastmaster, Techies, Monkey King, right? So even if you do lose your gem, it's not like you're playing completely in the dark. But all right, if it's your own gem, it's less exciting. Both teams will still have one. Yeah, I died to lag. Pause. He does have his shard now. That'll give him more solo kill potential as well. I kind of would have liked a blink on that Lich. I feel they just need... There's so much damage from Ame and NTS and even XXS, right? Like, they are pumping out damage. The shard to me is more damage, but I think you just need to lock someone down for a second, and then Ame will destroy him. Especially like preventing this roll up, for example, or this blink avalanche toss.
I do... Yeah, I'm trying to look at some other itemization here and figure out if there's like anything major that they can pick up on Spirit to try and give themselves some breathing room, because this Aegis timing they still have for 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Ame just hits his level 20, so he's got that bonus attack speed during the Falcon Rush. This Kez will pretty much chew anybody alive. Like, he will go right through them, especially if they have Aurora, and they're going to find Not Me. He gets the blink, though, so he does see that smoke get popped. They'll de-ward. Yatoro still pretty far from that BKB. Needs another 1,100 gold.
I feel like XG should have just waited 20 more seconds and they could have their BKB on Kez as well.
Oh, did they see collapse in the river?
So fast, even if you see him.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you're catching him.
Unless he stops the farm, right? But he needs to be careful. Oh.
He was about to walk there. He's like, oh, never mind.
Oh, they're going to find Not Me instead on the Rubik. They managed to trap him. They're going to go ahead, just blow up the Monkey King. That's a pretty damn good trade. And they get the Rolling Thunder onto the Lich. Soulbind will hold the Kez in place, but he's going to try and chase after Grimstroke. Does have a really nice Ghost Up to play around. That Rolling Thunder comes in, manages to stun up the Beastmaster. He gets the BKB. Kez with the Raptor Dancing gets canceled. That's the Aegis. Just got no Roar, no BKB left on the Beastmaster. Laurel's going to be able to finish him off. Hold up. Can you get out now on Xtreme? It's 4 heroes chasing you. Ame is going to be forced to BKB. He's got a Raven's Veil still available. Can he just do it all himself? No, he'll get the kill. TP to safety into Aegis. Spirit win the fight. You do have to buy back on the Rubik, but damn worth it. How do they keep winning these? What happens?
the first incredible team fight, that was the smoke finding the triple avalanche. That was, you know, full props to Spirit. Maybe XG could position a little better. This one to me is self-inflicted from XG. They were so close to the BKB on Kez, but they're making this aggressive smoke. They have 2.5 minutes on the Aegis. There's no pressure to do this, but they're making a pretty deep jump here for a Rubik, right? Like, this is in front of Spirit's base. So Spirit respond, and you didn't have the BKB ready, so this first Aegis, like, if he BKB'd here, you can turn this whole fight. I recognize you don't always want a BKB before the Aegis, but I think you can, you know, you do it there just to win. But now, even here, he doesn't feel like he can commit quite yet, because the BKB gets delivered, like, now. I think the courier's, like, on the way or something. Maybe you already had it at this point. But, like, now you can turn the fight after you're, like, 3 of your teammates are dead, you know? So now you just TP out at this point, instead of using your 20k net worth to do damage, right? A lot of that was just being controlled.
Yeah. Oh boy, back down to an 8k lead, and I mean, that Aegis, like,
is still good.
yeah, it's like you're, like I was like back down to an 8k lead, right? Like, that being said, you have a tiny problem, which is Yatoro. See what I did there?
Huge tiny problem.
Oh, okay, Avalanche. Toss doesn't quite connect, but they are baiting here at the moment. Laurel with the Rolling Thunder goes onto the backside, forces the BKB out of NTS. He's going to look for the Lich, gets the Ghost Scepter out of him, so...
I think he just
BKB
reset.
for Rolling Thunder? I mean, that's pretty good for Spirit. They're still smoked up.
Yeah, you have other stuns besides Rolling Thunder. You can keep going. Yeah, they're going to smoke him up. Keep looking.
I mean, we saw what happened to NTS in that top fight. Like, Yatoro instantly kills him with a amplified damage, so... The Vlads, bro. The Vlads is huge this game. Actually, such an incredible pickup.
Okay, yeah, I've been converted. Vlad's was a good idea. I was wrong. The pros were smarter.
It's so much
Can you believe
damage. That's actually so nuts. It's 80 damage on Tiny right now.
No, I'm still conflicted because, like, should it have worked? You know, like, I feel like if XG... you know, I won't blame him for the first one, but some of these are a bit self-inflicted, and then would the Vlads have been as much value? I'm not sure.
Yeah, who knows?
I mean, off this time.
Spirit's always been like the clutch kings, you know? I think this is like, that's like historically one of the things. Like, even when they have like a bad tournament, they'll just randomly clutch up and completely dominate when they have no business winning a game.
Very true.
So it's like, you never really count out Spirit. It's a bad idea to be like, this one's in the bag, you know? You can't lose your focus against these guys for one moment. A little bit of chip damage onto the bottom tower, and they'll just disengage. I mean, they've managed to stall this out a little bit. 35 minutes, bringing the gold quite low, quite a bit lower. The one thing I did say earlier is I feel like Xtreme's lineup scales better. But
That's that's why even as they lose these a little bit of mind clearing. I thought the mines were on my team.
How did he get that TP? Was he Ghost Scepter? Oh, he was Ghost Scepter. Okay. Yeah. I was like, huh? But yeah, well played. It's like I feel like Xtreme's lineup outscales them, but
I think so too. But
see
it's
how long
not
that
like
takes.
totally one-sided because the late games are kind of decided by very quick kills, which you kind of have with Roar. But on the other side, Spirit has like 3 different stuns that are very strong and a lot of burst damage. Now the Satanic did just get finished, as just pointed out by the Observer, so the burst getting a little bit harder. You got to really commit to it. But Daedalus also finished to counter out some of that. You know, like, oh, I can burst this Satanic. Don't worry. I am Tiny with Vlad with Daedalus. I am sitting at 800 damage right now with the tree. Okay, I threw the tree away. Need a new tree.
I mean, I've seen tree volley Tiny in the late game as well. Like, it eventually gets to a point where he just chucks a few trees that do like thousands of damage each. He's gone for the Enchanter's Bauble and Tough, which quite good, actually, depending on which enchantment he gets next time around.
The armor is pretty valuable here.
Yeah, exactly.
The damage is pretty small for, Tiny at this point, but the armor is so good this game. For both teams, actually, if we were to check the other side, I expect to see some armor pickups as well.
They went double alert on the carries, so.
And then triple greedy.
Triple greedy. All right, Xtreme are looking at this game and like, we definitely believe we outscale. We'll take this to 60 minutes. We don't care.
Especially after the last 2 throws. We're forced to. I think the game could be over right now.
Yeah, meanwhile, all of the cores on Spirit went tank. They went Tough, they went Titanic, and they went Brawny, right? So they're all trying to pick up some extra survivability in the mid lane here. They're gonna toying with them, but they were not close enough on Spirit to make that play. This is a nullifier reveal for Slardar. But dude, you're fighting into Techie's mines. You know that they've got this whole area just set up by this Techies.
This is where XG should have an advantage, right? Those Techie's mines that proc, even in Smoke of Deceit, give you so much information that is critical in these late game pro matches. You got Monkey King in the trees, you got boars. Now, Rubik's successfully stolen it a couple times. You're trying to hope for that. But it's like this kind of stuff, right? Like,
oh, the tree toss just deletes up. There's the Shiva's Rolling Thunder in from Laurel. Does reveal the heroes are going to buy back on the Techies, but they look for Ame. He gets an amplifying damage, pops the BKB, turns around, takes down Grimstroke. Hold up. He's going to buy back into the game. He's got to run down the mid lane towards his team, though. So don't have like a TP spot. NTS hiding in the trees here, looking for any more openings. Xtreme Gaming, like you said, have the advantage here on the high ground. You do not want to fight into this Kez amplify damage, but they did spend the BKB, which is pretty big.
Because XG is holding this triangle outpost, Spirit is so scattered, they have to back off to reconnect together. You can't enter the fight all of our half for Techies. Pretty much two-shot there.
I mean, they're going to get this bottom tier 3. Like, XXS has been throwing the Ice Shaman at this for quite a while. So, yeah, Laurel gonna have to TP back. They will stop this. They cut the bottom wave. Collapse does that. He's gonna rejoin his team in a moment. But they've got to consider Roshan, and they still have to mine sweep this whole triangle. Oh, they scan Collapse. They know he didn't run away. He's still there on the high ground. He blinks in. It somehow just blinks over the enemy team.
Everyone's passing each other.
Gonna get caught for the rolling thunder. Your Toro goes in. Avalanche toss. The Aeon Disc will protect the Beastmaster, and your Toro's in deep by himself. Harpoons up to the high ground. You have Lost Lich looking for FY. Thank for the taser. He's gonna be able to buy a little bit of space, but Laurel will continue the chase. Blast off on in. Yotoro is silver edged up, looking for an opening. Gets on top of the Beastmaster. The double toss. Laurel in as well, but the Chain Frost gonna make quite a bit of space, and now Laurel needs to get out of town, but he can't. Getting chased up from Ame. NTS will rejoin. A beautiful telekinesis save. Hold up. They turn it around. Big Avatos. Ame pops the Satanic, trying to survive into the Raptor Dance. He does it, baby. The Kez is alive. And just like that, Xtreme win the fight, looking for more. Not me on the retreat here. No safety. Telekinesis in 3. Blink Dagger in a few seconds. Should be out.
Running.
Oh, never mind. Those Beastmasters fast with that taser. They got him.
Steel Roar.
Oh boy, he ain't making out of this one. What a fight. It was so close. That BKB Satanic at the last possible second.
Everyone was all over the place in that fight, which honestly should have favored XG to start, but Spirit was just playing so well. The telekinesis save we're gonna see in a moment, right? Up the cliff, down the cliff, back up the cliff, back down the cliff. But eventually that favors XG because their heroes actually have a little bit easier time doing it. Still, Spirit made it so close, and they almost finish Ame here with another Avalanche Toss combo. It is, what is the health? 100 at the very end. If they had just finished him right there, this is a one fight for Spirit. They get the Roche. They finally reclaim the gold lead, but instead, XG barely get by. They get the Roche. There's now mid barracks down during that replay. Moving on to bottom. The buyback from Rubik. Space making roll here to get Tiny back into the fight.
Just clearing up as much of the wave. He's just literally cutting the wave on Laurel. All right, that's one way to do it. And he will get to safety. I mean, it's rough. You lose the full mid lane of Rax, you lose the ranged Rax on right side. Okay, not me. Spooky.
He saw that too. Can you fight? You know, Monkey King's got no BKB, but they have Aegis on Ame. Little ups and downs this game.
This game is nuts. I mean, realistically, if like Spirit has made some super clutch plays to not lose up until this point, but I did feel like their draft needed to win by 40 minutes. And now that we're hitting like the ultra late game, I don't know how you outscale the Kez Monkey King. Especially when they're being enabled by like Beastmaster, this constant techies taser who, you know, has an Octarine. It's off. Its cooldown is 10 seconds with a 7.5 second duration, bro. What is this?
I'm trying to think through it. Like, where can you get more scaling from? He's not working on Dark Portrait. That is something that is quite strong. It's not the best versus Kez and Monkey King, but like it would still be a lot of damage for how farm they are. But he's not even thinking about it right now. He's trying to get the blink, which I do understand, but that could be where the team gets more scaling. And then of course, like tier 5 items, right? That's always some wackiness, but that is about 20 minutes away. Can you survive the next 17 minutes?
The thing is, like, Dark Portrait of these two heroes specifically is not very good. Because, like, Kez's damage comes from his combos, and Monkey King's damage kind of comes from Jingu and, like, Wukong's and stuff. So, like, getting a Dark Portrait of them isn't, like, all that great. And the Dark Portrait has tons of magic immunity, but you don't really need that. Uh-oh, Tiny in some trouble. Nice Soulbind onto 2. They actually managed to burn the Aeon Disc of the Beastmaster. He's going to be forced to BKB. He goes in on Laurel with the Rolling Thunder, making a lot of space. Nullifier onto the Rubik, though. He's dead. And they managed to bash up the Bangalore. He's going to pop that Refresher into the second roll-up, into the second Rolling Thunder. He's just doing his best to make as much space here. There's a 1-for-1. I mean, that's a big commitment, though. We'll see if they can hold out for now. Ame needs to be careful. He could still try and burst him. Or toss back from Tiny.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with the toss back, because then he has the Aegis, so just dying alone is not an issue, but dying onto the enemy base could be a problem. Yeah, I guess they do get the... Is that their own?
Yeah, it was their own. That was the one Rubik dropped.
Okay. But you don't want Beastmaster to buy back, so that fight may have bought them enough time for the rest of this Aegis to expire. They drag it on a little further. And although I do agree with you, which is that, yeah, the scaling seems to be there for XG, but we have seen Spirit. We've seen them do it before. Literally in this game, they've been winning some impossible fights. So even when they're not supposed to outscale, it's scary. The more time you give them, that's just more time for them to find another impossible fight.
We'll see what happens, as right now, 10 seconds left on the Aegis, so it's about to expire. I mean, killing the Beastmaster seems to have pretty much put a stop to the push. They didn't really want to, they don't want to buy back, right, on him to try and push the high ground. It's a little bit too risky. They've managed to push their gold lead quite a bit. Now, the Tormentor gets yoinked by Spirit. Ends up going to the Tiny. It's all right. Not bad. It's kind of... It's, you know, it's meh. The tree toss is the big thing. When you get to the Aghanim Scepter, it makes a lot more sense. mines everywhere. Look at all the little green dots on your map, man. These are techies. This is techies home. Good luck.
They don't have a great way to deal with it.
No.
Though, again, getting to tier 5 items, if people can take Book of the Dead.
Yeah, just start sweeping the map.
Yeah, the Observer just showing us how, we get to see everything. It's easy to underestimate, but for Spirit, they're playing totally in the dark and having to just take their best guess, whereas XG have so much comfort. And I like what they're doing, right? Monkey King is farming the other parts of the map because he will just TP into the outpost. That is impossible for Spirit to recapture. There is mines placed everywhere, which this is how you want to play techies, by the way. I know he's very popular in pub games. A lot of people are putting the mines in the wrong spots.
It's up to Laurel. He's the one who has to go minesweeper.
The minesweeper.
Hello.
I am the red ball.
I mean, he's stuck though. Roar into a second roar inside the Wukong's command. Okay, they called your bluff, buddy. You are dead, and NTS is just gonna chase for more, looking for the slaughter. They buy back here. A refresh route from Laurel, second Rolling Thunders. He's gonna go in, try to get the Monkey King. The Crush goes onto the backside, gets to the Beastmaster. He's gonna be able to pop the BKB, but Ame looking to bring down the Grimstroke, can do it all by himself, and Tiny running out of options here. He's dead for 100. Collapse will join him. That's gonna be the game, baby. You tried to fight on XG's turf, not gonna happen.
There's just too many mines. The roar counter is too good versus the roll. And at the end of the day, that's the scaling we've been talking about. Tiny faces Kez, and you just can't do it. Like, you cannot deliver enough damage before some form of healing comes out from the Kez, right? He's got Satanic, he's got his ult, they got all sorts of tools. So XG get a much needed win here. We were saying way back when. All right, they're kind of at the bottom of the group with this to get themselves 2 wins, so it'll be much closer shot for them. There were some mistakes though, right? That was a little closer than it probably should have been for them. I would say for Spirit, they messed up that laning stage and maybe the draft, but for XG, some mid-game decision making made this a lot closer than it needed to be.
Yeah, I mean, they still, like, Ame played an incredible game on the Kez, right? 16-1-10. His one death was that fight due to the triple toss from the Tiny, the triple avalanche toss from the Tiny that, you know, got them the full 5-hero team wipe. If this lane stage was better from Spirit, I could definitely have seen them, you know, finding a way to crawl themselves back in after that fight, but they were so far behind early on in this game, it made it borderline impossible. And Xtreme, despite, you know, like you said, a couple of the plays, they clutched up, they take their draft into the late game where they know they are stronger, and they get themselves the win. And gotta give them credit for that, right? Like, they did at least recognize, like, hey, you know, we've got double Beastmaster Roar eventually, we have 2 hyper carries, like in the Kez and the Monkey King. The only thing we have to do is survive the Tiny burst, and they eventually get enough items to do so.
Yeah, which is where I want to shout out FY on the techies. I feel like the way he started placing mines, especially in the mid game onwards, they recognize, hey, the only way we continue to lose this is if they keep finding these burst pickoffs with the Tiny. So how about 1 million mines on their half of the map? So every time one blows up, we all back away, we all group up, we get ready. Right, and because of that, Spirit never really found an opening that at least didn't involve a trade, right? Like, maybe you get a kill, but you don't get space because you also lose a hero. I guess they had some space sometimes. Like, there was one Beastmaster kill that worked out. But for the most part, they couldn't find an opening as the Techies' mind started to build up. And they weren't just clumped in one spot, guys. They're scattered to see what the enemy team is doing.
Yeah, this was good. It was a fun game to watch. Had a couple extreme moments, you know, likes to see. But we're gonna go to a break, and we'll be back with our next series in a second here. It's gonna be Falcons versus Tundra, everybody. You will not want to miss it. Stay tuned. We'll see you then. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Blast Slam 7. We've got more Dota about to begin. We just came off the back end of Spirit versus Xtreme Gaming, a series that did not disappoint, man. It was so good. It was so much fun. Ame in peak fashion on his Kez, 16-1, one of the most clutch team fights at the Roshan at the most important break point of the game, keeps himself alive, and they come out with a W. But now it's time for another banger series, man. We've got Falcons versus Tundra. This is gonna be sick. Falcons looking very good right now in this group stage at the very tippity top of the group. Meanwhile, Tundra, they've had a rough go of it a little bit in the last couple events. Towards the bottom of the group. I'm not gonna say at the bottom of the group, but definitely leaning towards the bottom of the group.
Maybe like tied in the bottom of the groups, because now I think several teams are down at like 2-6, 2-5, whatever it's at. I guess whatever the teams have played right now. Yeah, so we'll see. Falcons, though, in good shape. They did their traditional first series loss, but since then they've been winning, I believe, everything. And we'll see if that can continue versus Tundra.
It's really funny how that is, because I feel like if there was one team that there was a statistic on all like typically loses their first series of a tournament, it is Falcons. Like, I don't know what it is. They lose their first series every tournament, and then they just blast through the rest of the group stage. So they're looking quite good. Tundra, like you said, kind of tied at the bottom, 2 wins only. Funny enough, it's Xtreme that drags Spirit down into the mud after this last one. They are both tied for last place at the moment, but we'll see. Tundra coming off of a loss this morning up against Yandex, which Yandex also looking quite good. So we'll see if they can pull things together here in this series.
Yeah, Tundra's been a little shaky recently, but I mean, we all know this is a top tier team that has the potential to just win the entire thing. And it's hard to say, you know, between tournaments, travel, tired, you know, sometimes there are going to be outside factors that affect how you're doing. Sometimes you're just not playing your best, but you can't rest easy. And I think you can actually say that about a lot of the teams here. I feel the competition has been very strong lately.
Yeah.
So it's actually, I feel like I'm no longer surprised when a team, you know, does well in a tournament and the next one they kind of bomb out. You know, I feel like there's only so long you can keep doing well, which is why it's so impressive when a team does hold dominance for like an entire year or chunks of it. I know some people are like, oh, it's boring, you know, like Falcons is winning everything that first year they were doing it, but that's insanely impressive when you're actually able to do that.
You know, it's also impressive. This team has not made a roster swap since it was formed, dude. Mm-hmm. When has that ever happened in Dota? Like, it's actually nuts. And they've been consistent. It has been consistent success for this team and this roster, and it's cool to see. And I'm happy to see those types of teams exist in Dota. Crit, just big old smile on his face, having a good time. I noticed a few picks this morning that were a little out of the ordinary, some stuff we haven't quite seen yet. Yandex up against Tundra, they actually picked the Undying. We haven't really seen an Undying in quite some time. And
a lot of strength heroes, kind of makes sense.
Yeah, that's. I was gonna ask, like, why do you think that is? But yeah, I guess we're seeing a lot of these like strength brawlers.
We'll see if it comes out here. Well, I mean, these guys aren't Yandex, but you know, maybe they got inspired by the idea. We'll find out. If one team has some room to experiment, it's Falcons, since I'm pretty sure with the score they've got, pretty much guaranteed to place pretty highly. Not strictly like top of the group if they were to lose some games, but you know, they're pretty safe. Tundra's the one that's got a ultimate try hard here to make sure they keep going on in this tournament.
Yeah, I think in a lot of group stages, you're probably okay with that. But because top 2 is so valuable in the Blast Slam group stage, I feel like you just never risk it. Like every game, like if you place top 2 in groups, boom, top 4 guaranteed in the tournament. Mm-hmm. Like that's pretty dang cool. So I think you want to hold that one as long as possible, or maybe it's top 6. I think you're guaranteed top 6. So
that's true. I also don't think Falcons is a team that we ever really see them
Yeah.
They're a bunch of sweaty tryhards, you know? Like, I don't think we ever see them relax too much and, like, play really goofy things, pick different stuff. They're always picking their best stuff.
Funny enough, yesterday, I believe, they had some really funny, weird things. They picked a Legion Commander. They picked Carry Vengeful Spirit. They picked an Earthshaker. Like...
and they won.
And they won. So part of this, I've been told, is because Owie may not be here at the event. And
So it keeps them in shape.
They're like, guys, do you think we could...
Do you think we could have a little fun?
Is it all right? Can we do that?
One fun?
It's pretty funny. Like I love seeing that. I mean, yesterday we unironically joked. We're like, dude, when's Carry Venge coming out? Because I did think it was like there's some decent games for Carry Venge.
Yeah.
I will go back on record and say that Falcons has been the only team to play Vengeful Spirit in like the last year, basically. They played it in support position 5. They played it as carry like a few different times. So if there was a team to kind of like pull out a pocket Venge, I'm not surprised it's them. It'll be something to keep my eyes on at least.
I think it's fun hero to see, and we just don't lately. So I would certainly like that hero to return. It's such an interesting mechanic too, like having both ranged and melee.
Dude, it's sick.
Yeah, since getting that, it's really not been much of a hero. So I hope maybe it needs like one more buff, or maybe team's got to showcase its strength a little more, then it catches on. We see that happen every now and then. For now, I don't know if I see a reason for it quite yet. We're seeing some typical heroes, making sure Tundra does not get their hands on Doom, something that ATF is pretty good with as well. Anyways, the SF will be good in the lane. You just got to make sure you don't get doomed later. But in the end, if you do get doomed, I mean, you're mid to late game, your right clicks are pretty strong, so you don't even strictly need the spells as much as other heroes. So you don't even care that much. Lion, we've seen a lot of Lions.
Yeah.
Stable in the lane, a lot of control for those mid heroes that a lot of them did get through because you have to ban weird stuff versus Falcons and Tundra.
Yeah, they go Hoodwink. I'm wondering if they're gonna try and snipe the other good position 5 here against, like, that would play well with the Shadow Fiend. Like Treant Protector, Tusk, Clockwork, probably the top 3 that we've seen in terms of melee position 5s. They banned both Clockwork and Tusk so far. We'll see if they want to pick up the Treant Protector here. It's a little bit odd in the draft if you do, because I think you'd rather just have something flexible that your team plays. Okay, they should go for the Chen instead. I mean, that is another Whitemon classic. I didn't think I would see it with the Shadow Fiend though, so maybe they have some other ideas.
Snaking's pretty good with this hero himself.
Yeah. What do you want to play in the Doom?
Lion can't really do much to the Chen. Lion has no natural. Well, okay. Nowadays that the stacking of the finger damage is a little easier. Maybe mid to late game you do have a way to deal with the creeps, but in the early game you really can't. Treant doesn't really either. The pairing is very strong with the Shadow Fiend, and Overgrowth can at least kind of control the creeps, but you can't really farm them, and you certainly don't have much damage to help get through the auras that Chen's gonna bring, but you contribute some of your own healing. So I think they need some clearing from someone else, someone like Storm. He does have some natural damage versus these creeps, and you also have the mobility to get away from the bushwhack, the lack of stuns from Chen. Doom is a problem, but to start, you don't really have control, right? And you have to have Doom. You don't really have other control. Yeah, there's some other control.
Okay, that's cool. I was wondering the same thing. I'm like, you pick Storm blind, like the puck is banned, so they have like some options in the mid lane still with something like an Ember Spirit, but there's nothing to enable it really at the moment. Like you don't
and the
have.
Lion's annoying.
Yeah, and the Lion. Yeah, it's a really good point. So I kind of like the tiny pick. It kind of hides where this hero is going. It's probably for Skitter, but it doesn't have to be. You could take this mid. I am just a little bit curious if Malrine has like some of his own specialty heroes that he would rather play into the Storm Spirit. So we'll see what Tundra decide to ban. I think banning for the mid lane is probably the best, but in terms of 33 heroes that are left, oh, the Snapfire, that's a good one. They got rid of Timbersaw. Let's go down the list, right? His Largo's banned. Doom's already stolen. Timbersaw's now gone. What else has 33 been playing?
You could maybe do Bristleback this game, though it doesn't.
Underlord.
I feel like I think I might like Underlord more. Because I'm thinking of like, you got to deal with the Chen tempo, and you want to bring a good amount of damage against these tanky heroes that they've got already. I like the idea of the Underlord. Necro would have been cool, actually. Even into the Doom. Could have been scary.
Yeah, there's the Ember ban. Okay. So this makes sense to me. I think get rid of the two, like some of the mid laners that you're a little bit more worried about. In terms of matchups versus the Storm Spirit, it's a pretty safe laner. So I think Tundra should be okay with this for BZM, Falcons. Maybe they have a different idea of another carry. They'll just run the tiny mid, but we'll find out here in just a moment. They have plenty of reserve time. Both these teams have actually kind of zipped through the draft. Could it just be Queen of Pain? Is that good enough? It doesn't seem very strong, but the hero can come online pretty early.
It wouldn't hurt to get a little bit more early damage.
What
Because
about
this is tiny
Zeus?
carry, it takes a bit of time, right? I mean, he can do a little with like Avalanche Toss, but consistent damage, he'll need farm. And then Doom is going to farm a lot, so someone a bit more active. Or if it is the mid tiny, like I'm fine with that. He'll get to the blink and he'll be able to play with these supports. And then your carry will have damage naturally.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what carry they could pick if they want to go that route. The one that would be kind of interesting is always like Drow Ranger. Because I think it plays pretty good into the Shadow Fiend. But there's a lot of carry options. I feel like we're looking for a Malrine hero, though.
Skitter's talking, though.
He's like, man, I had a lot of fun on that Carry Venge the other day. Plus, I don't know if you've noticed, there's this really cool cosmetic called Queen Imperia that they spent 2 years putting together just for the hero to be irrelevant. So can we please pick Vengeful Spirit? God.
An ironing board back there? Making sure the uniform looks good.
Yeah, I feel like his camera's frozen, bro. It was. Okay. The Viper, of course. Gonna go mid. Gotta beat the Storm Spirit with that one. That's gonna be fun.
Or is it Carry Viper?
I mean, I hope not, but we'll see.
Honestly, I think I would kind of
Offlane
prefer it because
Centaur.
I would kind of like more playmaking from the tiny. That is the mid Viper. Shut down BZM, who is a big part of making space for a. So now going to be heavy farming Centaur on one side, and then a Pure going to be doing a lot of farming himself. So they often play through BZM, but he is going to get Vipered, which is not very fun. We did see, you can kind of do this versus Huskar, where you'll see like the duo lanes versus it. Viper is sort of in that realm where I think you could consider it. But I think Storm is actually okay in the first few levels because of being a ranged hero in Static Remnant. Then again, Viper can just press Q.
Yeah, I think Viper just stands on your high ground and presses Q on you. He might go Nether Toxin level 1 to shove the wave, and then just play around like 2 points Shadow Poison. Or Shadow Poison, oh my gosh. The poison attack.
That'd be amazing to see.
So, I don't know. We'll kind of see what Malrine wants to do with it. Overall, I like the Falcons draft quite a bit here. That being said, Shadow Fiend has been very convincing recently. I'm going to see if I can actually find the stats on this hero, because I think it's been winning a lot, and we're starting to see it kind of creep up in the bands. Yeah, it is winning a lot. It is 73% win rate right now in the event on 11 games, so it's doing pretty good. That's not bad.
Prepare for battle.
I think Tundra's got some good tools as well. The question to me is how this mid lane goes. Because Stampede is really valuable here. You get away from the Doom. You get away from the Viper, too, like, once you have that, right? You're trying to kill someone, and you just run away. They don't have the most lockdown. I think Crit is going to have to be really on point with these bushwhacks, which, I mean, I trust Crit to do that, but it is a lot of pressure, because if you don't land the bushwhack, I mean, how's your Viper going to do damage, right? People are going to zip away from him. People are going to Stampede away. They're just going to leave. So we might have to see like an Atos pickup potentially from somebody. Or maybe we saw the Tiny in our last game buy a pretty early blink, which carry Tinies don't always like to do. But Skitter's actually a pretty sacrificial carry player, right?
Yeah,
he actually would do something like that to enable his team. And I think I actually kind of want to see it this time.
It kind of depends on what Amar wants to do on Doom.
Farm.
Yeah, which I was going to say, he's going to just buy a Midas and go farm maybe. Like, that's just, I feel like how a lot of Dooms end up playing. If Malrine has a good lane mid, which I think he will, I would like to see maybe that second item, Blink Dagger on the Tiny. In the past, when like Dragon Knight was like one of those best like when Dragon Knight was the best de facto hero of the game basically and played in every role, but specifically when it was played in the core role on Falcons, he was just running first item Blink a lot of the times because he just knew. He's like, yeah, I gotta start showing up for my team. Like no one else will. No one else is gonna fight. I gotta be there.
No one ever does anything here. It's gotta be me.
But yeah, Skitter was the one who really kind of pioneered the early Blink Dagger on carry Tinies and stuff like that. Oh, that is a nice D-ward from Whitemon, but it does get denied from Crit, so there is at least no ward in the mid lane, but unfortunate, no gold or XP for the Treant Protector there.
Treant is so slow at attacking. If anyone's nearby, they always deny him. Like you said, though, the big thing is removing the vision so that Viper, you know, maybe there's one auto attack he can't land. And the stacking of the poison attack is a big part of winning the lane.
Okay, yeah, so he's just going to go poison attack level 1 to put as much damage into Storm Spirit as possible. Keep the 5 stacks running. 6 stacks, sorry. Forgot that was changed.
Can't get over it. All right, mid will not be fun for BZM, as we are seeing. The side lane should be good, though. Like, Pure has Treant Protector with him. That is a very strong lane. You step a little too far. It's easy to land the raises. Top side, I don't think you've got that much kill potential just because, you know, Chen's got the creeps. Tiny's pretty tanky. But 33 will farm, and that's what he does. So that'll be a win for him. And then hopefully the supports will be able to come help the Storm Spirit, though Falcons will do the same. Snaking on the Chen, crit on the Hoodwink. These are heroes that are very good at rotating. Bushwhack's hard to land once he has zip, but
that's first blood.
3-6. Yeah, that's the Viper experience right there.
Yeah, Malrine. I mean, the thing is, he spent so much money on regen early in this lane. He had, you know, multiple mangoes. He's got tangos as well as fairy fires, knowing that his whole goal is to just exhaust the Storm Spirit. And goes for that early point in corrosive skin as well. So he's all fighting. Really good stuff from Malrine. Getting that first blood for himself. He's got tons of gold coming his way. The salve and a full magic wand.
7 and 8 on Viper, 1 and 3 on Storm. This is... I hope you boys are making stacks for me, because I'm not getting much in the lane here. Trian's not very good at stacking, though. It's going to have to be line in the triangle later. And then that's where Chen should probably just sneak his head in, like just grab a creep, steal a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to pressure this like Chen Tiny combo like super well. I think Centaur right now, he's got 0 points in retaliate, so he's looking to try and maybe look for kills with the Lion, right? It's a lot of control and a lot of damage between these two, but not going to be very easy to actually find that.
I think you can do this build even without thinking about kills, just because you can use it to secure CS, fight if an opportunity comes up, but you also don't accidentally like push out the lane because of retaliate, so it gives you a bit more control of the equilibrium.
That's true, yeah. Sometimes you just like hold the point, but at this
controlling
point,
equilibrium, Viper is not letting that lane move towards BZM, so he is just in the jungle. It's what you gotta do. It's what you gotta do versus these Viper Huskar matchups.
He even gets a D ward. Oh man, more money for the Malrine Viper. The funny thing is, no one got the water runes. They're just gonna sit there until they expire.
Storm will head over to get the double rune, unless Viper happens to head there right now.
Very nice play topside there from Snaking. Using the tornado, right, of the Wild Wing.
That guy's got to watch Twister. Didn't find anywhere to hide. The damage is scary. Crit's got to be careful. These heroes aren't too fast, so the squirrel should be able to just back up anytime they go on him, as long as he doesn't step too far. So will Doom, actually. He doesn't have his boots yet. In fact, he got the mana creep first, which is
so good.
Very good luck.
It just prevents so much harassment damage from the Shadow Fiend. Like, every time he mana burns him, that's one less raise. Which, he actually had a huge stack on the wand there, and this is going to be a scary fight for Amar. He's going to try and dive him. They can't run away from the Shadow Fiend. He has the triple raise, so you have to go towards him. And there it is. And as a result, Pure gets himself the kill. Almost a turnaround from Crit. Very close.
I'm gonna drop yourselves. That was close. I wonder if he should even commit, because like you're saying, as soon as you turn away, the raise is going to come. So even if you die, maybe you just have to keep running forward and attack.
Ooh, Chen tries to come through the Twin Gate, doesn't find the Shadow Fiend. They really wanted to break the salve. They knew that was coming. What do you think Malrine's thinking right now?
I'm not sure he is. He picked Viper, you know? He's just like... He has become poison. He's like, I am my Q button.
That's a rough death there for Snaking. Good rotation from Ari through the Twin Gate. He's like, I mean, we're not doing anything top. Well, I guess I'll join you.
I mean, this is a matchup you can just leave. Tiny will not be at threat to die, but 33 will farm. It is the trade-off. However, you can actually pressure Pure here if you bring Chen, or just steal farm, right? Or free up the Hoodwing to go mess with the Storm Spirit, which is going to be a kill here at level 6. Maybe they can get it. Oh, actually, it's TP.
Okay. Malrine actually getting stunned there. So he like tried to orb walk with a poison attack to get as close as possible. If he had just thrown one more attack, BZM would have died. So really good stun there from Ari. Keeping him alive.
It will still lead to the tower, though. They kept the catapult alive by tanking it. There's a fortify.
And Chen has another zealot that he can. Well, he's just gonna go ahead and take a melee creep.
This will be the tower down. Even if it doesn't die right here, it's so low. Viper will finish it at any moment. And that'll make it easier to invade the Storm, who is still in this recovery jungle mode.
They tried. It's deniable, so maybe they'll look for the deny, but they care all that much. 7-minute Wisdom Shrine. Dude, Pure?
Oh. Okay, that was a very necessary steal from Pure, because on the other side, Skitter Avalanche 33 outside and body blocked to get that shrine.
Do they see Pure here? If Crit, oh, they got him. They saw vision of him for a second. They're gonna try and chase him through the trees to the right side. There is a Lion rotating down. Chen will get caught by Whitemon. The Earth Spike comes through the Hex as well. They get a kill. That's a very necessary one, as they're looking to try and chase for the Shadow Fiend instead. Okay, good plays from the support duos here on Tundra, as now they look for the Doom. The third raise connects, does have a wand to keep himself alive, but okay. Nicely done, Crit.
Acorn defeating the tree. Interesting.
Dude, the double stuns from Ahri have been crazy.
That's actually gonna get him killed. Very nice from Ahri. I have to imagine these are intentional, because you can just hit the hoodwink easy peasy, right? But you choose the angle that might also hit another hero, and you have to consciously do that every time you play Lion. We saw a moment of that in a previous game yesterday, but yeah, here's Ahri, right? You could just stun at an angle, hit crit, and back out, but he's like, no, I want to try to hit Amar, and if you do, you can get a kill like this, and if you miss, no big deal, you still hit the hoodwink. 33, okay, he was farming pretty greedy here. They are going to punish it with the rotation from Malrine.
Yeah, I mean, in that replay, you could actually see he went to cast it on Crit, canceled the animation, and then recast it to hit the Doom. Right, like it was a very intentional Earth Spike. But second tower now under siege here in the top lane, and you know they're putting this Chen to good use, playing around this aggression of the Tiny and the Viper, who are having a fantastic time.
Second tower down. Barely 9 minutes into the game.
Uh-oh, Amar. They're coming. Whitemon. We've seen this one. All right, Amar's getting bullied. They need to have a lane going well for Tundra. So the fact that the Shadow Fiend is now level 7.5, he's not too far behind in net worth, but they've really started to slow down Amar, which is absolutely necessary. I don't know if he's going to finish the Radiance he has queued up, but that's what he's thinking.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And I actually thought the Centaur lane would go a lot better for Tundra, but we see Tiny has a huge lead. I mean, he did get some help, like with the rotation, but even before that, they've been doing pretty well to stop this Centaur from farming too much. Pure has been trying to push it. Has he gone too far? Rotation's coming in here.
Well, they're TPing in a bunch of other heroes, but they were not expecting BZM. It will be the sharpshooter from Crit that gets the turnaround kill. But Amar dying another time here in the bottom lane.
Lane's in the jungle. Actually, if Pure backs up too far, could find a Viper strike to the face. The courier might have just saved his life.
Yeah, he's running. He immediately books it. He sees an amplified damage Viper nearby. Nuh-uh.
Thank you for your service, courier.
And the third tower. Snake King has made his appearance in the bottom lane now. Everything's going well for Falcons. They're building themselves this slow, steady lead mid lane. In comes Viper. The strike onto the Treant Protector. He's going to pop the Overgrowth to try and get away. It will work. They do manage to defend their tower, though. No Doom on Amar yet, so he's holding the point.
Just thinking about farming, I guess.
Smoking bottom. They see Snake King. He has Ward Sentry. He sees this coming, but in comes the zip from BZM. And, well, that was fast. Quick finger of death pick up there for Ahri, his first one of the game.
Just thought Ahri would have more money. I feel like he's been doing so much this game, but...
Dude, he's owning.
Yeah, I guess he's been moving around to do all this, so not really, like, sitting and farming anything. 9 CS, but 1, 2, and 5. So very active Lion, which is probably pretty necessary considering the beatdown BZM was getting, right? He was not able to join as much. So that responsibility went over to Ari. I suppose the downside was then less support for the Centaur, but 33 is doing his thing, farming those jungle camps on the side. So he's getting there. He's climbing up.
I mean, if you
Faster
were
than
to
the Doom, anyways.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, if you were to tell me that the Doom was going to be less farmed than the Storm Spirit, who was jungling from level 2, I would not have believed you. But here we are. You know, like they've managed to get some space for the Storm Spirit, get him active in some of these fights, and they have continued to shut down Amar. So Tundra at least finding ways to stabilize. Top lane, Whitemon just cutting the wave. Chilling. Being a nuisance on the Treant Protector. I think Falcons at this point are just going to go mode farm, right? Like Snake King, he's got all the tier 1 towers down. He's on this Chen. He's going to get his drums. He's going to get his mech. And then he'll start playing again with the team.
Drums will be pretty good. Viper's already really strong. And Tiny could always use a bit more attack speed. I do question, though, if you'll be able to actually hit anyone. Again, going back to that idea, like stampede away, zip away, walk through the trees. It's not the easiest to actually get the kills without crit landing the stuns. Though I do see he's going for the Atos, so that'll give him another form of lockdown.
I like that.
Oh, straight into Whitemon. Tank the gank. And maybe live?
Quick little stampede after the overgrowth. See ya.
Very nice.
How did they see him? Did they see him with that ward? Did they see his like
they had
his
smoked.
Nature's Grasp or something?
They had just smoked, so it breaks. They pop the
I see.
But it, well, okay, maybe it was this observer as well. But either way, that's the lack of lockdown, right? I guess in this case he actually had some creeps to provide lockdown, but they all got overgrowth.
Skitter. He really wants his Wisdom Shrine. They're going to toss him out. In comes the Storm. Nice. Nature's Grasp, but you're fighting into this Viper who's just ripping through them. And yeah, the healing stacking up. BZM forced to get out another Earthspike Pure, looking for the Requiem, but knows there's not much left in the tank here. These are some tanky heroes with a Chen behind them, and it does not go well for Tundra.
Not only, so you lose the Wisdom Shrine. That was a rotation of 5 heroes, 4 heroes?
4.5?
Treant died somewhere else, right? Or did he die there?
No, he died there. Yeah, he went in with the Nature's Grasp.
So that was all 5 heroes. That was all 5 heroes that didn't get anything. 33, or sorry, Amar got a lot of space. On the other side, I don't know. That was just like a complete disaster for Tundra.
The Zealot has like a pretty massive heal tied to it, correct?
Depending on how much health the Zealot has.
Which, I mean, yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna see what it looks like when he respawns. I'm curious how much healing it could have done. I mean, 20% of 800. That's not bad. That's quite good.
He's committing for the Radiance on Doom.
Yeah, I noticed.
I'm trying to think through what the idea is. I mean, it's nice with Scorched Earth.
Huge overgrowth from Whitemon, just hiding in the trees on 3. They look for Amar. He gets the Doom off. No, BZM continues to toy with them. They get the kill in time, but here comes Skitter, and here comes the rest of Falcons. Malrine with a Viper Strike on the 33. Bushwhack to pull him back, and Whitemon throws a Nature's Grasp to try and push the wave back. They actually fortify it. They do not want to lose this wave. They want to get as much pressure here as possible. I mean, the Chen, man, it is a little bit of an issue.
Oh, that's very much an issue. Mark giving the all chat. Buff up his team with the trash talk. But getting back to it, I thought his team would need a little bit more initiation. He's like really trusting Crit to do it, right? Because otherwise, Blink, Doom on Centaur, on Lion, on Storm Spirit, they're all really helpful to allow Viper to actually do damage. Radiance has the same issue, you know, it's like, oh, they're just running away from me. And hey, you're fast, but are you Stampede fast? Only for a moment. So I'm a little confused by the Radiance, but generally trust Amar with his builds. He's usually pretty on point with them, so maybe we just don't see the idea for it quite yet, but he'll show us once he gets there.
It's so funny, man. I just think it's hilarious that he's just still going this Radiance. It is so bizarre because of the lineup that they have, right? Where you're like running Viper, Chen, you know, like these heroes that just want to play really fast. Your Doom's like, guys, I'm gonna get this 20-minute Radiance. It's gonna be sick. Don't worry about it. I mean, once he has it, it'll be very scary, but I just find it funny for some reason.
Those living armor stacks, that's for sure.
Structures are fortified.
He's caught up. They made a lot of space for him. Amar now neck and neck with the other cores here on Tundra. As they built themselves a 3,000 gold lead, they'll have the Aegis now for the Viper to start pushing, which he did go for an early Aghanim shard. Big fan of this. They can really start putting pressure on the buildings. Makes it even easier when you have the Chen. As they're eyeballing up Malrine here on the bottom, they're going to Vortex on in. There is a Hurricane here to try and save him. It doesn't push him over the edge. Well, I mean,
maybe it's fine.
It might be enough. Might get him far enough away with the Chen heals coming through as well. The wraparound onto Whitemon, just gonna burn down to the Falcons lineup. It was a nice play there, just hiding that little Wild Wing Ripper, waiting for the Hurricane play. As
the emotional support Wild Wing, even if it wasn't actually needed in the end. One more toss. You ain't getting out of here, Ari. What are you thinking? 33, Amar, I don't know. I can't separate 33 and Doom. Amar, TP's back, trying to find the Storm because he's never used Doom.
Come on, man. I just want to press the button one time this game. Dude, this is with Speed Aura and Windlace Phase Boots. That was as fast as you could possibly be on Doom right now.
Well, I mean, you could be a little faster with, like, drums or something.
Or a blank.
Or a blank, maybe.
It's all right, Radiant's online. It's time. Nah, it's honestly, it does give them a lot of scaling potential mid lane. Or spike onto the Viper. They'll get the Stomp to follow it up. Another Hurricane to reposition. Malrine turns around the Viper strike onto the Storm Spirit. Lotus protecting him for now. But you got this Hurricane Pike on Malrine as well. So there's so much mobility. And you've got this Chen to back him up. Hand of God. He's got the Zealot heal. These drums. It's good stuff.
Again, it's a huge rotation from Tundra, trying to kill these heroes, but just not having the damage for it.
And you still have Aegis.
Still have Aegis. 2.5 minutes. I mean, you're not going to push high ground with this Aegis, so you can just clear out a couple more tier 2s.
Yeah, it's the farming
time,
Aegis.
But it's mostly just farming, yeah, for Amar, funny enough, since he went the Radiance.
I feel like most teams have just kind of de facto turned first Aegis into farming Aegis because you don't get like banner and anything, and pushing high ground is just borderline impossible at this point in the game. So I don't really blame teams for kind of planning around that in a way. Smoke up bottom, interesting idea because they're kind of baiting the Tormentor here, all showing. Like maybe, you know, Tundra thinks they're on the Tormentor. They're going to get a little bit of vision of the Shadow Fiend. As there is a sentry that's scouting Skitter. He's really desperately going to try and hit the Avalanche. He does a stomp randomly from the Centaur. Creep will catch Crit, but it might be enough to still bring down Pure. He's surviving just long enough to get some damage out, but the 5 heroes of Falcons find their mark.
That would have been really funny if the Centaur actually made the difference there. And for everything we just said about farming Aegis, I mean, if you get a carry kill in front of their base and the catapult is alive and you have a shard on Viper,
why not?
Why not?
Still got a minute left.
This is falling pretty fast. It is 21 minutes in the game.
And you have to be careful because we still have a Doom at the ready whenever they want to use it. With the catapult now being
Hero
dead.
range creep still alive. That
Yeah.
was a fortify, and there's still creeps here. They're just straight back at it.
Atos. Oh, nice dodge. Ari, though, under the Lotus, trying to buy some space. Vortex is out. They're looking for their targets. They don't have it. Doom will finally be cast this time onto 33. He's dead, and the healing from the Chen, dude. They're just sustaining through it all. They're looking out for Pure.
Pure.
Big avalanche from Skitter catches too. Pure cannot run. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this game, it's falling apart fast, man. 8,000 gold advantage, and you're not getting any of these kills. That's a full lane of racks. Falcons turn up the pressure. That's the first Aegis we've been looking for.
Now, would that have gone better with the Radiance or without it?
I think with Radiance, Amar is a genius.
How much damage did he do in that fight? 1,800? Okay.
Probably half of it being the Radiance, the other half like Scorched Earth, Doom, and Infernal Blade.
Radiant are scanning.
He does just go in the front. Yeah, I think it was a little bit of a hopeful TP from Pure to defend since he was missing some souls, and then he really doesn't have the defensive tools yet. It's so early, right? So they're able to just walk up to him and kill him again, and now go back for the Tormentor, funny enough. One of the later Tormentors of the game after a barracks has fallen. I don't see that very often. He's earned it.
Dude, he immediately TP'd to the outpost. Amar's like trying to kill the ancient stack, and Snake King's like, no, give me that ancient golem, please. Let me have it. 18% max health aura now for the team. Very strong.
As if you didn't have damage issues on Tundra already.
Yeah.
Now you gotta go through a bit more health as well. This is where the early game really matters a lot. Lion, right, wants to build some fingered death stacks to contribute a bit more damage. He's only at 1. Storm lives or dies based on the amount of mana he has. Only at 6 galvanized stacks because he's 2, 2, and 1. So doesn't have much to work with here.
I mean, you're down 11K into Falcons at 24 minutes. This is not the team that you want to be behind early. And with the BKB done on Maureen, we've got the tiny BKB done as well as this Harpoon. Yeah, I mean, you don't have Aegis coming out, but triple BKB just finished up on Amar as well. I don't think you're going to slow down on Falcons. I think you're just going to start walking at the enemy base.
I mean, you already showed you can get a barracks, right?
Yeah.
So clear up these outer towers. Roche is 50 seconds from starting to respawn. Just set things up so that when you have the next Aegis, you have the banner.
I don't even think they
Gotta
care.
close this one out.
I think they could just straight go high ground.
You can force it.
This
They're
Chen's
usually a very
huge.
cautious team. Maybe they're testing it. AUI, the cat is gone, the mice will play. Hey guys, let's go high ground. The coach isn't here to always tell us not to.
I mean, triple BKB with level 2 Hand of God and a mech. I don't know how you actually kill these heroes. They're just gonna continue sieging the high ground. He's keeping his poison stacks up on both buildings. They did cut the wave, so this does buy them a moment of reprieve. Now, there is one more coming. Creep wave coming down the mid lane. Maureen will keep those poison stacks going, like I said. Does not want to lose that bonus armor and damage.
You need a
and there they
ravage
go.
of a lion spike here.
There is a Glyph on crit as well. They need to be careful because there's no BKB on BZM yet. They're gonna go in, look for the opening, avalanche. Viper Strike is out. They're just not committing anything. They don't actually need to. They get the jump in though. 33 with the Stampede to follow it up. Big Earth Spike trying to bring down the Hoodwink. They got him, but can you kill Maureen? The BKBs are still at the ready. And well, there's your doom. He finds BZM finally. Amar has waited all game for this. Stomp will buy him some space, but can he make it back to the fountain and heal? Is it gonna be enough? One more tick of the doom. 8 HP, he's gonna live.
Is under attack.
The mid lane of Rax is gone. Your Shadow Fiend is gone. You still have a BKB on the Tiny. I don't think you stop this.
No, it was a good attempt, though I think the Shadow Fiend was a little too far, and Skitter stayed focused. He did not just immediately jump and react. He was looking for the Requiem.
Big stomp. 33, I mean, he's probably going to die for this. Okay, never mind. Snake King just topped off Malrine. It doesn't matter. There's nothing left in the tank here. A little bit of mana for BZM to try and run away, but you're running away from a hasted Doom, and that is not going to work. GGs are out, and Falcons. Seems like they stole Stampede, dude. They just stampeded right through Tundra's dreams in this game.
I think Falcons showing why they're at the top of the group with a pretty fast game. These guys are known to do a lot of farming, very efficient play, but they have some very strong heroes in the laning stage, and they show that they recognize, hey, we don't always have to farm. If we have a big enough lead, we can just close this game out. I really like the adjustment from the Viper to get that early shard to do that. None of that works without that shard.
100%.
So I think that was a very heads-up play. I still don't fully see the radius on the Doom, but clearly it didn't matter. Snake King's like, yeah, it didn't matter. I told him he could do it. I knew I was going to carry that. Take every tower. Me and Malrine lock it down.
I mean, maybe it's like there's an argument to be made for the evasion, right? For the team. Like, you're not going to have BKB on Shadow Fiend quite yet, and a lot of his damage is the auto attack. So if you all have BKBs and he's also missing auto attacks, like
it's only on the Doom now, though, right?
Well, you have the aura, right? Or is you're right. It is only on the Radiance. Yeah, I don't know then. Maybe Mars just
playing for himself.
Yeah, he's just having fun. You're right. Wow, what a game from Falcons. That was a beatdown.
Nasty Viper pick.
Yeah. I mean, this is why Falcons are the top of the groups, dude. This is a team that has always been so good at drafting, and you leave them that, you know, that kind of niche last pick, and Malrine's gonna find a hero that wins them the game, and boy, did it.
Yeah, I think you know, Tundra tried to adjust. I think that mid lane just went a little too rough, and unfortunately, these supports couldn't quite cover that issue. I think Ari, like, he did a pretty good job of it. He was pretty active on that Lion, but there's only so much you can do when you get Vipered sometimes.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that was a convincing one. We've got more Dota coming up in just a moment, and our next series is going to be Yandex versus BetBoom. A little bit of a top of the bracket teams here, right? Yandex, the only other team tied with Falcons. BetBoom in the upper half as well. So hopefully to be an exciting series. Make sure to come back just after the break. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, here to Blast Slam 7. We've got another series lined up here. We're blazing through the day, man. It is still bright and early, and we only got 2 best of ones left. The next series coming up right now is going to be BetBoom versus Yandex, and I'm excited for this one. I think Yandex has been absolutely blasting through these stages. They've been looking very good in their drafts. They're pulling out heroes that not other teams are willing to experiment with, like in the earlier series. They got the Undying. How often have we seen that hero?
I can check the stats for you, but from my memory, not very often. Which surprised me a little bit because of how many strong strength heroes there are. I guess I gotta check the nerfs on that hero. I kind of forget why he dropped so hard. But I trust a team like Yandex. You know, if they think it's good, they'll do it. These guys they know what they like. I feel like they have a good sense of their own strength. You know, they play towards it. I guess there might still be some adjustment with DM having recently joined the roster, but it's been looking really good even when he was just standing in, right? So I think it's been a very natural fit for them. But even then, it can take some time to find everything. So maybe that's some of it. You know, let's see what else works. This guy has a very flexible hero pool. Let's put it to use.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're looking good. They actually just dropped their second series against Aurora a few moments ago. So we're seeing that they can bleed, but their opponents, BetBoom, they're looking pretty good today. 2-0 so far. They got their first win over OG and then over Xtreme Gaming. So they are kind of on a burner. See if they can keep that momentum going. Is this what really turned things around for them in the group stage? They started a little bit behind, 2-3 this morning, but up to 4-3 now. 5-3 would be a great position for them.
Yeah, this is I don't know, what do we kind of call it? Momentum team, mentality team? I don't know.
For sure.
But BetBoom, almost more than any other team, I feel like, when they are on point, they look so good, unstoppable. From laning to the transition of everything, it is incredible. And sometimes it's just so shaky, you know? And I don't really know what it is. It's not like the draft style changes. So I feel like it's just how the players feel. And when they're doing well, it just keeps going well. So if they have a 2-0, I hope that's built some confidence throughout the day. They're going to need it versus Yandex, a very strong team that I think I want to say a little bit more consistent, but actually they've also had their ups and downs. Though I think they've been mostly up since DM has joined.
I agreed. I will say with BetBoom, I think a lot of times I feel like it's GPK's performance in the mid lane that kind of carries through for BetBoom. Like when they're on a roll, like when GPK is feeling hot and he's kind of hitting some just super clutch plays, I feel like this team is owning. So we'll see, what they manage to pick for him. As we jump into the draft, the bans coming through: No Kez, Slardar, Shadow Fiend, Coddle Clockwork, and Lone Druid all banned out.
Yeah, I don't expect to see Keeper in this series at all. Both teams play it, but I feel like Save plus GPK, that combo with Keeper, whatever they pair it with it in the mid lane, it is. I think they're the best at running it. So I would not be willing to give it to BB, though some teams try their luck with it. I think they usually lose.
Well, we see the GPK Snapfire, the Respect ban. He's been running it, I think, a lot more than other teams. So I'm not super surprised to see it get removed. She has a pretty good win rate, high amount of picks. It'll be the first pick of the Beastmaster instead.
Yeah, there is flex on this, but Miero's Beastmaster is terrifying. Very consistent with this hero. So I think it's a very good chance it just ends up in the off lane. How do you want to respond to it?
All right. The good old Pangolier. Now, this is technically something that can flex, but let's be real. This is going mid lane for Cheer Jr. I don't see this being the DM hero.
Unless You have the option, like you said, but it is likely to go mid. Roll into Roar is very annoying because we actually saw it in our first series. The first one, right? Yeah, first series. You try to roll in, you get roared, you get killed. Oops, right? That can definitely mess with you. But besides that, the roll is just always such good value, such good control. Very safe matchups in that mid lane, especially if you protect it with some bans or just make sure some supports can rotate to help out, which I wonder if that's some of the idea behind the Enchantress. It is good versus the Beastmaster, but it's also one of the best heroes at running over to the mid lane and helping out if you are trying to counterpick this Pango.
Yeah. I'm wondering what BetBoom want to just pick mid for GPK, because the Snapfire being banned, like, this is one of the matchups that's been really rough for Pangolier in mid. But it's not like there's any other mid heroes that have been banned here. There's a ton of mid heroes still in the pool if they want to go for them. Get rid of the Rubik as well. Don't want a stolen roar. All right, there's the puck. Into a Hoodwink pick. All righty. Still the most picked hero of the tournament. Still the worst win rate hero of the tournament. It's so bad, dude. It is 23.5% win rate.
It's fine. As long as you're one of the 23%, it's 100% win rate.
That's true. That's true.
Good to go. Every position 4 players like, oh, no, I mean, those are just not the other Hoodwink players. It's not me. I'm a good Hoodwink player. The Nightmare, very useful versus the Bushwhack. Good in general for setup, but Fiend's Grip, very good versus the Pango. So you got 2 tools for it. Now if Beastmaster wants to initiate on someone else and then the Pango counter initiation comes in, you're just gonna get Fiend's Grip if you get too close to that Bane. So we're gonna have to see a Lotus Orb probably from someone come up at some point. Save special. You could possibly run it core, but save is very good with this hero. I think I heard him say he has like over 1,000 games or something with his hero.
That's actually nuts. Dude, like, this Pango is completely dealt with already in the draft. Like,
So
you mentioned the Beastmaster Roar. You have Fiend's Grip now. Like, Wind Ranger can just focus fire it and kill him during Rolling Thunder. There's so many ways that this Pango has already been handled. So I'm curious what Yandex can do from their other picks to create some pressure, because you need something that can get into this game and find the Bane, find the Wind Ranger, and you need some damage dealers.
Yeah, some kind of single target save would be great, because we've talked about this Fiend's Grip, talked about this Roar. Okay, forget that idea. Dumb. Let's go with auras and healing from Chen. The summons are very good versus Nightmare. When someone gets roared or Fiend's Grip, you cannot save them as much the same way, but you can pop all the auras to try to keep them alive, and maybe you can cancel some of the Fiend's Grip at least with something like Avalanche.
Okay. Tiny will get picked up here for Watson. Now, BetBoom, they have some options. They could go the Monkey King. It plays well into the Pangolier mid. It plays well into the Tiny as the game goes on. And you could leave that flex open to give it to Kiritich if it ends up being good for the safe lane as well. But I think you want to pick that mid lane counter now for GPK. Give him something that plays dominantly into this Pangolier. I feel like it has to be the Monkey King. It's so good here.
I would be down for it because of that mid matchup you just mentioned, the flexibility, and maybe you keep open this like carry necro potential, because it's nice to have some right click scaling from another role if you're doing carry necro, and a mid Monkey King would be, just that. The healing of Chen is a little dicey for Necro, but a Necro with a good start just clears through the creeps, just gets free healing in fights. And I mean, these are 2 tanky melee heroes already. Might be a third one coming up later. Okay, well, you can just deal with them now with something like a Timber Saw instead.
So I don't know which lane this Timber Saw is going to, right? Because they could put Beastmaster could technically play any of the 3 roles. Timber Saw can probably go mid or off. To me, I would prefer the Beastmaster off lane just so that he gets this Helm of the Overlord like pretty quickly. And I think, I mean, what we just saw, like Beastmaster just owned Tiny Chen. So I think it should be okay. But maybe it's just safe enough to put the Timber Saw there. The Lycan ban is really heads up. I was trying to think to myself, like, what hero DM could play. Ideally, you want a Zoo hero that plays into Bane, and this is kind of like DM's specialty, is picking these types of, like, micro-oriented summons. The Beastmaster's already gone, so the Lycan would be the next best. There is still an option of, like, an Enigma, which we don't see all that often, but it is something DM has played a ton as well.
I think it's a little covered by the Fiend's Grip and Roar. It's actually something I was thinking about earlier. It's like they did leave the DM Enigma in, but you kind of preemptively dissuade it. Like you had these BKB piercing abilities. Potentially, if the matchup's really good, you could still do it, but they have the flex, right? Maybe you try to run that Enigma, and it's like, oh, Beastmaster carry, pick another tempo hero, and before that Enigma's even online, you're knocking on the high ground.
Agreed. Well, get rid of the Alchemist. Very smart ban there. Yeah, I'm trying to think what DM's options are in this off lane. There's not a lot of good ones. You don't want to pick something like a Centaur into a Bane. That is not good. It's not bad into Wind Ranger, because if it's core Wind Ranger, she loses a lot of damage on her focus fire. Can't really choose the Centaur ever. Yeah, they do ban the Enigma anyway.
Respect it anyways.
I think it's smart, right? Like, it is really difficult for the Bane in the lane, and I don't think they want to run carry Beastmaster, so...
It's also last pick, so they might be thinking of a carry that is weak to this Enigma. I don't know, some melee hero who's even in. A lot of them are actually kind of still available. Which ones are weak to the Enigma, though?
I mean, at the end of the day, you could still just run carry Wind Ranger and pick another support if that's what they really want, but in terms of the matchups, I still really like the options of a Monkey King.
Still open to that. There's a couple things there's 3 different abilities that cut trees, though, which is a little scary. And then the enemy also has Hoodwink. It's a little scary. Maybe something like Sven?
What happened to Ursa, man? I feel like this hero is just like non-existent right now.
What was the nerf he got? I feel like there was something that
he didn't get changed at all in 4-1. You're a Life Stealer.
Well, he lost his facets, right?
Yeah, he lost
else.
Bear Down and stuff,
but he didn't get anything to compensate, whereas a lot of other heroes did get some form of compensation. So even though he didn't get like directly nerfed, I think that made him weaker relative to everybody else. Because I do think Bear Down helped you get some of those early kills. The debuffs lasting a bit longer.
People were still picking him for a while, but I think now people are just going for Tiny. Like, he's been a lot more reliable. I'm sorry, what? So, carry Wind Ranger? Marana for save?
Carry Marana?
Dude, there's no way they're running carry Marana.
Yeah, as a support, Marana Arrow plus Fiend's Grip and Nightmare is a classic. Same with Roar, a lot of good setup for it. You can farm the Chen creeps. So position 4 Mirana, absolutely the more established pick here. But come on, it would be cool, right? Let's see this Quiver in action.
Yeah, I was wondering like if Celestial Quiver was even remotely good. We haven't really seen Mirana much, so it's hard to tell. We'll see if Phoenix has the last pick. That's a little interesting, actually. So that's DM's Phoenix, right?
Yeah,
It has to be.
Unless he's about to show some wild Chen gameplay. A zoo hero of a different sorts.
Wow, DM Phoenix. That's a throwback. When was the last time we saw DM play Phoenix? Into a Wind Ranger is a little bit odd to me because you can always just focus fire the egg, right?
I don't think you can do that one, but I think it's the Mirana leap with the extra attack speed is a little dicey. But Timber doesn't really attack that fast, neither does Bane, and you can just choose where to go. Plus, as an off laner, you're leveling up faster, so the egg is getting stronger faster, and then you're picking up items to provide like attack slows and stuff. So yeah, there is some theoretical counters, but you have some help from your team, right? Avalanche Toss is great, Bushwhack is great, the roll is great. There's a lot of disruption.
You have a lot of cover, you're right.
Yeah, and maybe in the late, well, it's kind of risky, but maybe late game you can even consider Ags to save people from Fiend's Grip and Roar as necessary. It's far down the line, but it's like, it's possible.
I'm open to the idea. It just feels a little risky, so we'll see. It's such a strong lane hero, which I think is, you know, one of the benefits of Phoenix. That's why we see it as a support so often, just because it dominates lanes with fire spirits. But did get some nerfs recently to its other spells. We'll see. We'll see how it does. Always a treat to see DM's Phoenix get pulled out.
I think it's cool because the actual lockdown to stop egg is...
I don't think so.
It's Roar
There's
Arrow.
not an easy low cooldown one, right? Yeah, it's like Arrow's not easy to hit. Maybe you could argue for Nightmare, but that can be removed by teammates. Fiend's Grip and Roar are long cooldowns, and Shackle's a little iffy to land. So I think the early game should actually be quite strong. Plus you have like Chen, right? So imagine Chen, Phoenix, Hoodwink, just making plays. Sometimes there's a roll, sometimes there's an avalanche. I think it'll actually be quite difficult for BetBoom to stop that unless the lanes go well. But again, you're laning into a Chen in one side. You're dealing with an offlane Phoenix, which offlane Phoenix players, man, it's like, you know, they're way more comfortable with the matchup than you are. It's tough to outplay them. We'll see what BetBoom can do. The mid lane should go their way, so that's one thing they got for them. But I feel like Beastmaster as a mid hero does not.
Ooh.
He can crush his lane, and he's like, I'm still farming, guys. Like I have items to get.
They did not realize they could have killed GLYPH.CET right there. They walk up to the high ground, the smoke popped, and GLYPH.CET was completely alone on the Wind Ranger. So, oh, arrow,
Easy
thank
money.
you. Easy money, yep. 2 charges in Celestial Quiver right now. Very cool.
It got a lot of free. When it first got added, it was a little low in damage. It was like 5 extra damage or something at the start. I forget if that's the exact amount, but this thing is actually pretty annoying. Not only is it extra damage, but you can manually cast it to not draw creep aggro. So I have found that Mirana's laning stage is quite annoying now.
It was
And because you have it, you can take arrow. Before, people were always taking Starstorm for laning pressure, but you get a lot of pressure from Celestial Quiver, which allowed them to do Sacred Arrow again.
Yeah, so the old was just 3 damage per level, and then they gave it a base damage of 5 plus 3 per level. So that's pretty good. It's a lot more damage.
We already saw one instance of Chen's creeps just getting arrowed down. Save. Gonna keep trying that, though. If you keep the creep in the creeps, the other creeps, it's not so easy.
Oh.
Well, That's funny.
That is very funny. Throws the arrow, trying to hit the creep. Malady just sacrifices it for damage. The arrow hits Watson instead. We love that.
That'll
So
work
is-
with the zealot, but when you get the
Yeah.
other creeps, that one's not going to it's not gonna work anymore.
A gift from the night.
So we are seeing GPK on the mid Beastmaster. It's not as common as the offlane Beastmaster that we've been seeing. I wasn't kind of sure which one was going to go where, but this is what they've opted for. I'm assuming he will still go the Helm of the Dominator build. I haven't been as impressed with, you know, the
Dire's courier.
Aghanim Scepter rush, you know, that, you know, has existed.
I don't know if I really like Helm Dawn from mid lane though. Maybe. I feel like it's still gonna be Ags.
You think so?
Ags and Blink and BKBs and stuff. I think your goal is to either take out a support really quickly or take out this Pango. And I don't think the Helm Dawn lets you do that.
That is a very aggressive play top, and DM, he might get punished for this. Kirtis just needs one more auto attack, and he's gonna get him. They dove right under the tower and take a beating. Good bait there from the Bane.
Really aggressive, yeah. They do kill the Bane, I guess, you know, that's something you got going for you, but Wind Ranger, not the fastest farmer at the start of the game, so happy to get some kills and assists to speed up her gold.
I mean, she's CSing really well, too.
I mean, she still has a lot of damage, even though the that Tangled facet got removed. The laning versus Wind Ranger universal hero is still a lot of right-click harass, difficult to out-CS her. And she's pretty fast, so laning the Fire Spirits to slow her down is not easy either.
Arrow? Ooh. Almost connects, just swings right by Watson here in the bottom lane. He's just ignoring Starstorm. Went for that point and leap to get those like 3 charges really quick, right? So
Yeah, you won't die with Leap. That's why you pretty much always take it at level 2.
never mind, that's only off the shard. My bad. I thought like I thought the leap giving 3 was built in, but that would be too good. Definitely
That
makes
would
sense.
be too good. She would definitely become meta with that. I think she's at the edge of it right now. Some people are playing her.
Another
Getting
attempt top
ignored over
lane. Soxa living thanks to the Lotus and DM. Maybe gonna look to try and dive Katomi here. Fire Spirit's burning him down. One more auto attack. He's got a brain sap though. Will keep him alive for now, and the blood grenade even gets thrown. Now, Kiritich trying to turn things around. Does have a power shot in one. Wants something. They won't find it. Katomi,
South.
Nightmare.
Two
Hold
Nightmare.
on. He's got him. What a nice guy. Tries to give the kill to Kiritich, but the creeps grab it. Very good top lane out of here from BetBoom.
Goodwin got a little greedy. I think turned for a last hit. That gave Bane enough time to get the Nightmare off. All right, DM is at least not going to miss the creeps, but yeah, this is your counter pick Phoenix in the lane. Currently not going that hot off of some over-aggression.
I think you need it to be a little warm if you're a Phoenix. That's kind of like your whole brand. Arrow mid lane, off the mark. Haven't really connected off of these, and this is where the Murata pick's a little bit weird. You don't really have anyone to play around Arrow with. It's really
On
just
this
Roar.
bottom half. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
there's Nightmare on the top side, but they're not together. But I will say, you chuck these, and yeah, none have landed
Here
yet.
it comes. There it
okay,
is.
let's see this
Nightmare
first.
into Arrow. They've read the room. They're like, okay, we actually just have to start rotating the Marana Bane. It's a combo as old as time.
It's like, I gotta start landing these arrows or they're gonna pop up a stat, 0 hit percent.
We had the one, right? The accidental hit on the Watson earlier.
That's true. But the thing is, so like before you had to get Starstorm for the lane, but now you can do arrow and you just chuck them. Maybe you miss, right? And yeah, they've missed. But if it hits, it's just a free kill that you could not get before when you had to take Starstorm. And now that you actually start pairing it with Nightmare, and we're getting to the point where Roar is coming online, when the Wind Ranger's gonna have Shackle, right? Now you got some more people to actually play with.
It's a lot of damage too. This ability is no joke. Topside, Katomi gets that bonus night vision, sets up for Soxa, save with the arrow, and he's got an urn. Oh my god. Level 3 power shot. Skewer in that squirrel.
Skewer, or is it like the animal just explodes from?
Yeah, just too much. Like, you just
Radiant are scanning.
got a little, too excited. Killed your dinner.
Cheer, a preemptive move over here since they got that kill top.
Radiant's
I
middle
was worried
tower
about
is under
the
attack.
Wisdom Shrine getting stolen away. In the end, they weren't actually making a play. I think it's a good idea. Now they do see him on this ward. They just
They
saw
have
him use
Roar.
shield crash, and his
Oh.
he is so dead. He is
He's
so dead.
so ruined. Yeah, sleepwalk, arrow, power
He's in the
shot.
roar.
Radiant's top
Dude,
tower is under
okay,
attack.
we're finally seeing it come together. I love that they're playing on the side with the Wind Ranger as well, because that power shot is so much damage as well. And you can't miss it. You really, I mean, you'd have to try to miss it.
I sometimes see it get missed. But not save, not BetBoom. This is a very high skill mechanical team. I'd be surprised to see them miss these kind of skill shots. Plus, another reason to play up here is that it's a Timber Saw, right? You want to
Yeah.
give him a lot of space. Let him get those high levels. And you can just keep staying here because you didn't even use Roar. So you still have that option available to you if someone shows mid a little bit too far up. Oh, Shield Rune too. Maybe encouraging a dive after this triangle invade.
I love how Katomi has placed his vision here, right? Like, he checks the sentry for like a high ground ward. He's just gonna play over here where he knows he has that bonus night vision and see if he can find anything. Instead, for now, top lane tier 1 tower, Kirtich will finish. The Shackle finds a
what a double
Phoenix?
stun.
He didn't even know he was there? Starstorm comes in to get the kill, and Katomi will snipe it instead. That's a fortunate Shackle.
Radiant's bottom
This off lane has crumbled.
Yeah, this last pick Phoenix is not paid off.
He was just trying to get him on the tree, dude. He didn't know. Dude, that hurts so bad.
Yeah, I don't even know if he like fully processed it. Right? Maybe you focused the Phoenix otherwise first, but in the end it didn't matter. They still get that double kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And that puts the Wind Ranger. I meant, I said, oh, she doesn't farm that fast. Top of the net worth, 4,600. The Maelstrom is not going to take much longer at this rate.
Are scanning.
How do you
Mid's getting
go?
pretty low too.
Yeah, I was say, how do you start contesting them anywhere? Like, what heroes are going to start fighting BetBoom if they just keep running at your buildings? And GPK, he's going to finish off the mid tower. You've got this Bane just sitting in your triangle, waiting for anyone to show up. And you don't even have level 6s yet. Like, you're going to have Moonlight Shadow, you're going to have Fiend's Grip. These are terrifying abilities to play into.
They're going to hope for the defusal on the Pango is not that far off. Then you need to get your level 6s on Chen and Hoodwink, and then you can start trying to do something. Until then, you're just biding your time. All right, just I was wondering if they're gonna try to connect on that arrow, but it could watch that ogre.
It being daytime now does help a lot, right? This is where Bane like becomes significantly less strong. But 4,000 gold advantage. Pretty good start. It is just going to be the Ags rush out of GPK. I mean, I still would have liked the Helm of the Overlord this game, but I can understand him just wanting to get damage. I'm going to smoke into the enemy jungle here, and it will be Malady that they run into. GPK will pop the Roar, pop a Haste Rune. There's the arrow. That's going to be plenty of damage. No saving him there. They're going to look for Soxa on the Hoodwink, who is, well, surrounded. So much
Support
tempo
kills.
coming out from BetBoom.
This is the last outer tower now too, so it's gonna bring it up to a 5K gold lead for BetBoom. 11 minutes in. This is looking a lot like one of our earlier series, which got turned around by a Blink Tiny Avalanche combo. Let's see if Yandex can do the same. They're gonna need it the way things are shaping up.
I mean, you've almost got a Spirit Vessel on the Phoenix, I guess, but I got some bad news from you. Save is probably just as close to the Spirit Vessel.
He is. He's a little further behind, but Save's been having a great game. 2-0 and 4. Of course, that is with the help of Kataomi. 3-1 and 5 on that Bane, setting up those arrows. Perhaps the real hero here.
Who now has Fiend's Grip? They're gonna look
I like he's going
the...
Aether Lens first.
Oh, a regen rune's gonna spawn for GPK. He's gonna be very happy to grab that. He wants the Fiend's Grip, but needs a little bit of help to... Oh my goodness. That's not a good sign. Your offlaner just got one-shot by the Miro Timbersaws. They're gonna continue to chase, looking to grab a Fiend's Grip or a Roar onto anybody, but Miro, he's in so deep now. The rest of the team could not get close enough.
Okay, got a little too excited off that Phoenix kill. Yeah, a huge chunk. He was in the trees, already low. It's the tricky part of Phoenix now, because the less health you have, the more damage you do due to dying light, and you get that damage in the egg. So you try to enter fights relatively low, but it means if you get caught by a Timbersaw burst, you're just gonna die and get replayed on.
I will say that is a incredible escape for the side of Yandex. If they get a Roar or they get a Fiend's Grip there, I think they just kill like 2, maybe 3 more heroes, and instead they'll find Save bottom. Quick grab from Soxa. Nicely done.
They don't actually have initiators that jump in. That's why they end up chasing a little too hard there. Like, Miero can go in, but he doesn't actually have setup, right? So the rest of the team is just running in after him, but backfires there. I think they'll slow down now till they get some of these items. The Ags is almost done on the Beastmaster. Still won't really be able to initiate, is the downside of the Beastmaster mid, but it'll be a big power spike for him. And you pretty much just move around the map, and if you can find Nightmare into arrow, Shackle Shot to arrow, Roar into arrow, you take those. But I don't think you can force too much beyond that, at least now that the tier 1s are down. You could do that, and they did. Tier 2s are more dangerous, as we've seen.
One thing they do have is nighttime in 1 minute, so I really like the smoke coming out here from Yandex, trying to get one more find here before that happens, and Save. They get caught again from the swashbuckle, but Soxa was not in range for the bushwhack, so that smoke won't connect.
There's a lot of heroes running for a whole lot of nothing. Gold lead will continue to go to BetBoom. 5K, was 6K just a moment ago. So things are looking pretty dicey here. Where's the Shadow Blade? Watson has chosen Shadow Blade over the Blink. It does have more scaling than the Blink. The Blink is just better for initiation, but you can still find things with it. I think they'll need to wait for that.
All right, the hunt begins. Kataomi, nighttime, immediately gonna start searching for some heroes to play around. He's got Kiritich here, top side. Pango, as well as Soxa on this Hoodwink, are looking to maybe turn it around. Oh, the Shackle comes out. They actually missed the bushwhack, but Kiritich just dunked on instead. Very good pick off. A necessary one is he's just been up here farming in that triangle for quite a while. Oh, damn. Gonna get caught from the Nightmare. We'll get tossed over to the Hoodwink. GPK will just pop the Roar. There's gonna be the Fiend's Grip as well onto the Phoenix, and here comes Miro. Tons of damage coming in from the Timbersaw. DM cannot escape. It will be a double kill for GPK.
That wasn't even the Aether Lens. Felt like that was a long Fiend's Grip. That was just the regular one. And with that kill, he's getting very close to the extended cast range. And that's just The first of many Fiends grips, I have to imagine. This one onto the Phoenix. Later could be the Pango trying to roll up, one of the few ways they have to make plays. We mentioned in the draft, right? You could get rolled, you could get Fiends gripped. Even easier with this Aether Lens being finished. Okay, here's the Shadow Blade. They need to find something with this.
Yeah.
There's a sentry here. Oh, they see him just as he's walking in.
That arrow, it actually clips onto the Pango as well. The roar hits from GPK will catch Watson, and now full retreat coming through. He gets the toss away. Cheer Jr. getting focus fired up, but can he survive? They know he's ran somewhere, but the chase is there. 2 dead. What a sentry coming out of the perfect time from Katomi.
Yeah, what are these core tips, guys?
They're like, good job.
They didn't even see the Shadow Blade, I'm pretty sure. He just sensed it in his soul. Though maybe one of the cores was like, please put the sentry down. I don't know. But that was whoever called for it. Brilliant read. Perfect time. A little bit of luck there, but...
they're not done. Nightmare top lane. Arrow into the Vessel. Starstorm and Saksa. Yeah, he's gonna die, but the turnaround at least finding the Bane.
That's a lot of damage.
It's level 2 egg, right? It's a lot of burn, but...
Unfortunately, that's just a Bane while the Roche is being killed on the other half of the map.
Trading egg for the Bane, not super great. All right, we'll see this replay really quick. The sentry coming out. Hello there.
Literally just placed straight into the Nightmare.
Dude, the arrow as well is so unfortunate for Chira Jr.
With his Shadow Blade reveal, he did 1 tick of avalanche damage. It's a rough one.
Not ideal.
No, certainly not. Neither is being 8K down, 18 minutes in. I can't imagine they can contest Tormentor. Though maybe you have to try. Maybe it's like one of the ways you can win a fight if BetBoom has taken some damage from Tormentor and then you're like dropping the egg on the other side.
I'm trying to think. Aether Lens is coming out on the Bane. So it's done. His courier is just sitting by the tower at the moment. They're going to walk forward some ward sentries here. Malady trying to clear these up. He'll be able to, but Kuratich will just run him down with a quick focus fire, and there's nothing you can do as a Chen against this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But they got the ward, I guess, you know?
Take what
That's
wins you
something.
can get.
The silver linings.
Here's another
Offset.
silver lining.
That's a roar.
Hold the thought.
Into a dead Phoenix. You know, bottom lane, not done. They have a Fiend's Grip available, looking for Watson, but he gets the Avalanche, the toss, rolling Thunder, the Burns is dead. The question is, can they get out as Cheer Jr. will continue to find their targets? And Wind Ranger loses that Aegis, does have everything available when he comes back. I think with this, they'll just take their win and back away on Yandex. Okay, that's not bad. You take away the Aegis, but now your team fight's kind of down and Tormentor is spawning.
I mean, you probably weren't going to get Tormentor anyways, to be real. So I think you take that early Aegis burn, the blink reveal from the Pango, a lot more successful than the Shadow Blade.
Yeah.
And there was some creep cutting going on from Chen. I think he's going to have to do this for pretty much the rest of the game. In a team fight, these creeps are just extra gold for BetBoom. So you have to run them around the map, cut random waves, and hope they get out before they get farmed. But you're just trying to buy time, drag this game on, because clearly your timing is not now. 10K down at 20 minutes. The team fights are not looking very good right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, especially with this Beastmaster, like having gone the Aghanim Scepter build, like he's gonna farm incredibly fast. He's got his BKB done as well. He'll have a Blink Dagger, and at that point, he just can go in and solo kill people, right? He won't need the backup damage from the Timbersaw or the Wind Ranger. You know, they'll have plenty of time to choose their own targets.
We're going top. More punishment for DM incoming, perhaps.
Smoked up. And I mean, they just love playing this triangle, dude. They have been here like
This is their
probably
triangle.
yeah, it's like more than Yandex has the entire game. Moonlight Shadow's coming in. They're hunting the Pango, who for now has the blink available.
Ooh, just used to swashbuckle.
Yeah, they're looking for him. They know he's here
the
somewhere.
trees?
Fiend's Grip immediately almost gets bailed out by a tree, but that is the benefit of the Moonlight Shadow. There you go. There's the support tip. They did it.
I guess you guys are doing an okay job. There you go.
Tiny under and the invis of the Shadow Blade, just trying to hide on the corner of the map here. He'll get the TP on out. I mean, there is so little options at the moment for Yandex. BetBoom are really choking them out.
They've got a gem now too, just to clear out some wards. So soon Yandex playing in the dark here, as if the game wasn't hard enough. I guess you got Chen creeps. That is something that helps. Even as you lose wards, they can cut the waves and you just like scatter them on the map.
You're really hoping this Shiva's on the Phoenix pays off like really big in the next fight. He doesn't quite have level 3 Supernova. He's still quite a bit away, but maybe that would be it. Big smoke. Both teams. Chira Jr. actually getting tailed by Kiritich and doesn't know quite yet. The smoke's going to pop, looking for them as he dives in off this wind run. Doesn't find his target, though, so you'll be okay for now. But that being said, the smoke is still open for Katomi and GPK, so they might still find a connection here. They need to be very careful on Yandex. Well, I say that, and Miro's just charging in bottom. Watson, a little bit safe for now. They don't have the gem revealing. If they get the opening on Kiritich, would be huge, but here comes the Rolling Thunder, and from Chira Jr., the Avalanche does catch the Beastmaster. There's the Fiend's Grip. Okay, Tiny ceasing to exist, just completely destroyed. It is so difficult to play the fights here on Yandex. The Shackle comes out, catches the gen, the dive, and the egg, though it doesn't come out in time. They're trying to TP out. They get punished heavily. The Phoenix just burns them.
It's finally coming together. Can they get any more, though?
I don't know. Miro is incredibly strong here on the Timbersaw, but the Phoenix damage
is immense.
with the Vessel, he's actually doing it. DM on the Phoenix, getting it done. Shiva's back up in a moment. GPK and Save will take down Chira Jr. With 2v2 left, but with not much left in the tank, Phoenix might be more hesitant to take the fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yes, Phoenix cooked them, man. 6,000 damage nearly coming out from the Phoenix in this fight.
He was right next to the heroes, and he was missing like all his health, so I think it's like more than a Radiant's worth of burn damage from Dying Light. And these heroes, they've been doing really well, so they got a lot of damage items, not as tanky as they could be. Yeah, look at that, 2,000 damage from the Timber, or on the Timber. Yeah, so initially it was kind of good. The Tiny stuck through the back, but actually Save was also back there and Tiny didn't see him, so does get stunned, gets controlled up here. The Fiend's Grip counter to the roll that we were talking about. And that actually gave BetBoom a little bit too much confidence. They run in like this, and this is where we see the Phoenix core damage start to pay off. Maybe this Nightmare actually, a hindrance, actually brought it straight to the Wind Ranger.
Yeah. I mean, it's a really nice swashbuckle combo as well from the Pango, right? So they go in, just line them up. He gets the perfect angle to hit 3 heroes. Yeah, DM, huge entrance into the game for him because it's been pretty quiet for the Phoenix. He has had a rough one.
Just imagine the lane's going better.
Yeah,
what he
right?
could have done.
He is almost level 18 though, and this is a big deal. He needs that level 3 Supernova. It's going to be online now, just coming off cooldown, and they're going to look to fight with it once again. Ward Sentry here will reveal this play though. They're very aware.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I like the Lincolns from DM coming out next. His future pickup.
You got to start protecting yourself and your teammates versus the Roar and the Fiend's Grip. Shackle Shot too. Focus Fire. There's a lot. It's very valuable this game.
All right. Aegis will go on the way of the Wind Ranger of the banner now as well. They did pick up Guardian Greaves from Mirana. She's super farmed this game, having a great time. So I'm actually kind of surprised that the supports on Yandex are as farmed as they are, but one of them is a Chen, so that's not too surprising, I guess.
So the fact that he's below the Mirana kind of tells the story of this game. This is, I mean, Mirana's got some good farm speed as a support, but Chen is supposed to be at the top.
Oh, arrow, arrow. Who's it gonna catch? It gets the Phoenix. Oh no, the Chen makes it through the gate at the last possible second, and it hits the worst target. Oh no, what a disaster.
The arrow is like in the Chen hitbox as he TPs out. Oh man, he's probably looking somewhere else. I think otherwise he would cancel it and then tank
that
the
was
arrow, but they're looking like where they're going, not from behind.
Radiant are scanning.
I was gonna make a Harambe joke because he's on the gorilla mount, but I will refrain.
Find some Harambe jokes in Relic Arena though.
Yeah, you can.
That's a pretty good kill, but they actually didn't do that much with
Nah.
it. I mean, they're just like farming, taking up more space. I'm trying to see what item. See, the crystal is almost done.
It's the double
Wind
Aghanim
Ranger.
Scepter. It's like Ags is almost done on Timbersaw, and Bane is working on his Ags as well. So there's some really big
The
pickups.
main one's kind of far though. The main one's it's
I mean, it's like 2,000 gold.
For a Bane,
possible.
the Bane's got 7,000 gold at this point. The other half of the axe
It
is
might be like 30% of his net worth, but you know.
I think the Aegis is going to expire before the other guy's got his axe, especially as he's getting found here by the blink roll.
Oh, he'll be fine.
He
All
looks
right, he's
good.
not fine. On the other side of the fight, though, they do go for the Blink Roar, taking out the Chen. Chira Jr., he's extended for this, though, and with Kiritich coming in, that is the Focus Fire playing the roll-up, so trying to get away, but there's just no shot. Wind Ranger, far too much damage right now thanks to that new Chrysalis.
It's funny, it looked like he was still rolling because he was
Yeah.
getting knocked back by Focus Fire so much. Oh, a nice D-ward with the arrow.
You're pretty happy for that trade if you are BetBoom. You didn't have to commit Fiend's Grip, and your Bane's coming back in a moment.
Well, didn't have to commit Fiend's Grip or couldn't commit Fiend's Grip.
Well,
As he respawns, he will
Why
look
not
for his
both,
revenge,
you know?
I'm sure. TP down here, more control for BetBoom down here.
Radiant structures.
dude, Kiritich is having such a chill game on the Wind Ranger right now. Not as chill for Soxa, though. As another Roar comes out. And they're going to look for Tormentor. It may be a little bit slow because you kind of need your Wind Ranger, but maybe Beastmaster will be an... Okay, yeah, Beastmaster is definitely enough. Dude, he's got an Orchid.
Surprised.
This is hype.
I mean, it's a lot of damage, right? If he goes the Bloodthorn for himself and
He also just bought
teammates.
Shard immediately. He was hoping to get it off Tormentor, didn't, buys his Shard immediately, right? So the Orchid and now the Aghanim Shard, his attack supplying the current level of axes. He's about to just destroy some heroes with this build now. Not like he hasn't been already, but...
even more destroyed. So destroyed. Annihilated.
Yeah.
I will say, I'm a little surprised Yandex is not holding the gem. they took it from BetBoom, which is actually a pretty big win in one of those earlier fights, but they've left it in the base, and I feel like it's a risk, I get it, but I think you need to do it when you're this far behind, right? You got to remove enemy wards, you got to see the Mirana invis.
Fortunately for them, there really isn't much vision out from BetBoom right now. We'll see what they can do, though, as the Moonlight Shadow's coming through. Kiricic gets a glimpse of Chiro Jr., and there's the Blink Roar Orchid. Goodbye. Too easy of a connection.
Right in front of the enemy base, too, so they'll head mid. They actually don't have too many creeps here right now.
That is a full Daedalus now done as the Aegis gets claimed as a pretty valuable Aegis. It achieved a lot. They got tons of pressure out on the map. As I don't know if they're going to go high ground anytime soon. Like, they could wait for the 35-minute catapult spawn.
"30-minute catapult spawn, actually."
Well, yeah, I know. It's just like 35 minutes with like Bane and whatnot, right? Like,
yeah, the Bane Ags, that is what is it, 1,000 more gold still.
900 gold, 800 gold. It's gonna be there. He's got an Aghanim shard from the Tormentor. It's gonna be much faster actually now. He's farming. Top lane.
It will be very strong.
Miro. Yeah, I mean, you could just send it on the Pango and roll now, right? And then, like, what do? How do you stop it? It's just egg.
Yeah, Bushwhack can't reach it. Avalanche can't hit all of them. The roll is the only one that can. Even that one's got to be at the right angle. Or what's the word for a straightforward angle?
Save. Dodging the gank here. Another jump away. Rolling Thunder's going to come through, find GPK, but he just pops the BKB, holding the roar for now as they have the dust and the vision. Miro's going to jump in, maybe try and get a little bit more info to play around. They find the Pango. There's the Rolling Thunder on the tail end. Beautiful Gale Force as well. Cutting off the escape. An arrow after the shackle. 2 dead. They're just playing so clean, punishing any attempts from Yandex, and BetBoom are really hitting their stride now. As they are not done, but maybe they should have been. Kiricic gets popped at the tower. Nicely done from Watson.
I mean, that's a Tiny. Tiny does damage. So, yeah, getting a little too confident with those kills. Going a bit too far while the rest of the team was still a little further away. It's a shame, because otherwise I think you can poke the high ground a little bit with those kills, but
I agree.
The one who's going to poke the high ground is your carry Wind Ranger that now you got to wait for 1 minute. You're still in a great position, so you just got to slow down here, but poor Pango. 1 roar all his life. Same with the Wind Ranger, though. It's like 1 stun and death. They have the Lincolns on the Phoenix.
Yeah.
It's working on a refresher, so I don't know. With some godly reactions, well, yeah. I was gonna say.
You want to finish the sentence or what?
Yeah, I was gonna say if you know, someone else is being targeted and you Lincolns them, if you can eat one of these critical spells, right, like the Roar or the Fiend's Grip, it's huge. But if the target's the Phoenix and they know you have the Lincolns, then you pop it first with the Orchid and then you roar after.
Yeah. That was such good timing. Thank you, Zach.
You should thank GPK. Get out of the cast, GPK. Play the game.
Yeah.
Don't listen to me.
Well, here's your double catapult wave. Your Wind Ranger just spawned. You still have the Roche banner. And it is nighttime for the Bane. So I feel like it's time to try and pressure and find something here. You could threaten high ground with a banner. I think it's probably worth looking for a pick off first, but see what they want to do is Roche is not going to respawn for 1:30. They would have loved to have it be up right now, though.
It's not too big of a deal. They're going to sweep through with their newly acquired gem. This is the second one. Just make sure they have vision superiority over here, as if Bane nighttime wasn't enough. Just make sure you get this Aegis safely. End the game with that. Where is it? Let me see. Which one are you talking about?
He ran all the way through the enemy triangle to get a ward up back there.
Oh, on the cliffs. Don't do this in your pubs, guys. This is the 5-head pro play. They'll never think I just put only cliff wards. Don't do it in your pubs.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Man, how do you kill this Timber Saw? Shiva's, Octarine, Aghanim Scepter. Miro's like unstoppable at this point. You need a nullifier.
Break him, and then the Phoenix Burn is there, and you have the Hoodwink Shard. It is doable.
You have
in
to
the
silence
vacuum.
him.
In a vacuum, yeah.
Oh, they find save. He gets the lead. Double dodge, and now Watson's actually committed pretty far. There's your Fiend's Grip right onto the Tiny, and the egg comes out in the center. Watson still taking a beating. They're trying to get the egg kill, and GPK does it. He just kills it by himself, and Watson has nowhere to go. They finally managed to bring down the Wind Ranger, but a heavy cost. 3 for 1 as Soxa will escape, but
Dire are scanning.
Cheer Jr. playing on the back end of this ward, trying to find himself some way to get out of here.
Bloodthorn's a lot of attack speed, and Beastmaster also took Alert for his enchantment, so even more attack speed over there. So he can pretty much... He can handle almost all of the egg himself, and then you just need a little help, which is what Miero is there for.
Yeah.
That initiation had to go a little smoother, right? You just got to pick out Mirana, reset, but Mirana actually gets out of the avalanche, and then you try to harpoon, but you actually get pulled further because of the leap. Yeah, this one, right? Tried to get that first hit in, but needed to lead with avalanche. Instead, it dragged the whole team in. The Fiend's Grip comes out. You're just kind of thrown into disarray, and Beastmaster's in the back just working on the egg the entire time. And it's not even an issue. They still have plenty of damage, even though he's doing this.
Yeah, they were like forced to pop the egg just to try and save him. I also gotta give massive props to Soxa. He just ran through the fight and canceled the Fiend's Grip. Otherwise, that Tiny dies pretty much right away. Like, he runs in, finds one of them, bushwhacks it, and then Yules the illusion, right, to break the Fiend's Grip, so Tiny can actually, pop out of the Fiend's Grip and get somewhere.
Yeah, I was actually wondering if the benefit of the Ag is you can Fiend's Grip and back out because you still have 2 illusions doing it. But I kind of feel in that situation he might just also commit his hero. So then there's 3 things you have to stop, and then Tiny could still be Fiend's Grip there. Maybe the fight goes even better for at least a little longer. But I guess it's not really that big of a deal. They still won the fight. 20k gold lead with the Aegis. 2 banners. What's better than 1 banner? 2 banners. Got to keep track of which one's which, though, because there are different radiuses and health on them.
Just use the worst one first, right? Try to save the second one for, maybe like a second siege.
Well, I think actually coming up, if they go with the 40-minute catapult wave, I think they should use the second one.
Yeah, you should use the better banner. That's true, then.
Well, maybe you could argue that if it's the catapult, you could use the shorter one because you can put it further back, and it's not as big of a deal that's shorter. I guess it depends how hard you want to push with that catapult wave.
Let's be honest, they're just going to drop it on the high ground anyway, and it's going to die. That's just what always keeps happening. Oh, that is the longest roar I have ever seen. Excuse me?
That guy's on the throne of the world over there.
What? What was that? Can I get a replay? What the heck was that? It's like the Gale Force moved him before the roar actually came out. Excuse me?
That's
insane.
Beastmaster is great at that. There's like that party game or whatever where you're like trying to blow out candles in a line. Gets them all.
That was ridiculous. All right, well, that's a
another
refresher roar. He was not ready. That is a dead Phoenix. Now he does have buyback. They will toss the Timber Saw into the fountain. He will BKB Timber Chain away. The Gale Force to try and make some space for them as they pop their fortification here on the racks. We'll keep the melee alive for a moment, but the banner is still there. Watson goes in, forced to BKB. There's your Fiend's Grip Charger. Will interrupt the grip immediately, so nice use of the Rolling Thunder. As focus fire, Satanic, he will just destroy the Gen. No escape. Cheer Jr. now has to be careful. Caught by another roar. The Bloodthorn as well, stuck against the wall. He will die, but the egg doing some work. Avalanche toss. They do a nice bushwhack onto two. What a nightmare from Katomi, buying Kiritich a moment. That Aegis will get spent. They've committed a lot of buybacks here. I heard the refresh. They're going to go back in. Who have they found? Tiny in some trouble. Needs some help. He gets tossed a huge Lotus. But can he get away? He cannot. The Yule Scepter does not come out in time, and Kiritich will continue to just rip through these heroes. Another roar in this fight. Finds the Phoenix. 3 dead as it's going to be the GG. And just like that, BetBoom will take down one of the best looking teams of the tournament so far.
That was a very dominant performance, starting in the laning stage. The Phoenix pick did not pay off. We did get to see a couple fights, like the idea behind it, right? There was a lot of magic damage, but that one over-aggressive play in the lane gave up way too much. They completely lost the ability to pressure that Wind Ranger. It then freed up Bane to work with Mirana, and those two just went wherever they wanted. Like, hey, whoever gets nightmared will die. So let's just run around and cause chaos. And we're not losing our safe lane. We're not losing our mid because we already won those lanes. Right? So that was just, it was too strong for BetBoom. Yandex did not have the tools to deal with it. The supports on their side just didn't get a play the same way that Save and Kataomi, they had fun. I don't think there was any fun on the side of Yandex.
I'm so happy to see Bane Mirana, man. It's just such a classic combo, and to see it actually executed well is fantastic. Bane has had a really good performance in this tournament so far in general. It has an incredibly high win rate. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious if we're going to be seeing, you know, kind of a priority from teams on this hero. I think maybe BetBoom making it look better than others have, but overall a super clean draft. I mean, the scoreline is great. GPK 6-0-20. Miro 14-2-12. Like, they didn't really slip up much at all this game.
No. I mean, I think that's typical BetBoom, right? Like, when they're looking good, they're very smooth throughout the game in their best form. And clearly that continued to game 3 here, because I think today that's 3-0 for them, right? So they had a good breakfast. They had a good night of sleep. They are ready to play and start climbing up the rankings in this group stage off of a slower start. This should put them in the upper half now.
Oh yeah, they're feeling good. They went 3-0 today. This will put them at 5-3, which is definitely in the upper half. You know, we'll see where that ends up placing them at the end of the day. But we have one more series, and it's going to be Team Spirit versus Liquid, a banger of a one to end the day. So make sure to stay tuned. We'll see y'all in just a moment. One final series here today at Blast Slam, and it is going to be Team Spirit versus Team Liquid. At least for the B stream, we're running, I was like, a little bit ahead of schedule. We've been blasting through these games. Not really expecting, some of these series to be as kind of one-sided as they have been, but they have at least been exciting to kind of see, how the teams are kind of drafting and playing around their ideas.
Yeah, it's I'm a little torn on this. I kind of like that we have a mix of some very fast games and some very long games in the current patch. It's like you don't know what you're getting into. We've had some previous patches where like every game is pretty consistently around like that 30 to 40 minutes. It's kind of nice when you have it's a real coin flip depending on the drafts, depending on how people are playing. It's like, could end in 20 minutes, could get the AME, or could go on to like 60 minutes, some random tier 5s, who know what's happening.
Yeah, I think there's some games that have gone quite long, right? Like we've had some games I think that are already in like the high 80s, maybe even 90 minutes in this tournament, which has been, kind of nuts. And then we've seen the 20-minute stomps, so a little bit of everything in best of ones, right? It's a little bit more chaotic. You don't really know what's gonna happen. But in terms of the teams that are having the best time right now, Spirit is not one of them. They have been struggling in this tournament so far, as they are sitting at 2-6, tied at the bottom with Tundra and Xtreme, which not what you would expect.
Yeah, we saw some good moments from them in the mid to late game. I imagine that some of the more experienced players still locking down that clutch factor of Spirit, their identification of good fights. But the lanes really rocky, at least in what we have seen of them. And I do wonder if, essentially both supports got changed. Even though Rue is still in it, he now moved to position 5, and Not Me joined the team. So that means 2 different lanes are now affected. And I have to question if that's part of the issue. Not blaming the players, but it's just a transition, right? Like, you have to get used to playing with a new person, the way you communicate, the way heroes you're going to work with. And I mean, if the side lanes are struggling, then the supports also can't go help the mid lane. So, team game, every element gets affected.
Yeah. That being said, like Team Liquid, I think have been a little bit more consistent. They at the moment are sitting right in the middle of the group. They're top 6 still at 4-3. So I think they're feeling pretty happy with their performance. That being said, today, they did drop their earlier series versus Aurora, so we'll see what they can do to bounce back, if they can bounce back. I don't know. I think they're a fun team to watch right now, because there is still like a lot of heroes that you can expect from Ace in the off lane. Mickey is probably, right now, he has one of the best hero pools for current patch. He is an incredible Wind Ranger and Tiny player, both of which have had a lot of success. And then not to mention Kez. We don't really see it that often on him because it's almost always banned in phase 1, but when he gets it, it's pretty impressive.
And you have to ban the Lone Druid as well, one of the few teams that will pull that out. So you just gotta be worried about all these cheese picks, but I mean, he can play the traditional carries just as well. So the man himself getting ready. What am I gonna play here? What are they gonna try to ban from me?
I'm always excited to see the Liquid drafts. I think they are quite fun. I'm not as confident in Spirit's drafting so far this tournament. They have been struggling, and I'm not sure if it is just in the draft. They have been trying to pull out kind of more niche heroes here and there, but it hasn't always worked. Like, they pulled out the Juggernaut, right? Yeah, they actually pulled out the Juggernaut against LGD. That was the one did not go super well for them. Not a hero that we really see all that often. But it's kind of like a Yadero thing, right? Where he'll just be like, yeah, I want Jug, I want PA, even if they're not super meta, right? He still kind of relies on those heroes at times.
Yeah, I feel like Spirit has not been particularly favored in terms of the meta and the way they like to draft, at least previous versions. This is a little switch up with the supports, and sometimes even just changing like 1 or 2 players. You bring in a new style, you come up with a new identity, right? So maybe that's part of the struggle, is they're trying to figure that out. Whereas at least for Liquid, they've been playing with this group for a while now. Even with Ace and Tofu joining at the start, those two played together for a while. So I feel like it's been a little easier for them. Or maybe they've just, had that time to make it work.
Look at all the board games here behind it. Oh, he's got Gloomhaven. Okay, also, I want to point out, he has Dominion plus 5 expansions. This guy knows what's up. To all my Dominion fans out there, that is one of the best deck building card games out. Big fan.
One's in chat for the Dominion boys out there.
Yo, I mean, it's such a good game. Highly underrated for anyone who's a big fan of like card games, tabletop card games. And now it's gone, and now I can't talk about it anymore. And I guess I'm forced to talk about the draft. How dare we?
Say Catan, gonna move up the shelf.
Nah, screw Catan, man. That game sucks.
Two's in chat for Catan here.
Catan's like the gateway board game, man. That is the gateway board game.
That's what makes it good. You get people into it.
For all like the Western audiences who like grew up playing like really bad American board games like Monopoly and Life and stuff, they play Catan and they're like, this is the greatest game of all time. And then you show them like real board games, after that.
Okay, but I think if people actually played Monopoly based on the rules, it's a much better game. It's because people feel
house
bad.
rules, man.
Yeah, it's because people feel bad playing Monopoly the correct way that it then drags on to such an unenjoyable game. But if you
like
just
a
follow the rules and
game.
like, Ricky, you're done playing 5 turns in, step out, like, then the game is like, it's a much faster, faster game.
That's fair. I'll give you that. But I'd rather
It's
just
like,
play
Ricky,
Dominion.
go get me lunch and I won't kick you out of this game. It's like all this extra bargaining going on.
Yes, master. Good stuff. We look at the bans here. Lone Druid banned out, like you said. They get rid of the Kez. And it's going to be the first big Shadow Fiend here for Team Liquid. A hero that's had a lot of success, but we have seen it, struggle a little bit here today. And I'm wondering if the Beastmaster will be the response from Spirit, as it is one of those heroes that does particularly well against the Shadow Fiend. That BKB piercing disable. Able to get on top of him pretty easily.
I'm down for it.
Ooh, instant drought. Okay.
It would be Yatoro who says. It's Ame with Yatoro being like, that is cool, I will do that as well, behind, ready to actually pick the Drow response into Shadow Fiend. Now, this is actually interesting, because the heroes you were just pitching that are good versus Shadow Fiend are also the same heroes that are good versus Drow, because she, too, likes to stand in the back and not let people get close. So I'm kind of curious, like, do you ban all of them out, or you're hoping to get some yourself? Now you got to ban the good pairings, too. Everything in the lane that pairs well with Shadow Fiend pairs well with Drow.
Yeah, you're not getting the Treant. You're probably not getting the Tusk.
Clockwork's out already, right? Yeah, okay, that guy's out. You gotta dig a little deeper down in the pool.
I mean, Drow,
nerfed, but I feel like he could be good as the game goes on versus both these heroes.
Yeah. I like the Mars ban. That's interesting.
It's a great hero to just protect the Drow.
Yeah. I'm curious if they ban the Tusk here, because it's not like a particularly great combo with Drow. It's not bad, but Shadow Fiend benefits way more. Okay, they'll ban the Storm Spirit, a hero that can, definitely gap close, get to the Drow Ranger, start the fights. There's also a ton of mid heroes left in the pool, and I think we'll be seeing the Tusk. There it is, yeah. So Team Spirit will take it themselves. They know that there's almost no options left for the Shadow Fiend lane. I mean, do you go Chen?
That's what I was thinking. Tusk doesn't really like playing into Chen. Mm-hmm. Drow does not mind. Like, the start, she could get run over by creep. So that is an option for Liquid that can play quite fast. But once she gets some farm, she doesn't really care about the Chen creeps. And she can actually, if she goes hypothermia, she can actually counter a lot of the healing that Chen likes to get. So it depends how fast you want to go on the side of Liquid.
The thing is, you've pretty much revealed your safe lane, right? Because you have to take the Tusk away from the Shadow Fiend team, right? So I'm curious if Liquid want to try and pick their like double support here, and or like their off lane and like a flex to the off lane.
Liquid themselves also unsure, asking themselves the same questions.
I mean, we've been seeing Omni Knight, but not in a support role, and I don't think he lanes particularly well against a Drow Ranger, so I don't think he's on the table. Is Slardar banned? It's got to be, right?
Still in the pool. That's a good pairing with the Shadow Fiend. One of the few left, but the Snowball and the Punch in general are kind of good versus it. There's not a perfect pick though, so I mean, you know, pick your poison. Do you want to deal with that or deal with something else? Marcy's an old school one that has been nerfed. It's not as good, but it can get to the Drow. Even as a support, you can threaten her early on, and it works really well with Shadow Fiend. Otherwise, what? Keeper? You could do like Keeper in a mid to get to the Drow.
That's interesting because Drow is typically picked as like an Axe lane counter. It's just as the game goes on, it's pretty rough. Like eventually Axe Call is kind of a death sentence for the Drow. You do have the Tusk save, but there's the techies. Okay, so now you have the follow-up and a pretty strong lane to deal with this Drow Tusk.
Now I will say though, Snowball, very good to respond to the blast off coming in, at least in the laning stage.
Yeah.
So it's very much about who can bait out what spells. And you mentioned the flex potential of that Tusk. I agree it's still there, but I kind of think you want in that bottom lane now. Like, it's already good pairing with Drow, and now you kind of need the Snowball to deal with the blast off, unless you want to grab something else like Lich's Sinister Gaze can kind of, like, if you're fast, you can interrupt it. You need something like that.
I wouldn't hate it because it does put a lot of damage out in the lane. But I also just worry that Axe will battle hunger the Lich, and there's just nothing he can do about it.
It's a sad time.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think what other. I mean, unless you like save your sacrifice, right? Like that is the only thing, but that doesn't come out for like a minute and a half. We'll grab the Bat Rider. Okay.
Now, is it support or is this the Collapse Bat Rider to try to run down this Shadow Fiend?
It is a good idea. We've seen the Shadow Fiend struggle against Bat Riders in the past, but Shadow Fiend flash farms, and if you make one mistake on the Bat Rider, he can kill you. If you're like Shadow Fiend can kill the Bat Rider. You got to be very careful.
We actually saw Liquid do that. I think it was versus LGD. They tried to Bat Rider Mickey's Shadow Fiend. He did get double killed at the start, and we were like, oh, okay, Bat Rider going, but then he turned it around. He last hit really well, just balanced the aggression with being safe at the right times, and he ended up ahead of the Bat Rider again and never really faced a threat. I mean, there were other issues in that game, but it's certainly something Liquid, you know, they know what they're getting into if this is an off-lane Bat Rider. I think Flame Break interrupts Blast Off as well.
It does. It absolutely does.
Forced movement, right?
Yeah. That'll be something to keep an eye out for. There's the Wind Rangers. So I think you are correct. I think it is going to be Collapse Bat Rider with the 4 position support of the Wind Ranger. So now you need a very strong 5 to try and play in the lane here with this Shadow Fiend. We talked about it. The options are limited. Like a lot of the heroes that support Shadow Fiend are banned.
What if you do Techies 5 and then you take Shadow Demon? Just play a chill off lane. They'll put that decision off for a little longer. They're gonna get the Puck in the mid lane. If this ended up being like mid Bat Rider, Puck's fine there. What do you ban out now? I don't think you're as worried about Huskar because you have Axe. The lane would suck for Puck, but like playing Huskar into Axe is always scary.
In terms of,
you need a playmaker from the mid lane. I like, that's why part of why I like Puck. It just counters a lot of them. The Oracle. That is pretty good versus Bat Rider and the Wind Ranger. You can protect your Shadow Fiend as well. Another Dispel hero for that lane. Yo, Largo support? The Taser is the aggressive Dispel. You need a defensive Dispel versus the Bat Rider. If you want to go that route in the lane anyways. That could be an interesting one. Silencers maybe something else. Okay, never mind. Earth Spirit. We don't really see that, but it does fit what they need.
It's kind of a cool idea. I like the. I really like it. Like, it gives you the silence, some initiation to try and find Shadow Fiend. It's not. I can't remember the last time we've really seen a mid Earth Spirit, but it's pretty sick.
Still not gonna see it, I guess. I think silencers are still something you could consider banning out. Maybe we still go back for the Chen. You pitched it earlier. Could still run it. The auras are good versus what Bat Rider brings. The Elder Titan.
Wow, that's like, you're going deep into the reserves of heroes if you're considering Elder Titan. It's not like the hero's unplayable. We just don't really see it very often. It is kind of a Team Liquid classic, right? Back when Insania was still on the team, this was something they played a lot. So a heads up ban. They still have plenty of reserve time. 55 seconds to kind of think about where they want to go with this final support. I've just been looking at the hero roster, kind of going back and forth, being like, what the heck could they actually go for?
I still think Shadow Demon's fine. Shadow Demon or Silencer is still fine with me. I don't think people really play Largo support, but I would believe in it in this lane.
Dude, I kind of really like Silencer, actually. Silencer does seem really good. It covers the Axe Initiation. It's not bad into Bat Rider, because I think early on, like, the glaive spam is pretty good. Dude, they're doing it. Okay. I mentioned Omni earlier. I was like, we don't really see support Omni, but there's not a lot of other options. So they are going to go back for the Omni Knight.
Repel does not dispel, though, anymore, right?
Repel?
Or is it back?
It gives you the debuff resistance and HP regen, but it doesn't apply like a dispel. It used to like dispel and then give HP regen based on the number of things that were dispelled. Now it's just, it repels you, gives you debuff immunity, tons of magic resistance, and HP regen as well. So it won't get rid of the stacks, but it might give you the ability to actually like turn and fight the Bat Rider, since you're not going to like actually be affected by turn rate and what, like stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see how this plays out.
And Purification, quite good at stopping those types of plays.
Primal Beast pretty good at dealing with repel targets, though.
Yeah, it is.
BKB piercing stun. Do all right versus Puck. You don't like the leash, but you'll get a BKB eventually, and Puck lost that talent later on.
I'm trying to think how
unexpected final picks here.
Yeah, I was like, I'm trying to think how the mid lane's gonna actually go. I'm pretty sure Larl just doesn't care about Puck and should farm fairly decently. The early levels should go Larl's way for sure. Like, he has way more damage than the Puck. Eventually, Puck can kind of just shove the wave with Orb and stuff, but I like the last pick. It's another really big body that you need to put in the front line, right? You can't let them get to Yotoro, and now you have to go through Primal Beast, probably Collapse as well, who's like starting the fights. Very cool drafts. Good adjustments here when I think it, wasn't necessarily very obvious.
Yeah, I like the idea of this Omni Knight, because the ultimate is also very good versus Drow, even this like Wind Ranger, some of the amplification they're hoping to get from the Tusk potentially. you do have to run into the fight, which kind of puts yourself at risk, but the burst damage is not really there from the non-right click, like physical damage, right? Like Bat Rider takes a while to kill people, Primal Beast will take a little bit to kill people, so you have time to possibly even repel yourself, assuming you're not the one caught.
Yeah.
So I imagine he'll have to position safely, maybe get a blink or something, but as long as he gets the ult off, it's a lot of time versus the Drow. So that part's really cool. I can still see the lanes going the way of Spirit if I just looked at the heroes, but we did see them, you know, struggle in the laning stage in the last game. So I hope this one's a bit more in their comfort zone, because if you mess this up, then I do think Liquid's got a lot of good tools as the game goes on.
Both teams just posturing on their high ground in mid. A very important best of one here for Spirit, as they have definitely been struggling in this game, or in this tournament rather. Not having the best group stage performance. A very defensive mid ward. As they'll both smoke up, head out onto the map.
There's only one way to see behind the
30
eyes.
seconds to battle.
What's the reference for that? Do you have any idea?
No.
Okay, we gotta get Slacks in here. Slacks, hit us with the lore, dude. Why is Drow Ranger's level 30 voice line that?
Is that her level 30?
Yeah.
All-knowing one protects us all.
The battle begins.
The hero's here, but I don't think anyone will die this time. Yeah, we're just gonna trade runes. 2 for 2. Go into the lanes. Even here. I do think the bottom lane's kind of tricky for Liquid because the blast off potential is greatly reduced by the snowball save. I think they'll just play for equilibrium. Let
just play
Ace
for
farm up
taser.
like he typically does. It's true, the taser will be strong here. Like every time, it kind of goes the other way, I guess. When tag team comes out, you don't attack, and then you just taser. Take that away.
Yeah, I like it. We'll see what they end up doing. Overall, Axe doesn't have the best of time here against Drow Ranger, but it should be fine.
It's a lot of damage.
Okay, it's getting less fine by the moment. Mid lane, Nisha is taking a beating from Laurel already, but does have the double wave as expected, right? He can shove the wave much faster than Laurel can.
At least since Laurel committed to the harass anyways.
Yeah.
I'm interested in both these side lanes. I don't know which one to keep my eye on. Need more monitors.
Just get more eyeballs. That'll fix it.
Yeah, there we go. Just split them up. I got 2 for what purpose, you know? The interesting thing to me is like this Omni Knight, right? Yeah, it used to be a support, you know, but it's kind of gone through this evolution. It got some buffs that I think made support Omni Knight better, but just didn't see a lot of people actually do it. And this is into a double ranged lane, so it's even harder to use the Hammer of Purity, which I think is part of your laning. It's really all about repel. You can kind of see here does not have a lot of mana, but
yeah,
he has Magic Stick versus one of the best Magic Stick heroes in the game, so maybe that will be the mana he needs to use Purification and Repel.
The other thing too is if he can actually get close enough to not me, the slow is actually enough for him to just bonk her a few times and force the wind run. So it's kind of working.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, down here they did commit. Foxy stuck in there, taking a lot of damage. There's the taser.
Yeah.
Oh, topside now. Mickey. Not knocked it back. Turn it around. Everyone's fighting all at the same time.
Ooh, collapse. Ooh, he's not going to get it. Needed one more auto attack. Does have the medium raise range, so you need to be very careful. Dude, Tofu just keeps getting these chips of the hammer. Bottom lane, another attempt, but the multi-shot a little bit off the mark. The taser does come through, slows them up. Dude, every single lane is just a like at like 20% HP or less. In top, we're now seeing the fight for this Lotus as Tofu's gonna try and get the collapse. Mickey, he should get the range on the raise. One more auto attack. It goes the way of the Omni Knight. Tofu with the first blood. It's not me will chase, but fighting happening everywhere else is bottom lane. Ace trying to close the gap onto Yatoro. Does not have the damage. Will be a double kill for the Drow. That's a big win for Team Spirit.
They got both Lotuses as well. So a lot of early gold gain victory here. I guess creep-wise, at least Liquid did not miss too much. In the bottom lane, the heroes are going to respawn. They don't really miss much there. And top, yeah, they decided to go for the kill on Bat Rider instead of commit for the Lotus. Unfortunately, it went to Tofu instead of Mickey. But I think killing the core at the cost of a support, generally worth it, no matter who gets the kill. Because you're just trying to avoid Bat Rider reaching this critical mass where he just constantly runs down your carry. Someone like Shadow Fiend who has no mobility. And so anytime you're killing the Bat Rider and Shadow Fiend is staying alive, you're avoiding that from happening.
I like that he went for the early boots. Right? He's just holding on to brown boots. He'll go back for the Falcon Blade now, knowing that he needs that against the Bat Rider and Wind Ranger. So pretty smart. But Yatoro's having the freest game bottom. Not only did he get the 2 kills, he's CSing absolutely perfect. Ace taking a beating here once again as Rue just trying to chase after them.
A momentary lapse in fighting, so just a quick call out to mid lane, very even. So yeah, I'm interested to see which team manages to bring a support over first or who gets lucky with the rune. Because both these heroes can do stuff with their level 6, especially if you get, you know, like a haste would be the dream for Primal Beast.
Yeah, Nisha's done a great job of just shoving the wave, but another kill on the bottom wave comes out. Just, it's just a beatdown, man. They're gonna try and just dive the tower. They should get the kill on the boxy. That is the 4th kill for Yatoro now. And that is, it's not gonna get easier. This is where it's like, yeah, you pick the axe because, you know, eventually it's good into the Drow, but boy, is it struggling right now in the lane.
Rue is choosing to deny himself to a neutral creep after he blocks the camp as well. Because they're winning the lane, so they think Axe is going to have to go jungle. It's a cool idea, but it does mean he will not make it in time for the 6-minute rune.
Okay. Techies should be coming. Tofu is here as well. And it will be bottom.
As much as his bottom lane has struggled, if Nisha gets a good rune, he can change that by ganking it. Yeah, Invis is not the best for Puck. Oh, they're actually going to try for mid.
They have plenty of damage with the rotation in from Techies. Snowball, hold up. Gets the taser, though. 2 auto attacks being thrown in from downtown. Tofu not going to make it out of this one. Beautiful shard trap there from Rue. As Nisha, well, he needs to go get his power rune here. And like you said, the invis, not the most important, but he'll just pop it right away just to get the reset and look to try and grab the Tusk, maybe. Doesn't have the cooldown on the orb yet, so he'll be fine.
Under attack.
Space
from
for
barely
Mickey.
hitting 6 first to now a full level ahead thanks to that mid kill. Drow is getting very farmed. They will need to find a way to bring heroes down here.
Yeah,
unless they feel Omni Knight is like that hard of a counter to her, right? It's like a let her get farmed, we don't care. It's another approach, and I'm not sure because we just haven't seen much Omni Knight, but maybe they've practiced it. Maybe they're more comfortable with giving her the space, and they'll trust they have the counters for later on.
Very nice D word from Rue. My goodness. The Aghanim Scepter from Omni is really sick, but as a 5 position, I just don't imagine this hero ever gets to Ags. So maybe it's just the Blink Dagger and hoping you can get the Blink in, you know, Guardian Angel, provide the aura to your team. It's a little risky. Foxy trying to get some stacks up.
Blink, or maybe you could do 4 staff so you could get over like ice shards.
No, I could see that.
You could also use the mana. Omni Knight is not a very smart hero. Doesn't have a lot of mana to work with for some expensive abilities.
Rue just taking some XP away from the Axe here. They know he's in the jungle, and they're going to make the jump now. Snowball in with the onslaught forward. Laurel, quick
Neutrals?
pick off. They'll leave him. They don't want to commit for the Ancients. They don't have much left. But, I mean, that's huge. This Axe is going to be level 6 slower than the Tusk. Tusk almost has it.
That's not good.
Dire's bottom tower.
You mentioned Axe will struggle in the lane, counter later on, but you know, there's a limit to that. He can't fall too far behind. So I like the pressure Spirit has put on to the Axe. Like, continuously trying to block and unblock camp, so even more economic strain down here. The same thing is happening to Bat Rider, though. And I feel like the Axe call is a little harder to deal with than the Bat Rider lasso, thanks to the supports involved. Like, the Omni Knight is a really good response to it.
Dire's
I
bottom
guess
tower
Snowball is kind of there as well.
Oh, speaking of Snowball.
Speaking of.
They have found Boxy. Does not get the blast off.
tower is under attack.
So the tower is gone. They bring 4 heroes bottom. They get a kill onto the techies, and Laurel just goes right back mid.
Dire's top tower.
A lot of what's going to be happening in the next few minutes for Liquid is going to come off the back of Nisha. He needs to be able to like find a way to support this Axe and get him into this game. I don't know who he ganks. It's definitely not the Primal Beast anymore. Like, Laurel has way too much HP.
Bat Rider's a good target. And Drow, if you have... once he has Witchblade, he just needs... Oh, does get caught by the silence.
Okay, he's all right. He's all right. The coil has to
level 1
catch the
silence.
Tusk, though, is the issue, right? And he doesn't have Blink.
But eventually, Drow won't be playing next to Tusk, right? He's going to go farm.
Yeah.
Tusk's going to play with other people. So if you can gank the Drow,
Nice
and you
forward.
have like one hero with you, like let's say Techies, right? Blast off with coil. Should kill her.
Well, they'll clean up this mid tower. They bring the 4 heroes. They have the catapult still going at it. Jar Ranger, a very early kind of tanky build, right? Falcon Blade into the Dragon Lance. Lots of HP to play around.
Radiant are scanning.
Big step up from the laning stage for Spirit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, we got a lot of stacks here still too. I actually thought these got cleared earlier, but
Bat Rider is happy to see that happening. They've definitely got to go to collapse. I mean, unless
If
you
he
really
was
want the
going
blink
Blink,
on Laurel.
I was gonna say if he was going Blink, I would give it to him, but he actually has a Lotus queued up. So if Laurel's thinking about Blink, yeah, I'd rather see him take it, so you can start making these plays.
Really smart gank. Boxy with a blast off connects. They need to find the Tusk so he can't get the snowball, but he does. And because of that,
going in.
they're gonna go in instead. Drow's still very low. They get the kill, but can you get out? Omni Knight ult buying himself a little bit of help, but does not protect him.
Oh, no
it
way!
does? Okay. You needed the Bat Rider's damage there. Unfortunately, he's busy chasing after Boxy. Another onslaught to try and chase, but pop the taser, and he's gonna be just fine. Dude, what a TP out off of Tofu. That is wild.
He has double blood grenade for the health too. Everything added up there. Well, I don't know, maybe he just bought those, but either way, he got out with like,
Radiant's
I missed it, less than 100 health for sure.
And with it, space for your Shadow Fiend, takes top tier 1 tower, and you got the big kill, the Draw Ranger.
Yeah, replay.
How close
Had
is
his
this?
double blood grenade. Down to
20 something health. All right, well, Mickey's dead. So the thing is, he actually saw this coming. I think he was trying to like maybe bait the Bat Rider. He got baited himself though.
It's no good for Liquid since he is doing the best. All the pressure being put on Ace was giving space over to Mickey. I guess it's balanced out by the fact that they also got the Drow, right? So both teams recognize that the enemy carry is farmed, and we got to try to slow it down. Would have been a big step forward for Liquid if Mickey had survived that. Now it's just back to even footing. 9-3, but the gold lead's still pretty close. Oh, well, probably going to go up a little bit here. That's a pretty big stack. Collapse is now clearing up.
Oh, my lord. Okay. Yep.
He actually took off the Lotus, so I think he might be going back for the Blink now. And this stack will just about give him the money for it, I think. Could be a big deal for Spirit, and if you think so, maybe you head over to polymarket.com where you can live trade the game with the official prediction market of Blast Slam.
Yeah, there it is. He queues up the Blink Dagger. You were correct. You would have won. You would have won that one.
I would have won.
So Collapse now with the Blink Dagger. Purchasable the second this creep wave dies to his Firefly. There you go. Where are we on the Axe Blink? I see the Blade Mail. And some Phase Boots. So I don't feel like it's coming anytime soon.
It'll probably be the next item, but yeah, it's going to take a couple minutes to get there. Nisha working on his and getting pretty close. So we might see a double Blink reveal here in a moment.
There's double Blink on Spirit, right? Laurel and Batrider.
Oh, triple Blink reveal. I think they've already seen the one on Primal Beast, though. I think he showed in some stuff. Trying to bait Yatoro right now. Maybe they haven't seen it.
I think Liquid know right now that they're a little bit behind. Not too much, but I don't think you really want to fight into Spirit right now. The Batrider potentially having a Blink is a pretty big problem. I say that and they smoke up. And it will be Puck wanting to join instead. I mean, if you get a really nice coil, like 2 or 3 hero coil, the blast off damage to follow it up is pretty massive. You just have to make sure the Tusk isn't there. And right now, doesn't look like he is. They'll just look to try and chase down the Wind Ranger as that Wind Run will be on cooldown. Cannot TP out of that one. All right, not even a big commitment.
The wards down from Liquid let them know what was going on. And a good call from Spirit. They just cut their losses instantly, head bottom. And they're guessing Actus here, but the mine is actually going to give him some heads up.
Run, Ace, run!
Run, Ace! They didn't run fast enough, but here come the TPs.
All right, he's not going to get the
not
call
going to
off.
make it in time.
Yeah, if you got the call, maybe there's something there, but Nisha's going to go in. Look for Rue. Blast off from Boxy to chain stun him up. Gets the mine down, and they will find themselves a return kill, but still a very nice play from Spirit to take down the Axe.
Axe for Tusk.
It's still a win for Spirit, because you drag all 4 there, right?
Yeah. They were top. You know, maybe they could have taken that, like, taken over the enemy triangle, but instead forced to go back to your own. While Yatoro quietly farms away down here. Hurricane Pike just about to be finished. Much needed survivability item for Yatoro.
Laurel is scouted by some wards top here. They know he has a haste rune. They know he has a Blink Dagger. They're like, come on, go for the Puck. You can do it.
They want him to. Coil plus Requiem would kill him. Very difficult kill otherwise. You need everything for this tanky Primal Beast.
I like that he went the rock throw shard. He's opting for that just a little bit of extra CC for his team to play around. It's a good tool to initiate with.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They find the hasted dinosaur running around their jungle. Another cheeky ward. We saw this one earlier on the high ground over here.
Liquid did their homework.
Yeah, he knows. Good ping from Nisha. He's like, come on, it's got to be right here.
Collapse?
Dude, he wants this lasso so bad, but
Dire's middle
He knows you got to be careful where you blink. If you don't know where Tofu is, and perhaps you don't know where some mines are, got to be careful about where you're blinking in this game. Both teams very smart, recognizing the tools they have and the tools their opponents have. Now, you and I have not gotten to see too much Drow this game. Still haven't seen too much of her after the laning stage. It's mostly been farming. Same as Ace, but he has his blink. He's ready to start going. I want to see how it all comes together, because there's still a big question mark in my mind about this Omni Knight support, Drow carry. Like, how does it all interact?
Yeah. Well, we're about to find out, because they're going to smoke up with Ace, look for their targets. I mean, the call or the coil, if either of them catch Rue, you can pretty much guarantee he's going to die. Which he's actually in a really good spot to break the smoke right now. He actually has a ward over on the right side as well. And Boxy, well, he's going to sniff it out. In comes the call and the first dunk for Ace. So Culling Blade armor stacking begins. Good timing on this too, because you really want to try and get this bottom tower. But it looks like they're going to head top instead. Oh, Drow, what a TP out. He has 3 wards up on the top side here. Seeing the Drow, he just reads this perfectly and heads bottom.
Yeah, it helps. The 3 wards of Liquid top are matched by the wards of Spirit bottom. So off of that Tusk kill, you don't see the Liquid heroes pushing that lane. You're like, a little suspicious. What are their options? Twin gate over to me? I better get out of here.
Yeah.
It's a great read from Yatoro.
I thought they would stick bottom for Tormentor. Right now, Boxy does have a little cheeky ward and level 4 blast off. Ooh. Okay, cool. They're looking for him. They know the scan connected, and he just bolts. Able to dodge the gank. Good read, though, from Spirit, not giving up the Tormentor, potentially. So they'll secure it for Rue. Gets drinking buddies now.
It does cost them their mid tower. Since everyone from Spirit TP'd bottom, Liquid heads mid after not finding the Drow top. At least trading some objectives in that sense. But drinking buddies is very nice for Rue. Gives you a little bit more mobility before the blink comes online, which he's only 50 gold away, so I guess not that much. Not that much of a help before the blink.
Rue saw the techies, did not see the axe. Tofu denying the Culling Blade there with a purification.
You gotta earn it, Ace.
Uh-oh, that's a much bigger find. The rock throw into the Walrus Punch snowball, just enough time to hold the puck down to get the kill. And they're in Roshan. Like, Yatoro's just been working on it by himself with his Manta. It's not the fastest, but now that... Well, yeah. They'll scan it now. Too little, too late. They're gonna try and... Ooh, okay, they were looking for collapse. He's playing front line. Liquid unable to make it to the Roshan. Aegis will go into the hands of the Drow Ranger. Good positioning there on the Bat Rider.
Very... Oh, it's like a mind game, you know? Both teams really navigating the map, dodging the enemies, picking the right objectives away from opponents. Currently led by Spirit, since they had a stronger start in the lane. But Liquid, through their own movements, they're limiting it, right? They lost Tormentor, they lost Aegis, they lost all their towers earlier, but it's only 3K at the 22-minute mark, which is not that bad, all things considered.
Yeah, absolutely. It really, you keep bringing it up. Like, how much of an entrance is this Drow going to be able to make into the game? Like, he had his 4 kills in lane, and then we haven't seen him do anything since, right? So he's just farming, which is not a bad thing. He gets the first Aegis, likely going to be a farming Aegis because he needs to get to the BKB. But at some point,
both of these carries, because Yatoro, I was like, wow, 275 CS. He's like really farming. Mickey's at 300, so both carries really min-maxing the farming. getting everything they need. Well, one of them's right. You know, I don't know who, but someone is correct that with the right items, I win this game.
Ace, blinking one.
Radiant's bottom
Nose
tower
collapses
is
here.
under
Yeah,
attack.
all right.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Structures are fortified.
And Drow's just gonna pretty much just chill here, work on the tower.
Dire's top tower.
On the other side, they have found Puck once again. The chain stun's not there this time. Nisha will drop the orb, even drops the coil, will snap it, but collapses here with a lasso, and that will pull Nisha back on in. Does he have another escape? Waning Rift and Blink? Hold up.
He doesn't have TP though this time. I think the best he can do is make space.
Yeah, there's no making out of this one. Walrus Punch will finish the job. And Yutoro does eventually get that tower, so... I mean, is it space? You're not really accomplishing much bottom, and the Drow did just take the tower.
Yeah, they weren't able to find a kill. They did invade the area, you know, get a ward down, steal the farm, so it's something. It's not another kill, though, to match the Puck.
Yeah. What does Nisha need? He's going for the Lincolns. I think it's probably a good call. That Blink Pulverize is becoming an issue for him. As the BKB gets finished up on the Primal Beast.
Right,
yeah,
like
they
we're
really
seeing
do.
them when they kill Puck. It's literally every stun they have, you know, chained together. So even just absorbing one of them with the Lincolns should give Nisha a lot more room to play with. A BKB being delivered, and there's a minute and a half on this Aegis.
That is
Let's
double
see if
BKB.
Spirit wants to get together, clear out some tier 2s. They're smoked behind the Drow right now.
They're about to have triple BKB. The Bat Rider is getting his in 100 gold, but the Aegis and triple BKB of Spirit is an incredible timing if they can actually hit it. It looks like they will have about half a minute left on the Aegis once that Bat Rider BKB is here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I like the fort on this bottom wave. Techies tried to cut it. So Boxies goes in, tries to get this last wave in the bottom lane, but they actually fortify it to make sure it's going to be able to allow them to secure this tier 2 tower bottom.
If they had lost that wave, they can't really make use of that BKB Aegis timing we were just talking about. So it's a worthwhile fort. It's not like you think you need it defensively anytime soon.
Yeah.
Are scattered. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A very slow game compared to some of the ones we've seen today. We've had a lot of like kind of bloodbaths, like one team just constantly running at them. But like you said, both teams kind of have an idea of like, well, we just got to farm to our big items. They'll find a pick off onto Boxy there as he's trying to maybe get some vision in his own triangle. But it belongs to Spirit right now.
Dire's middle tower.
Very strategic game.
Yeah.
Cerebral. See if the chess was on the board game shelf.
I don't think it was.
Uh-oh. Catan certainly not enough strategy for Ricky in that way.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, we have not seen much out of Ace this game, man. He is really struggling on the axe, and
His middle tower has
you
fallen.
need him to show up. Like, he needs to get active. He needs to be able to find these pickoffs, but that Aegis pretty much created a window where they couldn't really achieve much. And now you've built yourself a pretty sizable lead, 6,000 gold. It's going to be the Shadow Blade finished up now on Yutoro as well, so finding him is going to be that much more difficult.
One item that I didn't register till now. Blink is done on Tofu. I mentioned it can be difficult to get into the fight, make sure your ult is up, get the repels when you need it, but he's got it. So I feel like Liquid did a pretty good job of limiting the gold lead that Spirit could build. And now the question is, do you make use of the tools you got? This Blink on Omni, Axe, spent a lot of time farming to catch up, but he's here now with his Blink Blade Mail, working on that BKB. What can you actually find? And Spirit turning it on this game. They're like, we aren't going to let you find anything. We will once again completely avoid you.
Yatoro's map movements have been so freaking good this game. He has dodged out like almost every single potential play. And he's managing to pull so far ahead on the Drow at this point.
Yeah, this has really felt like some peak Yatoro.
Whoa! That is a very dead Boxy. Trying to scout out in mid there, but walks right into the whole team.
Nisha gonna get found here.
Wow, he has a haste rune.
silence.
Okay, very fortunate haste rune gets him out of danger. The silence, like you said, just in time to catch the Bat Rider. Quick fingers there, good response.
And good recognition from Spirit as well. It could have BKB'd, but the Lincoln's is up, and you need someone else to cancel it. So no overcommitment there. it's so unfortunate. Well, maybe it is more fortunate, because if he's blinking in, he would have ended up lassoing the
Lincolns, yeah.
The Lincolns, yeah.
I mean, he might have been able to flame break him, though.
Yeah, the flame break into like pulverize Lincoln's lasso.
Yeah,
one of whatever order. Someone gets the ability off, maybe.
Call. Ooh, off the mark, ace. Blind blink onto the high ground, but Laurel hiding in the tree line. They do not manage to find him. He's just gonna onslaught away.
That's it, the clash everyone has been building up to, avoiding each other, getting to this moment. The issue is going to be forced around the second Roshan, which neither team knows, but it will spawn in 25 seconds here. Well, actually, 25 seconds over there. This is gonna move top as we switch to daytime.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So
Liquid's gonna have to make a
Liquid
move over there soon.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna get the Tormentor. I'm trying to think what shard they could really use. It goes to Tofu.
I hope it's Omni Knight shard.
It's, you know, a little bit of extra healing, I guess. Better than the Techies one, for sure.
Is it better than second Roche?
It's not looking like it. But I also don't know if they can even contest if they wanted.
If it had been a longer Roche spawn, maybe. But unfortunately,
they're gonna smoke.
They're gonna get there as it dies.
The real question is, will Spirit stick together right now, or is Liquid gonna find an opening? Yatoro's gonna walk in, sees Ace.
They have no sentry there.
Mickey also under the Silver Edge. Which one's gonna expire first? They're both close. Yatoro gets the opening on the Tofu, just destroys the Omni Knight without any hopes, and they've managed to find the Shadow Fiend. Big Pulverize is there, and with no Omni to save them, two are dead. The Death Requiem will take out the Tusk, and Boxy, well, not looking good for him either. A great shackle from Not Me. It's a 3-for-1. Dude, that Silver Edge just destroyed Liquid.
I feel like they knew as well, because the Axe's smoke breaks, he backs out. Then Mickey walks in with his own invis, his smoke breaks, he's like, oh, there's something here. But in the end, they still move forward, and maybe they just didn't think, like, surely Drow is not just walking forward, right? Surely she's backing up, but Yatoro, sick game sense this entire time. It's like, there's no way they think I'm walking forward. I'm gonna find that Omni Knight.
Come on, what's the chance they put a sentry here?
Fight,
you know?
Yeah, and goes straight to the high ground. The second banner protecting his creep wave. And Not Me dragging over another lane as well, so they can get multiple things here.
I mean, you need the blink call from the Axe, but you're just gonna get lassoed. The moment you go for that play, Collapse will grab you. And you still have the Aegis on the Drow Ranger, so that is a full lane of racks down. Spirit really breaking the game open now. There's gonna be the blink call. They pull Ace. Do they drag him in? No. Just the Drinking Buddies saves Yatoro. Just that little bit of movement. he's doing so much damage. He has to force the ult out of Tofu, otherwise Nisha might have died.
Drow's attack range is so long. The goal was to call and drag her back, but she doesn't even move for most of the call. That Drinking Buddy's able to pull her to safety. Do you keep going? Yeah, this call, like, she's just standing there attacking. Only the very end does she even move forward, and that's when the Drinking Buddies comes out. They completely whiff all their abilities because of that. And the Aegis, what do you got? Still 2.5 minutes, so Spirit just, hey, let's just reset, spend some of this money, and we'll go again after that.
Yeah, he's gonna buy out his butterfly. At this point, like, Drow Ranger will be doing such a ridiculous amount of damage. I don't know how you survive the fights. Like, even in a head-on engagement, like Shadow Fiend versus the Drow's gonna win, for sure. So you need other heroes to deal with the Drow, and it's really just the Axe Call. But we haven't really seen it been effective this game.
At this point, you need Axe Call into Requiem to kill her, and you also need to take out all the saves. So can't have Bat Rider interrupting Requiem, can't have Snowball saving, can't have Pulverize interrupting, Shackle Shot. It's really tough. So you're gonna need to find pickoffs. And Liquid's known that the entire game, but Spirit has just been so smart about how they've moved around the map.
They've dodged
go
everything.
again with that butterfly.
It's like up to Nisha to find the backline, and he's in a really good spot to try and do this. Drinking Buddies with the save. Nisha's gonna go in, does get a little bit more damage out, but needs to be careful. Coil drop, there's the lasso, pulls back Ace, blink in from Tofu. They might get the first life of the Drow, and they do. There's gonna be your Pulverizer trying to save Ace. He gets the BKB, hobbling away. The Requiem is there, but the BKBs from Yatoro and Laurel are too strong, and now you gotta get away from the Drown. Easier said than done. He's just gonna walk target to target. Triple kill for Yatoro. It is almost all but over for Liquid here. No buybacks on either Axe or Shadow Fiend.
Did you see what Yatoro had swapped out instead of the BKB? Because a lot of times when you have Aegis, you swap out BKB, so you respawn, and you can't actually use BKB yet because it's still on backpack. But he swapped something else out because he BKB'd Requiem, which I don't think Mickey was expecting.
It just had to be treads, I'm sure, right?
I think so.
Wind Ranger really wants to finish the racks. Not gonna get it. Boxy goes in, double mind drop. Okay. A little bit of a pick off, but needs to be careful. He doesn't have repel. He doesn't have repel. Nisha, he's dead. Gets caught from the gust. Axe dunks Yatoro for 2,000 gold. Finally takes him out. Oh my goodness, Ace. He's waited all game for that. It might be too little too late, though, as your bottom racks is going to go down to the catapults. Ace burning down to the Bat Rider. He's got so many stacks running on these guys. Going to try and TP out on the Omni Knight, pushes him back in, and he will die in the fountain anyway. It is now up to Mickey. Rue has a Glimmer Cape. He doesn't care. And now Collapse. He's like, screw it. Let's keep going. Walrus Punch. They've got the Flame Break. Mickey is going to be forced to BKB. They're going to buy back now on the puck. Can they finish off Collapse? No. He just runs away. Nisha, though. No, can't chase. He bought back on the puck for that. Ooh.
You kind of needed to. I mean, you're going to lose your SF, and things are clearly desperate. So if you can get a kill, maybe that's some of the gold you need, right, to get back into this. But from here, pretty tough. 14K down, 2 barracks gone. All Spirit needs to do really is just camp top and chip away that final barracks with Drow, which is easy with the attack range he has. Just send in Mantas. And the only way really back into this is through some kind of pickoff that Spirit has just not been giving this entire game. They are barely giving up anything to Liquid.
Nisha is doing quite well. Like he's actually getting the good silences. He's getting the coils. Parasma damage is nice, but the ease of execution for Spirit is so straightforward. You're like, yeah, just protect Drow, let her do damage, and everyone else, like, just, you know, try and CC any hero you find. There's not much that has to be done. You're closing in on the level 25 as well, so Drow's gonna be pretty strong here in a moment.
the Satanic too, so that call Requiem combo is it's not looking very viable in another minute or two. And at that point, I am out of ideas, Rookie. I don't know what you got. Maybe Drow will walk into like 5 Techies Mines in a row?
She can still die to Axe. Like, a Blade Mail call can still kill her if she doesn't get the Satanic off. So,
Radiant's courier has been
there's always that. It's just gonna, you know, require a little bit of effort on Spirit's end to not be near the Drow Ranger.
Hey guys, would you like to go bottom lane and send Drow top? Maybe
Okay.
Mickey can issue a challenge. He's like, 1v1 me mid. You won't.
Okay, I might take it all back though, because he did get the Prophet's Pendulum, so he has 30% delayed damage over 5 seconds.
This one's getting
might,
nerfed, man.
might legitimately save him from the Blade Mill call. Yeah, I actually can't believe this was added to the game in any capacity. This is such a ridiculous mechanic.
It took a little bit, right? When it first came out, I think people didn't appreciate how strong it was. But if you think about it as like, hey, you will live for 2 extra seconds, let's just say. It's like, oh, that's pretty good, actually, because that gives me time to BKB or Satanic. And once people started to catch on to it and experience it themselves, it has become one of the top picks in, not like every game you need to get it, but in these kind of moments where it's like, oh, Axe Call could be the only way I lose. Oh, that's solved now.
The Enchanter's Bauble Alert, a very common pairing. I don't think he's going to get to upgrade it, but just that extra attack range, attack speed, and night vision is nice. We'll see if it ends up making a difference, though. Nisha very close to his Octarine. Just needs about 500 gold. They are waiting on Spirit here, looking for the opening. Haste Rune on Laurel, not me running through. Who do they find is the question. The blink and the lasso. It's the Shadow Fiend. He did get the repel off, but the axe from Call. Wait, the axe, he gets the call finally out of the drop, but he lost all of his health in the meantime. Here comes the Requiem. It does connect. They take down one, but you've lost heavy numbers already. And guess what? Yatoro, not even threatened in this fight, finishes off the Shadow Fiend, and it is looking rough. At this point, it's been looking rough, but there's a level 25 Bat Rider. Just running down your Omni Knight. He's trying his best to get away, but just takes a few more auto attacks.
Give it to Yatoro as well. How selfless. Collapse, you deserve that. You can go for it next time, buddy. Oh, he wants a different prize. Collapse is having fun. He sees the end in sight. It's been a very patient game, I will say, from Spirit, but it has finally paid off. Yatoro is ready to carry, and the game, I really just don't see a way to do it. You know, we talked about the call. That final moment, Yatoro point blank just attacked Axe. He's like, yeah, whatever, bro. I'll kill you, and then I'm gonna force staff into the fight to kill the SF next. Like, he is at the point he knows he is pretty much unkillable if even one teammate is there to help him. He doesn't even need all of them anymore. It's like, oh, snowball save, that's enough. Oh yeah, pulverize, that's fine. Anything is enough to keep the Drow alive long enough to kill everybody. This is actually even more patient than I thought they would need to. I think they could have just ended the game, but they're gonna get Roche. I suppose if they somehow throw this, it does put them in contention to be eliminated, so sure, why not? You know, one more Roche, secure this win.
There's always the call of the fountain, you know, and without an Aegis, that can be a little scary. I don't know how he would get into the fountain unless he gets like accidentally snowballed in, but don't want to risk it. Don't want to risk it.
Let's see. Yeah, you try to snowball save, they drag you to the fountain, then you axe call, force staff the axe towards the fountain, then you force staff the Drow into the fountain.
True.
Then you Requiem her backwards.
I see. We're making it work. The stars aligning.
Yeah, then she kills you in the fountain.
Okay, and then she just presses Satanic and kills you. Oh, unlucky. Whew. Quick dodge on the gust there, but the blink the call, they found her, but there it is, the snowball save. The lassos out from the Bat Rider just destroy Liquid. Good night. There's no shot. The Drow is too far. You are too far behind on these other heroes, and you do not have the damage to bring any of them down. Oh, okay. He gets not me, but not worth it. The important heroes survive. That is the GG Nisha on dieback. Well played from Spirit. They get themselves a very necessary win here in this series.
This one was really impressive. This gave me the old feelings of when Spirit is unstoppable, right? Potentially they're just crushing you in the game, but other times they're just so smart about how to navigate the game. They know like what fight conditions they need, what to wait for, and then when in that fight, it's like, oh, this is the moment to go, this is not the moment to go. There are times they don't look in that form and they're making mistakes, but this one gave me those flashbacks.
I'm looking at the scoreboard, just trying to see, you know, how much damage Team Liquid ended up doing. Mickey could not get it done this game. Like, we saw the first pick Shadow Fiend. They were so confident on Spirit. Like, yeah, we'll just take Drow. And the benefit of this on second pick is you get the better of the supports, right? We've seen this over and over, that when you're going for this Shadow Fiend in the early phase, you need to make sure you get one of like these 3 dominant supports. It's like the Tusk, the Treant, the Clockwork. You don't get any of them. You have to resort to an Omni. And we were skeptical, right, with it in the draft. Like, I don't know if the Omni's gonna work. Like, how does it even really fit the draft? And it doesn't pay off, right? I think Spirit just got the better of them in the draft, and then they played the draft perfectly.
Yeah, I think even in that very final fight where they were jumping the Drow, you can kind of see they do have the damage to actually kill her in the control if it's just her. But this is not a solo game, right? She has teammates, and so the snowball, the pulverizes, the double lassos, which great pickup, kind of destroyed those final fights. It's such a tough fight. For Liquid, I think this draft can work, but those lanes have to go a little better, specifically the Axe lane.
Yeah.
They were just a bit too far behind, which, you know, props to Spirit. But like you said, maybe that's the draft, because you get the Drow and then you get the Tusk, right? And there was just not an equivalent pick for Liquid. Maybe there were, but they're just like really out of the meta, you know, like something like Marcy, but we just don't see much of Marcy.
I wouldn't have minded the Marcy, honestly. I think it can work, because if you don't pair it with the Shadow, like, it's fine with the Shadow Fiend in lane, but then you need to pair it with another hero who can get stuff done early. And if you're going to go for this like Blade Mail Axe, it kind of works, right? Because then you can at least get your Axe into the target you want and go for the Blade Mail calls. But I agree with you. I think it all starts in the lane. It has to go better. You can't give Yatoro a 4-0 start to the lane on like the best carry in the match, right? So as a recipe for success for the side of Spirit.
Yeah, very cool. And the pull of the Primal Beast as well, right? Not one we see that often, but
yeah,
they recognize it does exactly what they need. So a win for them to end, which we can see at the bottom here. But if you missed any of the other games, spoilers, I guess, but these are what we got. BetBoom managed to win all their games today. Huge from them. They were also looking very impressive. Spirit did lose earlier, but they look a lot better in this game. So maybe they're on the up and up, figuring things out. Who else? Falcons, OG, Yandex also picked up some wins today. I don't think the groups shifted too much, like from top to bottom, but some of these bottom teams did manage to get wins, which was very important and will make it very close. Like, I am uncertain who is going to be knocked out right now. It really will come down to day 4, I think.
Yeah, I think the biggest winner today is definitely BetBoom. They getting those 3 wins has pretty much pushed them out of like elimination territory. So they should be good going into tomorrow. Like, obviously they're like, nothing is guaranteed because there's still a lot of games that need to be played, but that final day is going to be pretty close, because there's like 4 teams tied almost at the bottom, like within 1 game, maybe five teams within 1 game of each other. So we'll see how it ends up kind of shaking up, but it's been a fun group stage so far. I'm always a fan of best of ones. I think it makes for very exciting games, very exciting drafts almost always. So, yeah, happy with how it's turning out.
Indeed. Yeah, I think we've got the staple heroes in there, of course, but for example, that Primal Beast and Omni, not something we see that much, especially in those roles. You called out an Undying offlane earlier.
Yeah,
We've seen some different stuff, which is always nice. Dota can sometimes it feels like a little solved and everyone's doing the same stuff, but we are not quite there yet in this current patch. So that's it's a good time.
Yeah, well, that's going to do it for us here on the B stream, but A stream right now has that final series underway, which is Xtreme Gaming versus Glyph. And, well, I mean, both those teams, they've been struggling a little bit. I think Xtreme, kind of the big surprise there. They are the ones at the bottom of the group. So if you guys want to watch that final game of the day, just head on over to the Blast Dota channel. But for tomorrow, we will be back here, same place, same time, with the last 8 games of this group stage. So have a wonderful night, everybody. We'll see you then.